All right, all right. Saturday night. Therefore, Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank everyone who's here already. I see you guys.
Thank everyone.
I see you guys who are here already. I appreciate you. Just checking to see if my sound is right. You guys drop a 1 for me if you can hear my voice. And if I'm coming through loud and clear. I see Daily Affirmations by Pauline is out there. She was here early on time. She says, good evening to you as well. I see there's a few people tuned in. So just let me know if I'm coming through. Okay, there it goes. Ketter hit 1. Daily Affirmations by Pauline hit 1. Thank you, Ketter, for being here. Thanks for the 1. Lero says, peace, loved ones. Ketter says, greetings, fam. So thank all of you who are here so far. Jonelle is here. Thank all of you for being here. So you know what I like to do. I like to come on early, give you guys a preview of what's coming tonight. So tonight we're going to be talking about Tyre Nichols. R.I.P. to Tyre Nichols. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the African mode of production. We're going to answer the question, is Wakanda a real place? We're going to answer the question, is abortion an African thing? This was an interesting one. How can Pan-Africans work with Africans who don't know they are slaves? That's a very interesting one. We're going to talk about Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso said enough of French imperialism. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about stopping Cop City. What is Cop City? Well, just stay tuned. We'll talk about Cop City in a bit. And then we'll end the night off on a two-parter. It should be interesting. The importance of state seizure as a means of enacting true change. And the other part of it, being the devil's advocate side, are socialists ideologically superior to modern Garveyites or Afrocentrics, especially when it comes to the importance of state seizure. So we're going to talk about all those things. We're going to talk about how savage our enemies are as well. We'll talk about all those things tonight. In the meantime, what I will do now, I'll start the show. The link is posted, it's attached to the, it's pinned to the top of the chat. But I'll also drop it here in the chat as well this one time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the show. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Oh, yeah, let me just say this too. Fair use for all the videos I'm going to show and the conversations that we're going to have based on the videos that we're watching. This is my notice to YouTube and any other creeps out there, right? Fair use. Okay. So with that said, let's start the show. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. We're back. Another Saturday night, Shoot the Breeze. Make sure you're also tuning in to Tanzan African Mind, the Considered Chic Show, the Bakari Podcast, and the Forecast Radio. All of them are also on KWAZ Radio as well. How many of you have been checking out the website? Nothing much has gone on, but how many of you have been checking it out? Drop a 1 if you've checked out the website, at least once since it's launched so far. In the meantime, let me welcome my first panelist, Bwana Hadaziki. How are you this week?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
Oh man. It's been a long week, brother. It's been a long week.
Yeah.
Yes. I haven't forgotten about that other thing. I just didn't get around to it. I do need to make contact with Brother Bakari, but I'll talk to you about that later.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Coach Peter's out there. He says, "Blessed uprising family. Let us continue to live as one." That's a good start to the show. Let me get right into it then. Let me grab. Hold on a second. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. I thought I had this fixed. I guess it's not fixed. So this first topic is going to cover a couple things. It's going to cover a couple things. Because 2 or more people posted about this on the Discord. So we're going to do it like this. I'm going to post the first part, and then we'll talk about the second. Oh, crap. Hold on. Messing up. I see Real Black Gentleman is out there. Peace to Real Black Gentleman. Thanks for coming through. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight, Tyre Nichols. This came with a link. This is the first part. Let me share this with you guys first, and then I'll play the second part. As you guys probably heard about this police killing, a bunch of black cops beat a black man to death. I posted something about this on the community tab earlier this week, I believe. And there's been a whole lot of fallout because of it. Even in New York, there was these riots yesterday about it, probably still going on today. So let's check out this first video right here, and then we'll discuss it.
You and I were talking earlier today on this notion, before we go here, on this notion of what Benny Crump said, that it does not.
David Moore.
Good evening again, everyone. We're back on the air here after what has already been a very difficult day in Memphis. That community and the country is now getting the first look at that disturbing police body camera video of what authorities say is the police beating of Tyre Nichols following a traffic stop near his home 20 days ago. As we've been reporting, he died of his injuries in the hospital 3 days later. The Nichols family and police have been pleading for peaceful protests while recognizing the anguish and outrage among so many, hoping that preparing the community would in some way help here. Now, the video coming in now, it is very difficult, and we're going to not show very much of this, but this is what our team has been able to screen so far. The first video is of Nichols being pulled into the car.
Damn, I didn't do anything. Hey, I didn't turn your ass around. All right. Okay, hands your ass. All right, I'm on the ground. Lay down. Tap down.
That's the first video. Again, he was being pulled out of the car, and obviously we had to bleep some of the audio there. But that was the moment he got pulled from the car initially after the stop. Now, the next video is of Nichols on the ground being pepper sprayed, calling out for his mother. Here it is.
Hey, give me a hand. Give me a hand. You might get sprayed again. Hey, Mike, give me a hand. Watch out, watch out. Give me a hand. Mom! Hey. Give me a hand. Give me. Okay, all right. Give me a fucking hand. Give me a hand. All right. Okay. All right.
We should note that there is more than an hour of video, 67 minutes worth, multiple police body cameras. Tyree Nichols' family has already viewed the images earlier this week, saying that it showed the officers brutally beating their son. His mother was unable to watch. She had to leave the room. The officers fired, now charged with second-degree murder, among other charges as well. And they had claimed that he was initially pulled over for alleged reckless driving before running from the car. The police chief, though, saying so far they have found no proof that he should have been stopped. FBI Director Christopher Wray saying he watched the video and was, quote, appalled by it. Those 5 former police officers now facing several charges, including murder: Justin Smith, Desmond Mills Jr., Emmett Martin III, Demetrius Haley, and Tadarius Bean. Attorneys for Mills and for Martin have said they will plead not guilty. The White House says President Biden has not yet seen the video, but he did speak to the family. He offered his condolences, commending their, quote, courage and strength. I want to bring in Stephanie Ramos. She's live in Memphis tonight. Stephanie, they have been urging calm. We're getting reports of some protests already, which, of course, was expected.
Absolutely, David. The people here in Memphis are upset. They're upset over this video. This 29-year-old man, unarmed, stopped by police. And then, as we can see in that video, beaten on the ground until he's unconscious, as you said, dying 3 days later. And we heard from Tyree Nichols' family earlier today, his mother, understandably emotional, wiping away tears and urging for peace, saying that if there are protests here in Memphis or across the country, she was asking for them to be peaceful. Again, we are seeing them here tonight. So far, not violent. But as you mentioned, Tyree Nichols' mother saying that she hasn't been able to watch that video, says she hasn't been able to grieve the loss of her son. And it's just devastating for her to know that he was calling out for her just a few yards away from their home. David.
Stephanie Ramos from Memphis at this hour. Stephanie, thank you. We should point out that Ben Crump, the attorney for the family, earlier today, as you look at the peaceful protests out of Memphis at this hour, earlier today, Ben Crump said it doesn't matter if the officer is a black officer, a Hispanic officer, or a white officer. It is the culture that allows them to think they can do this to Tyree. Those words from Ben Crump. I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, for his thoughts on what you've seen, Pierre, play out here in Memphis tonight.
David, I've had the opportunity to be out with police on numerous law enforcement actions. It's clear that this is not police work. This is brutal. And law enforcement officials today, in charging these men with second-degree murder and also kidnapping, think about that, kidnapping. They're essentially saying they took this man against his own will. And to see him punched and beaten and tased repeatedly, again, this does not resemble anything that is legitimate law enforcement work. And I can tell you tonight, law enforcement across this country in cities, major cities across this country, are hoping that the pain that the people in Memphis are feeling and in cities across this country, that they can use it constructively to peacefully protest for change. In many cities, police, unfortunately, are behind. David, I spoke with a very senior law enforcement law enforcement, that the notion that they're there to protect and serve is destroyed by images like this, David.
And Pierre, you and I were talking earlier today on this notion, before we go here, on this notion of what Ben Crump said, that it does not matter the color of your skin, whether you're a black officer, Hispanic officer, white officer, that this, in their words, is brutality, this awful police beating that now is being seen by so many people. But he also said, given the speed with which authorities acted in this case, that he and the family hopes that this now will be the blueprint moving forward in other cases like this where there exists extreme and graphic police body cam.
Right. The point he's making is that in so many of the other cases, there have been weeks and months to go by before any action was taken by the part of prosecutors or the police in some cases. And he's saying when you have a video that is this clear cut, you have to, for the sake of the community, take quick action. And that we will see if that will be the standard going forward. It just remains to be seen, David.
Pierre Thomas in Washington tonight. Pierre, thank you. And we're just getting word from the White House at this hour that the president is deeply pained, outraged after having had the opportunity to now view this video himself, the police video now released in Memphis. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live, abcnews.com, and of course we'll have much more later tonight on Nightline.
Biden was probably rubbing one out when he watched the video. You know, right
We come on the air as our community and communities around the country are reacting to a disturbing video, a brutal beating that led to the death of Tyree Nichols. We're going to show you a live look right now. Protests already happening across the country. This one coming from...
I don't know where that sound was coming from or why, but yeah, I bet you Biden was rubbing one out while watching that video. That's the kind of shit I'm sure he likes. We shouldn't be surprised by these things anymore either, by the way. Before I get to the commentary, let me play the next part of the prompt because somebody posted this. I was gonna do the show. I was gonna do the topic anyway, and then I realized someone posted this. And they asked this question right here. They said, why are members of the diaspora so desensitized? I found that a very interesting question. This came with a link too. And that link takes us to an article. I'm going to share the screen again with you guys. Crap. I'm going to share the screen again with you guys so that you can see the article for yourself. All right, there we go. So video shows Tyree Nichols calling for his mother, beaten by officers, now charged and is dead. By the way, black man, let me stop this trend of crying out for our mothers. Now I understand that he was around the block, it seems, from his mom's house, but my God, you know, we saw that with George Floyd. You know, let's not make this a thing that our last moment is us crying for our moms. This came with this video. Let me see what this video shows.
The Memphis Police Department released video clips of the deadly arrest of Tyree Nichols, a 29-year-old black man who was pulled over for suspected reckless driving on January 7th. The footage you are about to see contains disturbing images and language. This first video clip shows the moment officers pulled over and confronted Nichols.
Hey, I didn't turn your ass around. All right. On the ground. Hey, you don't do that, okay? Get on the fucking ground. Get on the ground. Okay. Change your ass. All right, I'm on the ground. Lay down. That's all. Lay down. Please turn on the ground. I think to tase you. Get on the ground. Lay down. One. Now, I'm tasing. All right, okay. All right. Break your shit. Okay, dude, damn. Turn the fuck around. Put your fucking hands on your back. Bitch, put your hands behind your back. Okay, stop. I'm gonna knock your ass the fuck out. You guys are really doing a lot right now. Bro, lay down. I'm just trying to go home. Lay down. Man, if you don't lay down. I am on the ground. Put your hands on your stomach. I got you. Okay. Get the fuck back. Stop. I'm not doing it.
The clip ends with Nichols fleeing the scene and officers chasing him. This next video angle is from the body cam of an officer getting out of his vehicle and running to where Nichols is pinned down.
Hey, give me your hand. Give me your hand. You might get sprayed again. Hey, hey, Mike, give me your hand, bro. Watch out, watch out. Give me your hand. Mom! Hey. Give me your hands. Give me. Okay, all right. Give me your fucking hands. Give me your hands. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Huh? Hey, man, give me your hands, bro. Give me your hands. What's up? Spray your ass again. Hey, give me your hands, bro. Right, what's up? Spray. All right. Give me your hands, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Some of the most critical video of Nichols' brutal arrest is taken from a surveillance poll camera that has no audio. CNN synced audio from a separate video that was released, an officer's body camera that fell to the ground, with the poll camera. Both videos were recording at the same time, capturing this violent scene where officers are beating Nichols.
Get your hand! Give me a hand! Turn around! Lay flat! Lay flat, goddamn! Alright. Lay flat, goddamn! Lay flat! Lay flat! Lay flat! Lay flat, goddamn! Alright. Give me a fucking fight. Watch out! I'm gonna find the fuck out you! Hit the fucking hands! Watch out! Watch out! Give me your hands! Give us your hands! Give us your hands! Watch the tailgate! Watch the tailgate! Watch it! Watch it! Give me your fucking hands! Fuck! Give me your hand! Give me your fucking hand! Give me your hand! Give me your hand! Are you looking for your glasses, bro?
This aftermath video shows how officers and medics responded on scene.
Bro. Oh, that ain't bro. I lost mine too. I said, he snatched them motherfuckers out to our run. Hell yeah. Fuck, man. Huh? Yeah, I'm straight. That shit hit me out. I ain't talking about straight like that. I'm talking about not injured. Yeah, I'm good. Hey, he took our running as soon as I seen him wiping his face, bro. Hold on, where y'all see him? Right here. He was running through the yard, bro. This is why I got him. Like, I said I couldn't see no more. Boy, you said that. We went through there. Yeah. Y'all said bald head, though. I was like, yeah. But then he started running, bro. He was wiping his face. I said he wiped his face. So that's it. Yeah. Like, you came right on time, boy.
I know. I see y'all seeing his ass run.
You came right on time. As soon as I took his ass to the ground.
So I like, fuck my leg, bro. I know I'm finna feel this shit.
Bro, my shit been hurting all day, but when I seen that boy running, bro, that motherfucker ain't sorry no more, bro. Yes, bro.
Bro.
That motherfucker over here.
That motherfucker high.
He high. He high as a mug. Hey, sit up, bro. Sit up, man.
And here got three.
What the fuck wrong with my radio, bro? Shit. My shit off the channel like a motherfucker. Damn, where my light go, bro? He got me. He high as a kite. Sit up for us.
Bro, I hit that man with so many pieces in his
I hit it, bro. Listen, man, I was hitting him with spray haymakers, dog. Man, come on, man. I'm watching him, though. He was rocking, but he like, you eating him, bro. You know what?
B was rocking. Then I jumped in, start rocking. Motherfucker,
Man,
like,
look,
what the fuck?
Man, I'm telling you, bro. Everybody got sprayed. I sprayed, he sprayed, hip heel tase, he jumped up, that's the tase. Then he was going, he pulled it, not dope, he pulled a dog. Then he was going for a gun too, so I'm like, he grabbed Mark gun on the scene. That might was on some. That's long as I'd have been in a minute. Man.
He got some in his back pocket, a wallet.
Man, listen, I ain't even look. We got him out the car. We was like, "Hey, bro, you good?" Motherfucker swung. Wow, almost hit me. He reached for Martin gun. Then when he slammed to the car, he literally had his hand on Martin gun. Like that motherfucker was on there.
Fuck me, man.
You gonna take something, man? What you have? Huh? What you have? I'm trying to get you straight, man. What you have? You can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere. You can't go nowhere, man. You ain't going nowhere. You can't go nowhere. He's still, man. I don't know what the fuck your shit was, bro. On my stuff.
25 minutes after Nichols is subdued and on the ground, an ambulance arrives at the scene. Tyre Nichols died 3 days after the events shown in this video. The Department of Justice has since opened a civil rights investigation into his death. 5 officers from the Memphis Police Department, who are also black, were fired after an internal investigation. All 5 of them are now facing charges of second-degree murder.
Oh, the games that we play. Yeah, this is what happens when you follow what this white man is doing, you know. When you listen to these black guys, these cops talking afterwards, they don't sound like cops to me. They sound like dudes from around the way. And so, you know, this is the kind of bullshit that we got to deal with. Now we're going to deal with the black police gangs, so to speak, right? These gangs that terrorize your own people, y'all don't go and terrorize other people, though. You know, you just stick around terrorizing your own folks. And this is the problem that we have in this situation that we're in. Ketter in the chat said, because we're being terrorized and are under occupation, blacks in the diaspora are like Arabs in Gaza. We're in an open prison. He says the U.S. police brutalize us in the U.S. cities, and the military brutalizes us abroad. Forecast is here saying peace. What's up, Forecast? Nancy Annette is here saying we are the Blue Lives Matter folks, right? Real Black Gentleman picked up on it. He said this convo between them seems detached from groundedness in some way. They're saying the same thing. Yeah, it's detached. It's detached. And it doesn't sound like something I expect a cop to really be expressing themselves. Well, with that said, let me throw it to Buana. I don't know if Real Black Gentleman is here. He came on the panel. They ain't say he's stepping away. They ain't see him in the chat, so I don't know what's going on. But Buana, what say you to this?
Well, you know, Coco, this is a common story. You know, we usually hear something like this happens in the United States over and over and over again. You know, and this unfortunate situation. You know, strange enough, this time it's by black police officers. And some people think because they are black police officers, they shouldn't behave in this way and manner. And we in the Bahamas know that's not so. You know, who live in black countries. You know, things like this happen all the time in the Caribbean, all the time. I mean, it's probably happening right now as I speak. So it's not something that's foreign to me. I guess because it's in America and the politics are different. You know, one would assume that because they are black, they have some sense of unity, you know, among Black Americans, but we know that's not so. You know, there are many Black Americans who have the same temperament where when they put that uniform on, they observe the same kind of ideas as white police officers. And it's unfortunate that is meted out on young Black men, you know. But when I see this video and I saw a lot of different things. Some things I understand, some things I didn't understand. You know, because when I'm in any encounter with someone with a gun and the authority to use that gun, then I am compliant. You know what I mean? I'll deal with it in the courtroom. That's where I'll deal with it. Even if they mishandle me or doing things that I don't believe to be right. There's no questions. I'm not in the courthouse where I'm asking him questions and he asking me questions. We're not in that situation. We're on a street corner. And on a street corner, the so-called ideas of justice and civility, that goes out of the window. You comply with what this particular individual is saying, especially when he has the authority to murder you. So that why, what, how, nah. He telling you to get on the ground, get on the ground. He telling you to give him your hands, you give him your hands. There's no discussion in the matter. You discuss these things when you before a judge. Now, if he was trying to, if this guy was in serious fear that he was gonna lose his life, that's another matter, you know. But I didn't see that. I see them asking for his hands. I see this man not uh not accepting what the police officers was telling him. This man should have been murdered on the street corner. I agree, but there's too many videos where I'm hearing the policemen, you know, shout orders at individuals, and the individuals protest in a way to say, "Oh, I do nothing wrong. You know, don't do that to me. Just listen to what the order is." You know, your job and your goal, in my mind, is to survive the encounter. You know, you ask questions when you're in a courtroom. So this is the part of it that I don't understand. I don't, you know. But as far as there's a question that you put in the on the prompt, say why are Black diasporans desensitized to it? I'm like, why are we being asked that question? You know, sometimes on these YouTube streets, you hear Caribbean or African people should hold their nuts. You know, you hear all manner of different things, but all of a sudden, you know, the concern is why we desensitized to the issue. It's like, what do we have to do with it? You know what I mean? It's like we have to get in line. From what I know, I think that these guys were American guys who was engaged in this, and then you have the greater American society who was predominantly white. You have Mexicans. How does Black diasporans come into play in this particular situation? I really don't know. And if we are desensitized, is what I could believe is because we see these things happen over and over again in our respective countries. So these just because these guys are Black police officers, you know, this thing is nothing new to us. So maybe that's where the desensitivity comes from, you know, and the fact that these things happen over and over again in American society, Black Americans, white Americans, many people who live in America are desensitized to what they see when they see a black man and a policeman encounter. So why is the onus coming towards the diasporans? I don't understand that. I don't understand that connection. I really don't. You know, and another one last thing I wanted to say in terms of the media, because the media will show over and over again a Black male getting beat to pulp on CNN, on all the public platforms, or even getting outrightly murdered. But name me the last white guy who you saw pulled over at any kind of police stop and get murdered on film where CNN played it, or Asian man. Name me the last person, or Mexican man. You've never seen it. This is porn. This is, we won't say white supremacist porn, but this is racialized porn for the dominant society. They love this stuff. They eat this shit up. You know what I mean? That's why this is gonna be played on major platforms over and over and over again, because it's like they throwing red meat to their audience. Their audience eats this shit up. They love to see it. Love to see it. You know, and it's just a myriad of different things in watching this video that different issues that's raised in watching these kinds of things. But I'll stop there.
Buana, how many in your neck of the woods where you are currently? How many people are beaten to death by police officers? How often does that happen?
Beaten to death. The last time I heard a police officer where there was a situation where a guy ended up dead when the police approached him. I think it was like 2-3 weeks ago. But the cry is the policemen in the Bahamas is interesting. It's interesting now how the media phrases it. They said that the deaths go like this now. They said that the policemen were in fear of their life. This is the news. Where did they get that from? So when the news report an encounter like that, they say that the policeman was in fear of their life, so this guy had to die. Come on, man. Where did they get the language from? But these kinds of things happen all the time, brother. All the time. And if it doesn't result in a death, it certainly results in a bad beating. But that is never reported because we don't have cameras.
Well, that's the point.
We don't show the cameras. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point I was getting at. Like when I was in Nassau, you could get stomped out by the police for sure. But death, like there's a threshold that I think there's a threshold I think Black folks have. We have this threshold set up. And it's like, you know what, if you encounter the police, especially in America, if you encounter the police and they beat you up a little bit, you'll kind of accept that, but at least please God, let me go get home, right? But this thing now where y'all just beating fellas to death, putting your knee in fellas' necks and killing them on the scene and all this kind of stuff, it's a step too far. Is a step too far. I get you have a rough job, but if your job is so rough on you that you can't help but to kill someone in your custody, then maybe you shouldn't take that job. You understand? Maybe you shouldn't take that job. And to be a black man, and as you saw in one of these reports, they tell you 2 of them pled not guilty. So that's the 2 who didn't really lay their hands on the guy, right? That means they're basically saying, yeah, these are the assholes here. Kill this guy, beat this guy to death. Like, it's a step too far. And the real question becomes, what do we do? What do we do to prevent it? Because there's so much you could accept. Okay, you rough him up. He's in the station. They had to bandage him up. Okay, cool. But he's alive. But when it starts getting to this point, and when these black guys who are cops start believing that they can do the same to you, like the white thugs in the police department do, then we really have a problem on our hands. And the question is, what do we do? Bonnie, go ahead.
No, what I would do is I would stress the importance of organization. I think that in any society where you have individuals or individualist mentality, then the possibility of any result or any situation being resolved collectively is very, very difficult. So I would stress the importance of organization. I think that America has given people many examples of how you solve different issues in America, and I think it's through collectivity, unity. And I don't know what's going on in Tennessee right now, but in America they was big on no taxation without representation. I think when they're dealing with the money, when they going after the people's money, that's a very, very big thing in the United States. And I would go after their money, not only their jobs, go after their money. So if individual police officers are held accountable for their actions, and not only the police department, that would dry up a whole lot of abuses that happens in the United States. So you need to, in Tennessee, they need to bring legislation that if you go beyond your duty as a police officer in terms of beating and abuse or whatever, and it is found that you in fact committed acts that went beyond the scope of your employment, you individually could be charged for what you would have done to an individual. I think that would stop a whole lot of stuff. But that's legislative, that's organization, and that's the people's will. The people have the will, have to get together and have the will to push that kind of legislation forward, where individual police officers could be charged for their crimes when they commit them outside the scope of their employment. That's what I think.
I appreciate that, Buana. In the chat, Brother Bakari is in the chat. He said, peace and black power. Then he said, it's time for us to kick some ass. Just that simple. I actually agree with that, too. Tanzania says, saying amani to everyone. Lero says, it's not that we are desensitized. We are just apathetic. She goes on to say, I believe it troubles us to an extent, but we are miseducated and find solace in the plight of quote-unquote blackness, which is pride and trauma, strife, and landlessness. Well, I like that a lot. Keta says, we have no choice but to accept this fate or leave the U.S. The U.S. is the most violent country in the world. Brother Tezzy is here. Brother Tezzy says, black people in America need to be self-aware. Just because a white man got away with it doesn't mean you will. And that's the other side of this, right? The black cops. That's well said. In the chat, Zuli says, but why he didn't obey. So Zuli's on the panel now. Zuli, explain that a little bit more.
So when they pull them over and they're telling him to put his hand behind his thing, why didn't he just do that? Why didn't you just do that?
I get that, but does that warrant death, though?
How many people have died? Hold up. How many people have died doing this? How many times you've seen this? This man is not retarded. This man has seen what happened to people. Why? They're telling you put your fucking hand behind your back. Sorry, because put your hands behind your back. Tell them not to search your car, shut your mouth, and fight it in the courts. Why are you fighting, and then why are you running away?
Well, as far as the running away thing is, right? Let's be real. If you getting your ass handed to you, you're going to run away. That's just the reality of it. And that's one of the things I don't like about the police is, well, why did he run away if he wasn't guilty of something? Dude, the man was afraid, so he ran. Right? This man here was afraid.
I'm not saying anything about his guilt or about anything. What I'm saying is that I see the beginning of the video. They tell you to turn around and put your hand behind your back. Just do it. You're not going to get out of handcuffs.
I understand. I get it. You're right. But
So what is the point?
I'm just explaining some of the human, our natural tendency. We ain't going to just stand there and take punches, take tasing. We going and flee.
But
and
he
they
was,
know
but,
that too, by the way.
But he wasn't getting punches and all of that when they first stopped him. So all we want to say this, but why you didn't obey? We want to act like in the Caribbean, these cops don't be whipping our ass like that. We want to act like in motherland and in Africa, the cops don't be killing people like that. I seen shit in Trinidad where the cops come and just shoot people in the head, ask no questions.
They absolutely do, Julie. They absolutely do, brother. They absolutely do. Absolutely.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
I'm talking about getting beat.
Let's hold this brother accountable.
No,
and I'm not.
No, I agree with you. No, I agree with you, bro. I talking about it has happened in the Caribbean too. I agree with you. You know what I mean? We take cut ass in the Caribbean. I don't take cut ass, but they take cut ass in the Caribbean too. So I agree with that.
And my thing is, I don't see I don't know how much they beat them that they didn't show on the tape. And this whole thing, I'm different, or crying out for your mother. I think these people, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to say what I really want to say, but there's some shit about trying to trigger black people's emotion to go out there and do some dumb shit. I'm not, bro. At the end of the day, those 5 cops or whatever it is, those 3 cops, you see how quick they were to be arrested? Quick to be arrested, quick to go on trial. I don't know if they're gonna get convicted, but one thing I'm pointing out is in the first time they stopped them, bro, why don't you put your hand? The same shit with George Floyd. Why don't you, bro? When the cops tell you the only way I think you have to resist like that is if your life is on the line and you know those cops are corrupt. Then go out. Unless there's more to the story where this brother, those cops been harassing him, all of this, all of that, all the dirt, then okay. But I don't understand why at the beginning, put your hand behind your back. Why are you fighting them? Why are you doing this? Are black men just retarded? So you think when a police officer stops you and they searching your car, you think they're gonna let you go?
You asked a great question just now. And I think the answer to that question is they're not necessarily retarded, but I think black folks think in these terms of fairness all the time. I think that's a big problem that we have. And it's a problem of parents not teaching their children better. There's no fairness in this world. There's no fairness in the world. And so this idea that you're going to get the fairness from cops, be they black or white or in between, is just nonsensical. I agree with you guys. Don't resist. You know, I did a rant on that fellow Rashad Brooks, who resisted and ran and picked up a taser and pointed the taser and all that stupid shit. Like, yo, there's a point where you just got to recognize that you are in prison and you have to watch how you move under the circumstances. Now, there is something else that we got to talk about. We do have to create an element of retribution. These are all black cops here. Someone's supposed to be seeing their families right about now. That's just the fact of the matter. Someone should be seeing their families right about now. We shouldn't stand up and allow no blackface, right? Because they're in a position of some little power here with guns in their waist and all that kind of shit, where they could just come and terrorize the community too. We deal with enough terrorism inside black communities. Let me welcome in Bakari. No, hold on. Erzuli, were you finished with your thought?
What I was saying is that after that is that we all know the most vicious cop sometimes is the black officers. They're the one that trying to prove themselves to their white counterpart that they're not like us. Only thing I'm gonna say is just the same thing that happened in Minnesota when that Ethiopian fella killed that white tourist. He went to jail immediately.
Yeah.
Those officers are not for us. Their mind have already been brainwashed. Police officers look at us like scum, okay? If you sit there and speak to officers, watch how they think about you.
Yeah, we are animals in the zoo.
They have no respect for the people that so-called paying their paychecks. Even the black officers. Sometimes they are the worst. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, it's just like I would tell somebody, yo, bro, just put your hand, you could fight that shit. So that's all I have now, but go ahead.
All right, let's welcome in Brother Bakari this week. Bakari, I heard your show earlier. I was in the chat listening. How are you this week?
I'm great, my brother. How about you?
I'm good.
That's good. How everybody doing in the chat?
We good.
And
Hey,
you know,
hey,
one
Brother
thing I'm
Bakari,
gonna say.
I wanted to hear your opinion on this one. Yes, good.
I'm ready to give it, and I ain't even got much time to talk. I'm all out, but I'm gonna say this. What I hear is a black man blaming a black man for his death. Why didn't you just do this shit? Why did the slaves try to run away? Motherfucker run because they're scared, because people started killing you. And the one thing people don't want to talk about, they can put that bass in their voice and they can try to act gangster all they want, but they ain't gonna never say, we need to go do something. It ain't that man's fault that he was fucking killed. It's just so fucking cowardly. We need to go see all the motherfuckers, not just the black ones, but the white ones. Every time something happens, figure out a way to put it in the mouth of the person, of the black person that was killed. Just like the guy in South Carolina that got shot in the back running. It fucking act like their life on the line. Obviously, his life was on the line because he's no longer here. He didn't act like his life was on the line. It was on the line. That's why he's fucking dead. But we look for a reason to blame the black man that been killed by the police. So fucking cowardly. I done heard motherfuckers, well, just say yes, sir, no, sir, and just get on. Fuck that. Fuck, I'm a motherfucking man, and I ain't saying it so white people can say I'm a motherfucking man. I ain't got to go through that shit so I can live. Y'all, you know what? Azuli and everybody else that want to blame it on it, black dude for his own death, for them people beating him to death, y'all need to come ride with me one day so you can see how I handle this shit.
Yeah, I would.
About
Brother
that?
Bakari, I I wouldn't want to see because in my brain, and I could be wrong, and you could correct me all day, but in my brain, I'm saying, right, if you getting stopped by the policeman, right, and these dudes put you in a scenario saying, show me your fucking hands, get on the ground or whatever, right? In my brain, right, I understand your perspective. You was a grown-ass man and you shouldn't be mishandled. I understand that. You know what I mean? But these gorillas, they always have an out. They always have an out. So, well, this guy was a resisting arrest. You know what I mean? You as a taxpaying citizen, when you get a so-called, because you're living in America, but when you get a so-called lawful order by a police officer, do you question that order on the street corner? That's the question I have.
Do I question it? If I think something wrong with it, I have. I don't tell nobody to do what I do, but I do tell black folks, stop being fucking scared. God damn. Can't over me, look, motherfucker put a gun on me, the police. They put their little pistol grip, that little 12 gauge they have. Them motherfuckers say, get on the ground, right? I say, dude, I just bought these clothes.
I have that kind of.
I said, man, I ain't getting on the ground. I'm not getting on the ground in my new clothes. The motherfucker put a 12 gauge, put that damn pump. We talked. I eventually got out. But if somebody doing something, no, ain't nobody doing lawful, unlawful. Anything they do, they feel is lawful. Like when that white cop cussed my daughter out. I could hear black people now because I told that motherfucker if he cussed my daughter again, I would shoot him in his fucking head and cut his head off. I can hear black people now. Well, if something happened to me, well, why did he go talk to him like that? What was his daughter doing to get cursed out? Because they ain't got no fucking nuts. They ain't got no fucking nuts. We still trying to figure out a way to stop a motherfucker from killing you. I have a way, but people don't like to talk about it. Bullets hurt them just like it hurt us. Mace hurt them just like it hurt us. We're trying to figure out a way to pass it, to put the sucker. Well, if you just do this, yes or no, sir. If you just whatever. If I'm doing something wrong, have I ever been pulled over by cops and they did something right and I just complied? Yeah, motherfucker pulled me over. You know why I pulled you over? Like, yeah. He said, why? I was doing 95 and a 55. Oh, okay. I've been harassed by cops for being outspoken like this in the city council meeting, in a county council meeting. I've been harassed. I had a cop pull me over. Wasn't scared, talking about we thought your tail light was out, but it's not. Then asked for my driver's license because we might have a warrant for your arrest. I'm like, dude, fuck you. He called some folks, nothing happened. I ain't give him my license, but at that moment they had me because I keep my shit on me, but they had me at that moment. I saw him about a week later by himself in his street clothes. I said, you don't remember me, dude? He was like, no. I said, but I remember your bitch ass. And if you ever try me like that again, I'll break your fucking neck. And I mean that shit. See, I ain't gonna put up with that shit. And I ain't telling nobody to do what I do. I'm not telling nobody but to sit and blame him for being dead. His life, he act like his life was on the line. Is he still living? Is he still living? Guess why? Because his life was on the line. Now guess was running because he didn't want to fucking be dead. That's why he ran. That's why he fucking ran. Because he didn't want to be dead. Because he know if he stand and fight, he probably white social media. He know these black social media clowns ain't gonna do shit but talk about him. Now he's dead because they scared to talk about that goddamn beast. And I hear the mic.
I'm gonna let Azuli and Buana respond to that before I go on to anyone else. What are y'all's thoughts to what Brother Bakari had to say? Let's start with Azuli.
First of all, I never blame them for causing his own death. What I'm saying is, just like you tell your daughter, don't walk around this block at 3 o'clock in the morning because something might happen to you. It's not that you're telling your daughter if something happens to you, it's your fault. It's that you have to be, what's the word, preemptive measures. That man is not going to fight the cops. That man was not going to fight. I'm trying to understand, they pull you over. You tell them what, they're not going to tell, the cops could do anything unless you're going to go all out and buck. If you're not going to buck, put your fucking hands behind your back. Why are you, why are you acting like to me, there's nothing worse than not seeing somebody, what? Dude, they are going to put you in handcuffs. There's nothing, they're not going to let you go from there. So what is the point of that? I'm not blaming the young man for getting himself killed, but at the end of the day, I hold no accountability towards those cops. Those cops are not for us. They're not for us. They're not every time you send your sons to the academy at 2022, they have been brainwashed to hate black people or people as in general. So I'm saying is, what was your point of talking about, oh, no, why you're doing this? Yo, shut your mouth. Let them do what they got to do and then fight them in court. Unless it's your life, then you go all out. I can't tell them, but right there, they're telling you, yo, put your hand behind your back. And then people, I'm saying, oh, it's his fault. I never say it's his fault. So people want to, oh, let's go bang out on the guy. Oh, please bang out in what? What's gonna happen to y'all? All this stuff right here, the news is gonna use, the news people are gonna use, the same people you're talking about are gonna use that to create all the bullshit that's probably gonna happen. All I'm saying is, I'm not blaming him. My question is, why didn't you obey? Where's the camera? Where's the video when they were following him? My thing is, I don't like these type of video they release to incite black people to go to war. Where's the video prior to that? What I'm doing, I'm not letting the news trigger my emotional response. That's what I'm not doing. But they're gonna go to jail, and those black officers, they're probably gonna get 30, 40 years in jail for that shit. So when they thought they thought the blue line, the blue sheet or whatever, the blue line protected them, they're gonna see what's gonna happen to them. So that's what I got.
Let's hear from Buana real quick, and then I gotta move on to the other panelists. Go ahead,
yeah,
Buana.
so I'll be quick. So I hear Brother Bakari, what he say. The brother should have not received a death sentence on a street corner. That's a fact. But not for no traffic stop. No way. I agree. But my situation is a little bit different from his. I live in a country where there is no so-called freedom of speech. Not the way in America is in terms of freedom of speech. So if I was to tell a police officer after him giving me a lawful order to go F himself or jump in the lake, there's consequences to that scenario. And sometimes them consequences is deadly. Now, I could say, you know what I mean, man to man or whatever, he slapped me, I can slap him back. But in truth, if I hit him back, if I shoot him back, if I go after him or whatever, under the eyes of the law, you know what I mean, I am wrong. I am wrong. I am wrong. I am trying to live in a peaceful scenario. I understand at the end of the day, if it's life for life, and we fight for our lives, people got to do what they got to do. You know, but I try to put myself in a situation where I have to avoid that. If a man tells me get out the car, I get out the car. There's no question about it. If a man tells me put my hands behind my back, I'm gonna put my hands behind my back. You know what I mean? You know, if a man tell me get on the floor, I can get on the floor. I don't want to get on the floor, but I am not in the position to say, well, I'm not getting on the floor, and I have a freedom to tell him I'm not in that position to do that. You know what I mean? Maybe in America it's different. I'm not in a position to do that. You know, because it's consequences to that. And unfortunately, here they don't have cameras, and policemen, regardless of how they brutalize the black population here, they never see jail ever for the abuse of their citizens. It's almost 0.001%. You will see a police officer go to jail for the consequences of beating their citizenry. So I am of a different situation. I value my life, and in trying to protect my life, I can do what I need to do. Now, if fist come to if push come to push, and we get in an altercation where it's a death match, we fighting for our lives, then I gotta have to do what I gotta do to him. But I try to avoid that scenario until I have no other situation going for me. Now, if that's cowardly, maybe I fit in that bond of cowardliness. But I believe in trying to preserve my life and protect my life. If we gotta bang it out, that's another scenario. But as far as avoiding certain things, I think it's better for me to do that rather than an alternative, because I'm not a man in this life by myself. I have people who rely on me. So if I go, they suffer. You know, they suffer. So I see it a little differently. If that's cowardly, I accept that, but I see it a little differently. I'll stop there.
Let's welcome in for the first time, Yana B. Yana B, how are you this week?
Oh, wow. Hi, Goku. I'm good. How are you?
Good, I'm good. I heard you last night on the Black Pentagrammers program.
Okay. Hello to everyone. How is everyone doing? So listen, we all have to put this in perspective, right?
Go for it.
This is America. The one thing in America is you can't F with the police. Okay? For one, these group of police officers, they weren't just police officers. They were part of a elite type squad, where they rock steady. Here in New York, we call them the D's, where it's like detectives, but they have military training. Some of them in Quantico, next to the FBI, CIA, all of that. Because let's face it, the streets, it's unforgiving. Okay, we all know that. These criminals out here have bigger guns than these freaking cops and whatever. So these group of police officers, they're being trained to hit those streets. Now, let me give you some statistics on Memphis. Memphis, for the past, I think, 4 years now, it's been a hot pocket. Like, I think the state that beat them out now, not the state, the city, is New Orleans. For like 3 years, Memphis was the highest crime rate in all the country, 3 years consecutively. Okay? They don't play out there in Memphis. There's a lot of gangs, a lot of just negative activities going on there. So they create all these different police officers, different elite groups to go out there and crack some skulls, kick in some doors, and do whatever the hell they got to do. I'm not going to sit here and say anybody deserves to be killed or whatever, the way this man was. It was very much so a tragedy, and it was horrific. But I have sons, and of course the news put the garbage on on air that he's calling out for his mother and whatever. There's nothing wrong with him calling out for his mother. He was scared. Who knows? Maybe he was probably high on drugs. Who knows? Okay? But that's what they do. They're very harsh. They're brutal. They pull your car over. They tell you, shut the freak up, put your hands up. All you got to do is say, yes, sir. Let me see your license. Yes, sir. Are you drinking? No, sir. Anything in your car? No, sir. Everything is yes, sir, no, sir. I don't know why our people, a lot of us, we have such pushback against the police. Many of us, we know what neighborhoods we live in. We know how our neighbors and what our neighbors are doing. Okay, I'm not saying what the police officers did is right or wrong, but this is how they protect us. And it's just heartening how quick they ran up on them and just like, okay, you're arrested, you're going down, blah, blah, blah. And nobody's really trying to help them because this is black on black crime. That's basically what it is. But when the police pull you over, you shut the hell up. You can't fight the police. You can't beat them. Even I, as sweet and nice as I am, in New York, I always have my hands in my pocket because that's just New York 101. You keep your hands in your pocket. You keep the creeps away because they don't know what you got in there. Sometimes I'm going across, the train style and police officer will pull me over. Miss, come here. Yes, sir. Well, first thing they do, take your hands out your pocket. Yes, sir. You put your hands up. You do what the hell they say. I don't understand why people give such a pushback to that. Just do what you got to do. Behave yourself. Listen to what the cops say. My grandfather always says, excuse me, prevention beats cure. Just do what they say. I tell my sons this. I have 2 boys. One is older, one is much younger. When my son is traveling to school, I let his ass know. If any of them cops, them D's, them police, was it transit authority, pull you over, say something to you, you better shut the freak up. Yes, sir. No, sir. Make sure your hands is where they can see them, and you go about your business. Because at the end of the day, you got to come home. And that's it. That's all I have to say about that.
I appreciate that, Fiona.
Well, my thing.
Can I respond to some of that? I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna bounce.
Go ahead, Bakari.
I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna bounce, right? Because I hadn't heard Bwana speak, right? I heard Zuli and he had like bass in his voice. Then I hear Yona B and I hear what things said, right? I got to argue with Forecast on the panel like I ain't no damn slave. I'm not a slave. But I hear there's a lot of black people that want black people just be a slave. I ain't got to tell no motherfucker no yes sir or no sir. And I don't want to mess up your show because I'm trying to teach black men to be fucking docile all the fucking goddamn time.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Get on my motherfucking nerves. And even worse, when I sat there and hear a goddamn man, he say he wasn't saying that, but he is saying he was saying it's his fault. Why didn't he just comply? Say yes, sir, no, sir. This ain't no fucking 1768. We ain't no fucking slaves. If y'all done gave up, just say you done gave up. If there ain't nothing we can do, what the fuck you said no YouTube fucking talking for these? Sick of this goddamn shit.
Zuli?
My thing is, I'm gonna. What I believe is, you could be defiant. You could be defiant without. If somebody tells you put your hand behind your back, and whatever, you could do that. You don't have to answer his question. You could put the handcuffs on and curse him out all you want. You don't have to talk to him. You could shut the hell up. You don't have to say. Me, I'm gonna disagree with Yona on this thing. Me as a man, if a police stop me, if it's unjust, I'm not gonna be respectful, sir. I don't owe you that. My job is not to owe you respect. But what I'm saying is this: that situation right there, put your hand behind your back. They are not gonna. Did he have a gun to bang out? Did he pull out and bang out? No, he didn't. He didn't have nothing to bang out with. What I'm saying is, put your hand behind your back. Shut your mouth up. You don't have to speak to them. Because they got the cameras on. You take the shit to court, shit get thrown out. What I'm saying is, if you could walk out of this, like, what is the point of doing this little passive aggressive resistance? Why? That was passive aggressive. It's either you're gonna go full out or you shut up. What is that passive aggressiveness? Why are we doing this? What did I do? Bro, those are cops. And not even cops, they're not even on your side because their heads have been brainwashed already. Either you're gonna bang out, or you could be as disrespectful by being silent. They're talking to you, you just don't say shit. Or you say, yo, take me to jail. Don't say shit to me.
Agreed.
What is the point of this whole thing, right? I'm not saying me as a man, if I get pulled over and this shit is fucking unjust, I'm gonna cuss you the hell out. I don't owe you no respect. That's your job. But what I'm saying is, you could also be resist by shutting your mouth up. Okay, put me on the curve. Search the fucking car. Give me your number. Give me your shit, and I'm gonna go file a report. Again, that report ain't gonna do shit. But just like the same way, you think these cops are gonna get like if these cops, if those cameras wasn't there, those cops were gonna get some punishment? I'm not saying he deserved what happened. The question I'm asking is, yo, why? I'm trying to understand the question. Why you didn't just put your hand behind your back? Why you always having a discussion like the men, like that's your father, like your cousin, like it's gonna go back? Okay, all right, bro. Let's just talk. That's what I'm just trying to understand. Go back. Yo, why are you being a passive aggressive?
In the chat, the forecast brings up a question. He says, he makes a statement that's true. He says there are cases where people comply and still get shot. My thing is this. I respect heavily what Bakari is saying. I'll just add to this. My personal take is, I don't know if this is the hill you want to die on. Out there by yourself, you're outgunned because it's like 4 or 5 of them, right? And it's unorganized. It's just you pushing back, and you're gonna get gunned down or killed like he ultimately did. And nothing really comes of it. It's just your life that you're wasting per se. You could comply and still get killed. That's absolutely true. But I don't think that's the hill you necessarily want to die on. Let's bring in someone who's not in the U.S. Let's bring in Brother Tezzy. Tezzy, how are you this week? Is Tezzy still there?
Hello.
Yes. Tezzy,
Hello, guys. I'm doing very fine, guys.
Good.
So yeah, today you're talking about something that I'm actually very passionate about. Here, I'm in Kenya right now. So in Kenya, we are also dealing with the police brutality. Actually, this is an issue probably all over Africa and probably just a global issue. So I understand this fight because I've also been in altercations with the police, and I had just a couple of things to say, especially for my brother here, Tyrese Nicholas. And according to his how do I put this? When I'm confronted with the police, or when African, okay, let me just say in the third world or in other countries like in Africa, when you're confronted with the police, you're looking at the odds, right? You're looking at the odds in which you are going to come out of there, the best way possible, Now I understand you can say, I'm a man, but But in the end of the day, you're looking at what actions do I take that increase my odds of coming out of this safely or with the least damage, So to me, I've come up with like four variables. Usually, one of the things I come up with, I think, is the political standing of your political standing. Like as in Kenya, in Africa, it's usually maybe your tribe, or I think in America it's your race, right? So you have to look at, okay, what does my political standing help me in this situation? And this is where I feel like my brothers here, you forget, you're not, this is where I'm advocating for self-awareness. That are you aware of your political standing? Because you can't think that you're going to get the same privilege as a white person in the same situation. You're not going to get. You have to look at your political standing. It's the same in Kenya or in Africa, where okay, let me just say Kenya because Africa is diverse, but in Kenya, it's the same when you look at your tribe, right? Like, okay, and this is like a real issue. Like, so you look, okay, what does my tribe say? Then my second thing that I look at is social class. Like, what type of maybe what type of car are you in, or what type of clothes you're wearing, dress code, like things like that. These are things that are small, minute details that make a police officer, because a police officer will always do what he thinks he's going to get away with it. If he thinks he's going to get away with it, he's going to do it. That's just human nature. In that situation, that's the reality of the situation you're in when you're confronted with a police officer. Whatever the police officer thinks that they'll get away with, most likely they're going to do it. So things like your social class, if you demonstrate to the police officer that there will be consequences further if you do something that is out of line or something like that, maybe they look at your social class, maybe they look at your dress code or the way you talk, your accent, or these things that there are times in which I've actually even changed my accent when I'm talking to a police officer, because it might help me, and it does, by the help me just get out of a better situation. And another thing is location. Like, if I'm maybe in an upper class area, maybe I might get away unscathed. But if I'm in a place where I know the police are going to be much more reckless, because this is maybe a ghetto or a lower class, so what is it, location, obviously the police is going to be much more reckless and much more prone to violence. So these are just things that in the end of the day, all your actions are about you surviving, not just proving that I'm a man, and these are irrelevant, because in the end of the day, if you're dead, you can't come back. The police officer, yes, he'll go to court or maybe gets fired or something, but in the end of the day, you got the bad deal. In this situation, you got the bad deal, because even if there's justice, but there's really no justice, because you can't replace a life, in the end of the day. So yeah, so in the end of the day, that's really my point, that whatever you do, always do it to increase the odds in which you're supposed to survive.
May I also add to that too? See, the brothers are also saying that stuff is going on in Kenya. This is the thing, okay? You can't fight the police. You're not going to win. You will not win. They're a force to be reckoned with. And these type of things that happens to this young man, it happens let me tell you something. It happens just about everywhere. Any town, USA. These cops be on hinge. They be off the hook. Okay? So it's best to just have prevention that beats cure. Yes, sir. No, sir. Put your hands on the wheel. Okay. Yes, like Zuli said, you don't have to talk to them. Just do what they ask you to do. That's it. And I do get what Brother Forecast was saying. Sometimes even when you do comply, they still come at you, but that's very, very rare. Okay, these things happen too in hillbilly town, in any town, USA, especially in the hood, because these streets out here is unforgiving. So it does happen everywhere. The best thing, like what I said to do, shut the freak up and just comply. Even if you want to say something like what Azuli said, go to the courts, have your say. Just make it home. That's the main point. Make it home. Period. That's it. Just make it
if
home.
if I was to think like a revolutionary, thinking as a revolutionary, it's a revolutionary shit. And I'm not a revolutionary. I'm a born again Christian, as everyone knows on YouTube, and I don't engage in any kind of undermining things for any governments. But let me just say this: if I was a revolutionary and I'm trying to go against the police officers or any policeman who would have tried to harm me or my society or my neighborhood or whatever, I would not do it on a street corner. You know, I would comply with everything he says, and even if he brutalizes me. But we are living in the information age. I could find out where this police officer lives, and if I'm really about that life, I'm gonna catch him when he coming out of the house, kissing his little girl goodbye, and that's where I'm gonna catch him. I'm not gonna catch him on the street corner. I'm gonna catch him mask and gloves 7 o'clock in the morning. And if I'm really sincere about going after someone who's trying to go after me, you know. But of course, you know, it's interesting. Well, I'll leave it. I'll leave it alone. But I'll leave it alone.
Let's hear from our boy Carl Hezekiah. Carl, you to speak. Carl, are you there? All right, maybe Carl's not there right now. Let's go to Tanzan. Tanzan, you heard everything everyone had to say. You heard Brother Tezzy. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I can't really, I wouldn't say, obviously, you know, you shouldn't be killed. Firstly, the policemen shouldn't be the executioners, you know, by the roadside. You know, obviously they're supposed to only, you know, take you to, you know, to the appropriate authorities, but we know that doesn't happen all the time. So for me, I would think that the best bet, especially if you're outnumbered, outgunned, and even if you did have protection, you know, they can always call somebody and so on. So you're still at a disadvantage in that regard. So for me, I would think the safest thing, you know, would be, it's not to be just lay over and you know, just be fearful and just all that. You can still be respectful while still maintaining your dignity, so you can still talk to them, you know, obey the instructions, but not in a way that you just you know, like shaking like a leaf, I think. Because at the end of the day, like Tezi was saying, it's about getting home. Even the policemen, they, you know, when they leave the house, they you know, they just say, oh, I just want to go get home today, you know, even though, you know, their jobs is the danger is highly exaggerated if you really look at it. But in any case, that's what they always say, you know, I just want to get home today. So if they just want to get home today, you know, and they have, you know, they're the ones behind the, you know, the force and the power, then you should also want to get home that day. You know, I don't think that's the front to fight that particular war. You know, if you can still assert yourself, that's good, that's fine. You know, you don't have to be, you know, a little baby about it, but at the same time, you know, you don't have to be overly aggressive, because you really don't have anything in your pocket or in your sleeve. So yeah, I think that why if one should err, they should err, you know, on the side of caution. And you know, and like somebody said, if you really want to do something, then you should organize and put more thought than, you know, just reacting, because that would be a reaction. And even though I can understand if somebody is you know, is caught at a bad time, you know, it might be a bad day for the policeman, but it's also a bad day for the person. So I'm not saying that, oh, he should react this way and that way. You know, people don't know how they're going to react in a certain situation. The people who may be calm, the people maybe who are just, agitated. And even there was a case where the court says that somebody acting nervous is not reason enough for the policeman to consider that suspicious behavior, because the normal reaction of a person is to be nervous around, any kind of authority. So, that wherewithal to just be, the cool cat at the moment, that's also asking a lot out of people. And you would think that, policemen or people who are used to dealing with it, it's like when people go to the, let's say you have an emergency. For you, it's something big happened in your life. For the people who work at the emergency room, it's just a daily occurrence. So they should be more in a position to be calm about it than you who is there, on that one occasion. So in that regard, I still say that the policemen have more to be accountable to and for, because it's their job. They have the power. So no, you can't just be, I was scared, or, I thought he was doing this and that and that. No, they should be actually be held to a higher standard, because this is their job. They do this every day, whereas you encounter them, whenever you do. But on the whole, I would think that your personal safety should be the number one thing, not so much, because they don't care. Some of them, whether you're respectful or disrespectful or whatever, it doesn't matter. But your risks, your bet is better if you take the safe route. If it's not going to make things worse, that's the best I can do. It's not going to change the course. If somebody is determined to do something to you, they will, because they have the power. But you have the power the only power you have is to de-escalate the situation. So yeah, that's all I'll say.
I appreciate that, Tan. I want to address, before I go to Carl, I want to address this message that Bakari put up in the chat. He says, I apologize to you and your panel. This shit is frustrating and old. I'm tired of seeing us get murdered and our people make excuses for the killer. Let me just say, Bakari, you have nothing to apologize for. Like I said, I understand exactly where you're coming from. I just think, me personally, and if this young man was my son, I would hate for him to die on that hill. There's some hills to die on for sure. That hill, man, just give them your identification, whatever they ask for, and get the hell up out of there. That's my take on that. There's some other instances, though, where, in fact, even in this instance, instead of the parents asking for peaceful protest, the parents should be asking for folks to show up at each of these officers' house and just say hello. Just say hello. Hugging your kid, your daughter, on the way to school or whatever. Just show up and say hi, say howdy. You know what I mean? So nothing to apologize for. Let's go to Carl Hezekiah. Carl, what say you to everything you've heard and the story itself?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm on my phone. I'm not home. So let me just say this. Rest in peace to this young brother, because his days was numbered the minute they stopped him. Growing up in America, I was always told, my mother always told me that when your hand is in the lion's mouth, you got to ease it out, So I'm not going to blame him for his death. I do understand that when they stopped him, for so-called reckless driving, which they found no evidence of, these graham crackers, the black cops, I call them graham crackers, they immediately escalated the situation, started yelling, started screaming, show me your hands. They pepper sprayed him with so much pepper spray that they got themselves. And the young man, he wasn't from Tennessee. He was actually from Sacramento, California. He was, laid back, chill. He liked to skateboard, regular dude. He had a 4-year-old son. And they just immediately escalated to violence. He ran away because he was close to home. He thought if he had made it to his house, he would be safe. But, they probably ran his plates. They knew where he was going. They intercepted him. He was hoping he was close enough to his house that his mother could hear him screaming. So he ran because they already escalated the stop. So I'm not going to blame him for that. I understand he was trying to get home. None of us are safe. We had the situation with the brother Philando Castile, who was shot after the cop told him not to reach for his weapon, he informed the officer he had a gun. You know, he was legal. The man had been stopped 40 times in a year, coming back and forth. So even when you comply, you die. If you don't comply, you die. You run, you die. You stay still, you die. It's a disgusting game, and so many of us are trying to figure out ways to keep our children safe. You know, I tell my son, you know, he's 18, he's learning how to drive. He's driving now. You know, hey, when the motherfuckers stop you, show them your hands, license registration. Don't argue with them. But even I know in my heart, I know that even that would not protect him. So we have to look at, because this is an atrocity, but it happens so many times. The one man who was killed recently, who was the cousin of the person who formed Black Lives Matter, he was tasered to death. You know, every couple of days we have another killing. It's been 400 years of this, and it's a consistent issue. But we respond sporadically. We get mad. We go to check the streets, and then we calm down. Until the next one happens. So the only true thing that can really protect our people would be organizing for revolution. I think I always like to look at how the Black Panthers handle it, how they organize as a group. They form community patrols. They arm the members of their group to make sure that other people weren't being harassed. And the police took that as a direct threat. I think that we have to organize ourselves as a collective, join an organization, create an organization, because there's nothing individually. People, when you want to go John Wick, you want to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, go ahead and you do that. And I'm not saying you shouldn't fight when your back's against the wall. That's fine. But, that's not going to work out too well for you. So I'm not encouraging anybody to give up, but I think we have to really start looking at this from a systemic issue and organizing within our group. The police cannot be reformed. In America, they evolved from the slave patrols of the South before the war. So the racism is built into the institution. It can't be reformed. There's no laws. There's no, bills or anything that's going to make them any better. It's inherent within the institution. I think we need to look at, I know a couple of people who are police abolitionists who offer for community control of public safety. And I think that's stuff that we need to look at, because this institution as it exists cannot be reformed. We're going to have to organize as a collective to protect ourselves, because there's no other way. So rest in peace to this young man. I'm still in the chat, I'm gonna back out because I'm not at home, but I just heard this. It was very important for me to speak on this. I understand how he might have felt. There's been times where I've been pulled over and the cop escalated it for literally no reason at all. It was a black cop. I didn't have my seatbelt on. As I'm pulling out from my apartment, he pulls me over. I hand him my stuff. As he's bringing my ticket back, he yells, "Well, you got a problem?" I'm like, "No, I don't have a problem at all." And then he walked away, but I saw he was trying to escalate the issue when it didn't have to be escalated. So, my seatbelt was off. Give me my ticket, let me go about my business. So, this young man, I don't think he really knew the danger he was in. He wasn't aware that his life was in danger. Telling the cops, "You guys are really going too far right now." That was not the time to do it. So I'm not blaming him, but we have a responsibility to organize with our people for our liberation, because it's not going to get any better. I'm pretty sure next week we're going to hear about another Black person getting murdered in the street like this, usually a Black man. We're going to hear about it. So nothing changes until nothing changes, and we as a collective have to change how we look at this institution as a threat to our lives. And I'm done. Thank you so much.
But I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to push back with you in that. What you're saying makes a lot of sense, but in other ways it really does not. What you're saying is, even if you comply, you can still die. That crap, it needs to just be choked out, just laid to bed, okay? Because how many people have complied and did not die, okay, compared to the ones who have not? As I said before, this goes on in any town, USA.
It's
When I'm
really a
driving,
crapshoot, really, sis. It's a crapshoot. You could apply.
exactly,
It's a crapshoot. So that's why I said you got to
exactly.
organize for revolution, because
Can you guys?
Brother, ain't gonna be no revolution, okay?
Well, that's
Can
the
you
case.
guys
You
hear?
might as well just die. If it's not gonna be
Stop.
revolution, you might as well just give up, because
It's
there's
not
no
gonna
hope.
be, and it's not. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gas.
Yeah, gas, we hear you.
Okay, I won't be too long.
I don't want to cut the wisdom. I just want to put this out for the record. Listen, you know, if you cover yourself with the blood of Jesus, being silly, look. In the United States, we have to understand what were black people brought to the Americas for. Black people were brought to the Americas and used as beasts of burdens, particularly in the United States of America, right? From the Plessy v. Ferguson, when you read so-called Justice Taney, and then even though you had two other so-called justices dissent and tell Taney that black people, African people have been in this country contributing, right? There was a half Portuguese, half African man by the name of De Souza who was in a political position of power in what we call Maryland today, right? As a matter of fact, I believe he's in the Maryland State House. So black people have been contributing since the inception of this nation, so-called nation or French experiment, as I say. And when Taney set the judicial precedent for how people of African descent would be treated in this country, nothing has changed. So we are right now displaced beasts of burden or beasts of labor. That's what we are. And what do they do with beasts of labor that are no longer necessary? They thin the herd. So we are doing a good job of thinning our own herd, and the state is assisting us in thinning our own herd. Right now, the old school way of a community cop, you know, the beat that he knew your grandma and he could help your grandma at the grocery store, that's gone. 1970, you had there was a police shooting in California where a lot of police officers got shot. I think the Dunhill or something. I can't remember the issue that happened then. I can't remember the name. Then you had the officer in Queens, New York, who got shot in 1980. Then you had the other issue in Texas. So those three occurrences, because, you know, New York, Texas, and California set the trend for and then, of course, Washington, but they set the trend for how the United States will. The trajectory since that point, the police have functioned as a quasi-federal military force. You look at the crash unit in California with the Rampart scandal. It was made famous in the movie Crash and in Training Day. You look at the Texas Rangers and their corruption. You look at the, for example, the unit that was under Amadou Diallo when they murdered him. So you see that the old way of policing, that's gone and done with. What we have now are quasi de facto federal military units. And, you know, unfortunately, we are, again, as I'm saying, displaced beasts of burden / labor. So at best, we're fourth-class citizens. It doesn't mean we shouldn't fight for our rights, but it does mean that, you know, we got to take what we get in this country. I don't know how much fighting we're going to do in this country. I personally don't stress myself. I use this thing the same way the Israelis do. I come here, I make my money, and I'm trying to run back to my place of origin. I hope black people can get there and find a way to get back to our place of origin. But like I said, you know, this stuff is not going to change whether you comply, which I think everyone should attempt to comply. That's what we should be doing. So, you know, statistically speaking, when we comply, we kind of have a little bit better encounters, but there are instances where you comply and you don't make it. So my whole thing is, and part of the noise of the train is in the background, but my thing is this: if you, and I'm not inciting anybody to commit any violent act, but if you decide that you are going to take a stand, be prepared to have the testicular fortitude with that stand as a man. And I respect that. You know, there was the white boys, they were on federal land, and they refused to leave that land. And so when they refused to leave the land, they got the guy hopped out. He told the police, "You're gonna have to kill me." And they came and they shot him dead. He came out his car, it was on tape. They shot him dead, but he died like a man, right? So we got to start dying like men. I find it as an insult, you know, again, rest in peace to that young man, but this is what they want. You know, they want to show us cooperating, pleading, and crying for our mamas. No. Let's start crying for the ancient gods. Let's start crying to the ancient powers, and let's die like men. And so if we're going to go out, then let's go out like men. and take some with us. Again, I'm not inciting anybody to do anything on this channel, but let's be men, and let's keep it that way. So if we're not going to do that, then let's do our best to understand that we are not first-class citizens. Just because we can consume first-class luxury goods doesn't mean that by some juju from that into first-class citizenship. It just is what it is. So, I'm hoping our people can realize that, and we can start working together. And the last thing I'll say is, you see these officers, they're black, but it's interesting. These sons of Jacob, or these sons of Jacobins, these Calvinists, right? These Shea Rebellion type white people who scream Blue Lives Matter, when their own kills one of us or does something inappropriate, all of a sudden they got GoFundMe pages for them. Ain't no GoFundMe pages by these white conservatives for these black people who are doing their bidding. So that should be a wake-up call to all black people, as Fela Kuti once saying, is a black man that's going to fight for the black man. And that's all I'll say, and I'll keep quiet.
I appreciate that, Gas. Thanks for coming through tonight. Let me get Real Black Gentleman first, and then after that, your last thoughts. Anyone can speak. Real Black Gentleman, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, what Gas said is pretty accurate. I mean, I will say this though. I had a family member who was killed by police. I'm not going to go into whether or not he deserved it or not. I'm not here to blame the guy who was quadruple teamed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I just want to give the regard to the young man once again who you know what I'm saying, in any kind of earthly or, sensible, would not, this is, I had said, sometimes black people in this country are some of the worst people in the world. And I mean, as far as you executing, the laws and trying to be upstanding, like, I can't see myself in those men situations who beat that young man basically to death. I can't see that. I don't see it. There's nothing appropriate. There's nothing. When we talk about, the law, we're talking about balance. And the balance of this, there's nothing about that. I mean, I can't sit here and talk hard or whatnot. This country is what it is. Like, you don't want to get stopped. And there's a fight to be had, but sometimes when you're out there, you are against the state. And like Gaston Up said, if you're going to fight that fight, it is you versus the state. And it's not impossible. However, you can't sit there and you as we grow up in this world, even if you're young, I mean, it's not about the talk. People, young people talk to other young people. They hear what's going on. They see the lights. They hear family. We are in the belly of the beast, and your freedom is your freedom. And I will not restrict a man's pursuit of that, in pursuit of what it is to be happy. The young man ran because he wanted to be free. I mean, I sometimes I do want to just, mass and leave everyone out here. You know what I'm saying? We really are, you know what I'm saying? These white folks have tried to figure out what they're going to do with black people in this country. They've been killing us before. They had a whole casual killing act. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Being black, being the descendant of someone snatched from Africa, living in America, doing in spite of everything that we do, good, bad. The ugly there is so, when, black people couldn't be police officers. Now black people are police officers. And this is, it's ugly. And I mean, to say that this should never happen again, I mean, that would also involve, you know what I'm saying? It's like you can't get in the system. There's so many things that you try to say, or maybe like people, I mean, there's 5 cops there that look like you, black, that look just like you. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a whole lot of work. You know what I'm saying? There's no stop. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole lot of just soul work. You know, the system has failed. You know what I'm saying? We have to continue to tighten that up. I mean, you have to be practical. You know what I'm saying? Just life and death. You know what I'm saying? This maybe, you know what I'm saying? They didn't mean to beat them so hard. You know what I'm saying? It can't be this 5-on-1, man. I'm a pass.
All right, let's hear from Uzuli, and anyone else who wants to add, just go ahead and float. Go ahead.
Before, there's a lot of things I want to say about a lot of these people are angry. Oh, we should go this, we should go that. Yep, the same black people who are against the Second Amendment. Yeah, the same people. You're so proud of your sons when your sons join the military, the Navy, or the police officers. But now, when one of those police, but now y'all want to go all out. Why don't you tell your son not to join their army, not to join the police unit, their fire department? The same people that talk about, oh, we should protect the community, be our own police. You are against the Second Amendment. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And again, this young man, I'm agree with what Koku said. That's not the hill you should die on. If there's injustice, if they pulled you over and then you know you didn't do nothing and they say you got drugs, yo, if you want to bang out, bang out. I got more respect for that than you laying on the ground and pleading for them to be righteous towards you. You on the floor crying for your mom.
Yeah, we gotta stop that shit for sure. We gotta stop.
What you crying for your mom for? Bang out, nigga. But don't come make me feel. And again, they put this. You see how they this is what people don't understand. And maybe Gas and more understand this. You two go. Those are propaganda. You see how they're making the black men on the floor crying and begging?
Look at the headline of the article.
They're teaching you to be scared. Either put your hands behind your fucking hands. Sorry to curse. Or if you're gonna bang out, bang out. And you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say, yo, he banged out. His energy, he's coming back. This man is not dead. What happened to all our ancestors we believe in? All of a sudden now, oh, he's dead? He's not dead. But how is he gonna come back? Is he gonna be comeback program? Is he gonna come back the same way? Everybody's talking about this and that. You had the same people. Your kids join the Navy, the police officer, the become cop, and you're so proud. Look at my son. My son is a detective. Meanwhile, your son is out there doing the same shit that those 5 officers did. But you don't think about that. We don't create any system for ourselves where our kids don't have to go join that.
Right.
Oh, my son went to the army. What you think your son went to do in the army, bro? To other black people in other countries.
Yep.
What do you think he's doing? And then he come here, they give him he goes to school, he get his house half price off. And meanwhile, he was destroying other people in other countries. I'm not saying what happened to this young man is right. And all I know is, like my brother Gas just said, those black officers, they're gonna pay. I don't have to worry about that. Because like Gas just said, none of these people, the Blue Shield, none of them are doing GoFund for them. You thought you was white? You thought the Blue Shield was gonna protect you? There you go.
Yeah, hold that.
Hold that. I don't even care. I'm happy they got. So you know what the problem is, Goku? Some people be saying, "Oh, you see, look, just because they're black, that's why they got arrested so quick." So who are you defending? don't care about those 5 black officers. Let the hyenas destroy them. Pension gone, houses gone, their wife is gonna be fucking other people. Their life is done. Convicted or not, their life is done. But like, I don't care about them. I'm just saying that young man, like Brother Goku just said, you don't die on that hill. You don't, put your hand behind your thing, fight it in court. Or if not, if you mad, you could put your hands in the handcuff and crush them out. 5 officers, and you small, skinny, and you there, oh, come on, man. Why? Bro, they're gonna put you in handcuffs, bro. A lot of these black officers sometimes are the worst. I was by Erasmus High School, maybe a couple of years back. I see that high school kids are coming out during the summer doing water balloon fights and whatever. The cops are there. I kid you not. I see this black officer looking like Coleman, the bodybuilder, slam a young black woman on the car, boom, because she threw a water balloon. But you know what? Everybody in that cop's family are proud of him. They're proud he bought them their house. They're proud that those black officers are chasing the American dream. Y'all don't say nothing about that. But now y'all want to make me feel bad. I don't want to talk about these. Nobody's saying it's his fault. These officers are chasing the American dream that I bet you their parents are so proud of him. I bet you their mothers and fathers are telling everybody, my son is a cop, my son is this and that and the third. Your son is out there joining the army, joining the Navy. Your son is out there being a doctor, forcing people to take a shot that didn't even work. That niggas is not innocent.
Agents of the system.
Most of y'all kids are agents of the system. But now y'all want to say that young man should have put, I'm just saying. And like Gassim said, like Goku said, what my man is begging on the floor. Just because he's black? In Haiti, those black police officers ain't shit. I could even use my own country. The Dominican Republic killed many Haitians. Did you see the Haitian military go do anything about that? Bunch of cowards. But right here, especially what I want to focus on is how they're putting the camera. They're playing that video over and over the news. That young man crying, please, mama.
That's what they did to George Floyd. It's all porn. That's all it is. But Azuli, I have to say, not all cops and all military people are bad people. At the end of the day, people are people. And what we need to understand is we here in America say, oh, it's the police department. No, they're not. They are called the police force, okay? Because they are a force to be reckoned with. You don't mess with the police. You cannot win. Just comply. Do what you got to do to make it home to your mom, your baby moms, your wife, whatever, your kids. And nobody's blaming
I'm gonna
this
disagree
man.
with that, now. I'm gonna disagree with that. Some of it.
I know, and you can
Go ahead.
disagree. There's nothing wrong with that. But hold on, let me finish. Make it home. That's all we want. We as women, mothers, whatever, we just want our men to just come home. Okay? That's it. At the end of the day, just make it home. I know out there is rough. The streets is unforgiving. Just make it home. Just make that decision to say, you know what? I'm going to fight this in the court as long as I live to fight it. Okay? I'm going to make a complaint as long as I live to make that complaint. I don't understand why is it so hard to get that. As a woman, a wife, a mother, a sister, I just want my family member to come home. That's it. And I'm sure a lot of women who was listening to this, they want the same thing too.
I'm going to put this out there because I forget a lot of stuff these days. But I'd like to do a show, and if anyone's out there on KWAZ Radio who wants to co-host the show, by all means, talk to me. I want to do a show where we look at case studies, so to speak, of Black people and police incidents. And I kind of want to do a thing where we talk about what's the threshold here? Where should the kowtowing stop? And as Zuli put it, the banging out begins. I think that's an important conversation to have with examples. Where does the kowtowing, the yes sir, the no sir, when does that stop? And if and when is there a case where that went too far? It's time to escalate. If I had to die on this hill today, so be it. I think that's a good conversation to have. So hit me up if you want to do that show one day. We spent a lot of time on that one topic. Let's go to the next one, but let's keep the same energy, all right? If you guys in the chat like that topic, drop a 1 for me or a fire emoji. Let the people up here know that you appreciated the topic. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is the African mode of production. Of course, this comes with a link. And you guys can continue the conversation on that first prompt in the chat. Not a problem. Go for it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. African mode of production.
Yeah, African mode of production, or AMP, is the way African political economies were organized in pre-colonial times. The AMP is composed of 5 elements. These 5 elements govern African political economies in the pre-colonial period. The first element of the AMP is generalized labor. This was public collectivized labor without pay for public infrastructure projects with the assurance of collective ownership of that infrastructure upon completion. Here we see the historical birth of the commons. Prominent examples of this generalized labor process are the Men's Dam, commissioned by Nasut Namr in ancient Kemi, along with the development of revolutionary Somalia under Siad Barre, as well as the Great Wall of Benin. The second feature of the AMP is the Universal Commons. Edward Blyden, in his work African Life and Customs, describes the inherent communalist component of African life in that all water, land, and employment existed and was distributed in a commons. This means that these were public resources used for the benefit of everybody, and that nobody in these African societies was meant to be left behind. The third element of the AMP is a domestic economy in rural regions. Cheikh Anta Diop, in his books Pre-Colonial Black Africa and the Cultural Unity of Black Africa, spoke about how the domestic economy in Africa was the diametric opposite of the capitalist economy, meaning that in rural areas of Africa, the economy functioned along familial lines. Families took care of each other. Families helped each other. Families pulled their resources together to strengthen their cultural ties. This is a quintessential feature of African political economies. The fourth feature of the AMP is the metropole. Now, today, when we look at the world and examine these metropolitan areas like New York, LA, DC, Paris, Tokyo, Rio, and Dubai, etc., we think that these originated with the West. But according to Cheikh Anta Diop in his book Civilization or Barbarism, the concept of the metropole as the focal point of the political economy originated in Africa. Common examples of African metropoles are Menether in ancient Kemi, Kerma in Kush, Ile-Ife of Oyo, and Fumban among the Bamun. The fifth element of the AMP is private sector socialism, or an economic democracy ran by workers based upon local traditions. This is private commerce with cultural regulations. This is what many African people know today as Susu. It was the way that African people planned their economy for preordained results that would benefit their community. They used customary regulations to develop their economy to produce optimal goods and services. This type of commerce within the AMP did not necessarily include the state at a macro level. However, local communities functioned as a micro-state. Dr. Okoth Agenda uses the inverted pyramid concept to illustrate the way land tenure functioned in pre-colonial Africa, with the immediate family having dominion over local decisions, ancestral lineage in the middle, and the general community at the foundation. A contemporary example of this are the Council Protocols of the Jamahiriya, formulated under Muammar Gaddafi's Third International Theory. Here, the occupational elements of social relations are more important in the provision of land access than private ownership. Dr. Asenji Afana in The Economy of West Africa, Perspectives on Development, affirms that Africa had experienced all types of pre-capitalist social formations, from small-scale communalism to large empires. In the 19th century, most of the civilizations on the continent were clan democracies. Though these clan democracies were slight deviations from the AMP in its most pristine state, Asenji Afana analyzes their African origin using the following four elements: jus sanguinis, or parentage-based nationality, in the absence of state intervention in local commercial affairs; a gerontocracy, and diplomatic treaties based upon cooperation and shared responsibilities; the existence of countermeasures against corruption by deep state institutions; and social life regulated by public opinion and pre-established conventions. According to Afana, the lack of class antagonisms in pre-colonial Africa originates in the absence of capital penetration on the continent. Capital is created when surplus value is secularized and individualized. In African economies, currencies functioned as commodity equivalents with socio-cultural significance that did not exist within a capital circuit. Here, surplus value was collectivized and distributed to the less fortunate. The structural utility of these currencies was made to move goods and services throughout regional zones to the benefit of the society as a whole. Some examples of African currencies are salt, cowries, gold dust, metallurgical items, and even fabric squares called chiguia. There is even an example of checks being used in pre-colonial Africa. Chancellor Williams, in his book Rebirth of African Civilization, states that capitalism did not exist during the Middle Ages. The usage of currencies for profit did not exist prior to the 12th century, and during this period, money was not a god nor the chief determinant and measure of values and success. From the 14th century onward, the desire for profit became the most powerful motive in the lives of men, and this is what led to the development of capitalism in the late 15th and early 16th century, coinciding with the Ma'afa and the international enslavement of African people by the ever-expanding European empires. Mama Marimba Ani states that the kuntu, the modality of expression, or conceptual modality, can be limiting or it can be liberating. The kuntu of capitalism is exploitative. It acts to mold the consciousness to perceive human relationships in terms of material power over the other. It is a modality of control. One of the most important connections between Christianity and technology since the colonial period is that missionary Christianism paves the way for capitalism and the European-centric market economy. Now, this draws a connection between the growth of the imperialist religions from the standpoint of Europe and the loss and the degradation of our original African systems of divine kingship. Dr. Walter Rodney, in his book How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, splits the African mode of production in the following systems: the Remen-Kimi system, the Nubian system, the Ethiopian system, the Maghreb system, the West African system of the Oya and Senegal River valleys, the Interlake Stream Zone system of the Great Lakes region, and the Zimbabwean system. All of these systems are defined by ecological and environmental veneration as a central component of the economy. According to Walter Rodney, though Africa was not capitalist, thriving commercial sectors, moneylenders, and strong handicraft industries were prominent elements of the AMP. An example of this is the Dahomey Cowrie storage house called the Aquejo that were designed for protection from fire and theft. Their owners functioned as money holders for others who deposited their savings in the storehouses of their wealthy neighbors for greater security. These savings were used in loans to third parties. The primary difference between this system and modern banking is that these money holders charge depositors for using their storehouses rather than using interest to attract funds. Now, this has been a brief overview of the AMP. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one.
So I already see where folks aren't liking the what they think is the socialism in this piece, but I wanted to put it up because we have continental Africans who pass through an educational system, history classes. I want to see how well it matches up with their understanding, and I also want to see. I also want to see what is still useful and what can be used today. A lot of people don't like socialism when they hear anything around it. I do believe what was being discussed was really communalism. But a lot of people hear socialism and think, well, now I just have to eat a slice of bread and have to share with everyone else. That's not really the truth of communalism. We've heard Gas talk about this a lot between the Black Pentagrammers and his appearances here on how traditional Africa used to be. in terms of you sold the surplus or what have you. So you still made your bread. After you were able to feed everyone, you could still make your bread. That's not changing anything. But this thing that we're under now, this creation of the white man that we're under now, this thing of dog eat dog, that's unnecessary. And they know it's unnecessary. Listen, I was in the hospital the other day visiting someone. And the person, they brought out 2 drinks of Glucerna for this person, right? And I heard the nurse say, "Oh no, if you don't drink those, we throw it away. We don't take it back anywhere. Once it goes to a patient's room, if they refuse it, then we just throw it away." And I'm thinking, man, how many people are refusing this shit that's just being tossed away, but it's justified in this reality that we live in. It's justified. There's folks who can't afford to buy that stuff to regulate their blood sugar. Fuck it, we'll throw it away by the dozens. We'll throw it away by the dozens. But community doesn't deal in that way. Community will say, okay, well, since you guys in here didn't want, we'll find some less fortunate or someone so that the labor that went into this thing to produce this thing isn't wasted and someone can benefit. But that's not what the reality that they have us living in looks like right now. It's justified for people to be destitute on the street and starving and dying. That's silliness to me. That's silliness to me. From what I understand, we didn't originally have that kind of concept amongst ourselves before we interacted with these people. So I'm going to be very curious to hear from our continental Africans. In fact, let me start now. Let's hear from Brother Tezzy. Tezzy, what say you to what you just saw, the African mode of production? Was that sensible? Are we capable of going back to that? Speak to us on your thoughts about it. Is Tezzy not there? That great introduction. Gas them up. Are you there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. What say you to what you just saw?
No, I think, listen, for me, I'm not, let me just put it out there. I'm not smart. I'm just a guy who copies smart people. So for me, though, just my little opinion is that this is a great starting point. And I think for me, my criticism oftentimes is people stay at the starting point, right? It's a great starting point. I think Tam will do a great job exploring, because, we've talked about, like, for example, when we say Newtonianism, right, we talk about mass. Newton also injects the idea of limits, right? And Koku, you're a science guy. You know about his idea of calculus and limits. And then you know about these Cartesian coordinates, right? This X and Y axis. So when you impose or you merge the two together, this Newtonian concept of limits, and you mix it with, that's where we get our modern day, the parabolas and all these things. And that's where you get your demand and supply, right? But here's the kicker. Here's the real conspiracy, right? That not conspiracy, but everyone knows, right? For the most part, or we should be aware that Adam Smith is the guy who talks about what? The so-called wealth of nations. Adam Smith, right? But here's what most people don't know. Adam Smith basically took Newton's theory and applied it to so-called human economics. I'm going to say that again. People don't realize that Adam Smith was basically rehashing what Newton had already created in his worldview with his, Newtonianism, and just said, I can apply that to man. And it's not a coincidence that this is birthed, and that's where Foucault comes into play with the order of things, right? Where you get all these words, biology, sociology, right? Anthropology. But what is that ology? They say it's logic or the study of, but no, logic is it's deeper than just the so-called study of, right? Because when we're looking at logic, now we got to look at people like, Bertrand Russell. We got to look at Wittgenstein and what would and how they're, because the West, these logisticians, and Tan is way more advanced than me in this stuff, right? She can break all this stuff down. So this is what's going on when we think of so-called political economy. That's totally devoid. That entire discourse, everything I just said, you can't say this in any African language. Now, what we've done a lot of times is we transcribe or we transliterate or we find examples, and we try to use those examples as translations. And so the one example on the show with the Black Panthers, we talked about prostitution, right? So the European will say, oh, it's the world's oldest profession. No, that's your oldest profession. No woman in Africa was shaking her ass for 5 cowrie shells. Why would she? She wasn't hungry. She wasn't starving. There was no woman, that's unmarried, some single mother with 3 kids in the village running wild, talking about, village star, that didn't exist, right? So what the modern African will try to do is he might find one off example of something and then try to say, well, let's merge them together. The best example of what I'm saying, and I know I'm saying a lot, but if you look at with so-called religion, the missionary Samuel Ajayi Crowther amongst the Yoruba, he says that Eshu, because he couldn't find an example of the so-called devil or Satan in the Bible, but the closest thing he could find was the trickster deity called Eshu, which is also the crossroads. Ironic, Eshu, ESU, is also found in Jesus or Jesus, and Eshu is the god of the crossroads. And Jesus died on the cross. But that's neither here nor there. I don't want to get pentagrammar on you guys, right? Let me get back to the economy. So you can see what happens when we make those mistakes. So now many Africans today, particularly Nigerians, Yorubas, they say, in Jesus' name, Eshu, I cast you, Eshu, I bind you, Eshu. And they say, what the hell are you talking about? Eshu ain't the devil. Are you on drugs? But you can't tell them that. They believe it, but Eshu doesn't mean devil. Even the word devil just means doer of evil. Satan means adversary. The Catholic Church will tell you that there's no hellfire. Jesus didn't believe in a hellfire. There's no hellfire in the Hebrew worldview, right? So the rudiments of these people's discourse, we have to be very, very careful of engaging with this. So now, I said all of that to say, it is a starting point, this video. We didn't have an economy. I can even push and say, like he mentioned the Benin Moat. The Benin Moat was not built to aid the state. It was built to keep people in because people were escaping Benin. My people left Benin, the Isokos, the Urobos, the Ishans. They were leaving Benin en masse because there was an issue with the Ogisos and the Ewekwe dynasty, the current Oba, right, in Edo today. And so people were leaving en masse, so he built that moat to keep people in. It was actually to keep people there. With that said, we didn't have an economy. Nobody was sitting down there trucking and bartering goods. We didn't have Homo economicus in Africa. It didn't exist. People lived on the land. They followed the rains. And that is why Africa has the most genetic diversity in the world. There's more genetic diversity in Africa than the rest of the world combined. It's not a coincidence, right? They have the tallest people and the smallest people, thinnest people and probably the fattest people, even though I think some other groups have beaten them now, right? So the point is that when we say these things, we had an economy, what we're doing is we're taking modern day conceptions and we're pushing them backwards. And that's a problem. We shouldn't be doing that. I think we can do that again on an introductory level to, get us as a map, to get us away from the Muzungu. But when we're really doing the real scholarship, we have to be very careful of those things. So I don't agree that we had an economy. Nobody was trading goods to, like a supermarket like eBay. No. People had land, they grew what was on their land, they ate, and what was extra, if you wanted to, you went to the markets, and the markets were regulated. right? Some groups had a 5 market day week, some had a 3 market day week, some had a 4 market day week, right? Time was flexible, even though time doesn't exist, but it was flexible. They bent time depending on where you were, right? So these are all things. Currency, for example, right? Cowries. Cowries are not native to West Africa. There's only one species. Almost all the cowries that are in West Africa today are imported. They imported billions, if not trillions. What did that do? That monetized the African economy. And I argue that things like Susu and all these debt relations are as a direct result of this commodification of the West African economy, which is the underpinning and the fight that happened along the lines of that so-called slave trade, the real slave genocide. You had those who did not want to go along with the Mzungu system, and you had those who wanted to go along with the Mzungu system. And there was a lot of betrayal that was going on. And there's so many examples of that. You can read the book, The Two Princes of Calabar, you know. So why were these, there's a great article, what did the Africans get for their so-called slaves? A master list. You can read it, it's on Google. It's a PDF, great article. You can check it out and start seeing. They got top hats, mirrors, pipes, guns, all these commodities from the West. These African prints that you see everybody wearing. Oh, so beautiful, colorful. It comes from Holland. It's Dutch West Africa print. They were trying to give that to the Indians. The Indians had Madras cloth. The Indians said, hell no, I don't want it. We ain't buying that crap. They said, who's the next best thing? And then, you know, black people. So I'll stop talking, but, you know, remember earlier, on the earlier episode, I said we didn't have an economy. The idea of an economy is a European thing, and everybody was up in arms. I hope I may have explained it a lot better, but I'll stop talking for now.
No, I appreciate that. That's why I wanted to bring this topic from last week, because hold on a second. I wanted to bring this since last week because I do want to hear from the continental Africans on, you know, how this vibes with their understanding of history, etc. So I appreciate that, Gas. Who was it who was speaking just now?
Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry, I missed the question there. I was actually catching up on the video.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Did you see the video?
Yeah, I've seen the video. So, first of all, I think me and Gastimap, we usually disagree in many things. One of the things we've actually talked is that Africa didn't have an economy. Actually, Africa did. I feel like, Africa is also diverse. So maybe in West Africa, there's a difference between South Africa, West Africa, East Africa. But I am personally, I'm from East Africa, and from the history of East Africa, we actually had an economy. It wasn't the mainstream type or the type of economy that, maybe the Western method of doing things, but in the Great Lakes region, really, the economy, what was considered currency, because I've seen here in the video, I've seen in West Africa, the currency was a lot of cowrie shells and a lot of physical. But in East Africa, the currency was cattle, like cows, chickens, sheep, all this. That was the currency. So a lot of trade was happening in terms of cattle. Like you buy something, maybe you get a chicken, you give up a chicken, and you buy something. And in a very interesting way, if you look at it the way inflation and all that, because these animals reproduced, I don't know, it was a very, if you look at it deeper, it was actually a very fascinating way of, it's a very fascinating currency that actually also expands as the population expands. So second of all, there is actually, I'm going to give an example of the Kikuyu economy. That's a tribe in Kenya, the Kikuyu. They actually had methods of literally dividing land, property, division of property, inheritance of property, and all the way till trading and all that, buying and selling. So there are so many methods in which Africans used to trade, because in the end of the day, you can't you can't just live off the land. You have to need that. Trade is just human nature. It's not just African or Western nature. It's just human nature to trade. So to me, one of the things that I found fascinating when I actually read about East African history, let me just be more specific. I even saw that there were, not only did we even have systems of economy, we actually had even war economies where the people like the US and the Maasai, I know the guys are familiar with the Maasai. Now there were different types of Maasai people. It wasn't just one tribe. They used to be like the Northern Maasai, Southern Maasai, the US and Gishu Maasai. Now a tribe of Maasai, their work was just being mercenaries. Their work was mercenary. So they will fight your war, they will fight your tribal war for you, and you give them cattle. And that's how they managed to amass a lot of wealth during actually the 1800s. It's not that far. It's actually during the 1800s. So the question you asked is, maybe should we go back to that economy? I don't think we should. I think culture is dynamic, right? Like, we cannot, the way we are right now, the way Africa has evolved, it's not even that we should, it's even impossible for us to go back. I think we should accept that where we are culturally as a continent, there is no going back. It's always just looking forward and adapting to the system that is already here. And I see some African countries like Ghana are trying to adapt even more by backing their currency with the gold and using all these creative methods in which they should survive the game that is the current capitalist economy that is. So I feel like we should be doing that. We should be having more creative methods or more innovative methods to succeed in this capitalist globe, other than going back, regressing to a method that our ancestors used. I don't think that will be good for the whole society as Africa, because it will mean that we have not even progressed. That it's like, because we should always embrace progress. We should always embrace new ideas, because that's how our ancestors did. They didn't just stick to one culture. They've always been evolving and changing. So we should also do the same. And that's my point. So I don't think we should go back. We should all just embrace. And we should also appreciate our history. No, I'm not saying we shouldn't appreciate our history. We should also appreciate our history, the way you've shown that in that video, that I've actually learned a lot of stuff too. So it's always good to appreciate where we came from, not to think of our ancestors as just, also admiring, because a lot of our history is trying to be whitewashed, or is hidden or purposely hidden. And a lot of Africans, not just African Americans or Black people in the globe, the diaspora, but even Africans, a lot of them don't know their history because of colonization. They feel like their ancestors are just swinging on trees.
So you still haven't contended with the idea that so are you trying to tell me that amongst East Africans, they had an idea of political economy, they had the idea of applying Newtonian concepts of physics to human behavior? Because you see, that I think for me, that's where we disagree. The definitions are specific. I'm not going to say Africans had an economy. I can argue they had commerce, or they had commercial activity and commercial relations, but an economy along the lines of the strict definition, who gave us the concept of an economy. Political economy, you can trace it back to Adam Smith. He codifies it into a corpus. And the origins, you start to see the seeds of it with people like Machiavelli and his writing on the state. You can read Kantorowicz, right? The king has two bodies. So I think the problem is that when we hear economy, we feel like, oh, we're being left out. And it's like, no, we're not being left out. We just didn't have a discourse for it. And that's not a bad thing. That doesn't mean we're backward. Even the idea of progress, you should read a book. And tell you one thing about me, anything I tell you, you can check it out. I'm going to always give you sources if you want. Right? There's a great book called The Idea of Progress, and then you should read the other book called The History of the Idea of Progress. Right? You can trace and see that that's something that's entirely, again, a European phenomenon. It's this, again, I can say Newtonian, this idea that things are Another person who took it was Malthus, right, where he says population is increasing geometrically while the food production is increasing arithmetically. So it's this linear idea of time. It comes from a European discourse. So again, that's why I push back on you to say, I'm not saying that, people didn't have commercial relations. I'm saying the question at point is, did we have an economy? And if I'm going to use the European concept of economy, they're the ones who are giving us the definitions. We're using their words. We didn't have that. But does that mean we were backward? Does that mean we were inefficient? No. Right? All throughout Africa, you have examples of people having brain surgeries. You have examples of people having vaccinations, right? You have examples of C-sections. So many innovations. Mathematics, you can read Ron Eglash and his work on fractals in the building of African villages, particularly West Africa. You can look at our divination system. So we had all the scientific triumphs and things that we can be proud of. But again, did we have a Newtonian economy? Hell no, we didn't. Did we have an Adam Smith political economy? Hell no, we didn't. But does that mean we were backward? And that's my pushback to you, Tezzy. It's like, I think sometimes you might feel that, no, gas, we did have it. And it's like, we didn't have it. According to their strict definition of what this is, we didn't have that. Okay. The Messiah don't have a discourse for that.
Okay. Let me answer you, my brother. I went to a university. I went to African University, right? University of Nairobi. And in my first year, there is the economic history of Africa. That is actually a unit that is taught in the University of Nairobi. Probably most Kenyan university, or even probably most African university, you learn the economic history of your country before colonization. So when I speak, I'm not speaking, when I say that there was an economy, this is something that we are taught in the universities by our own professors, African professors, and they discuss this.
What's the book?
And
you see what he's done is he's dodged what I said. I'm not debating.
The book is called Economic History of Kenya.
Yes, but Tezzy, listen.
That's the name of the book. Let me give another book.
Okay, give the book, because I want to be clear, because I want you to understand, I am not debating the so-called economic history of Kenya and what you learned in the university, my brother. Please. Sometimes it's like, I don't know if I'm speaking Latin to you. I'm going to say it again. Tezzy, the people who use the word economy, political economy, the origins come from Newton and Adam Smith. There's no debating that. It's not gas them up. I'm not a smart guy. The origins are there. F what any African scholar says. The origins come from the Europeans. So my contention is there is not what that I have seen where there is a discourse where people are applying Newtonian concepts of physics to their commercial activity in Africa. So regardless of what a Kenyan or a Nigerian scholar will tell me that we had commercial relations, yes, trade has always existed, but specifically an economy. And what does the word economy mean? It comes from the Greek word, even though they mistranslated what the Greeks originally meant by economy. The political economy, going back to Adam Smith, the wealth of nations, that is devoid in African discourse. That's what I'm telling you, Tezzy. And I think it's like you ignore it or you're not contending with it. So please don't ignore it. That's what I'm saying. The origins of these definitions, economy, political economy, come from Adam Smith and Isaac Newton. So are you telling me that we have that Newtonian and Adam Smith concept in African systems? Is that what you're telling me?
Okay, first of all, I don't know what Newton said about economy, or I don't know what those guys said. I know what African professors, African scholars say. That's the thing.
Tezzy, so please, I beg you, with whatever you believe in, before you fight gas them up, I get it. I'm dumb. Forget gas them up. But please, you have Google, my brother. Forget the ego. Just humble us.
It's not ego. It's not ego. You learn from those guys. I learn from my own African professors. So we have different sources. That's not. It's not ego or something.
No, it's the ego because, again, I'm telling you that the people who originate what we're discussing come from Europe. And it's sad. It pains me that you're a smart guy. You can open up a tab right now and find out if Gas Them Up is making it up or if it's true. And if it's true, then you can contend with it and say, okay, well, this is what they said. This is what my African professors say. But it's kind of like an arrogance on your part, in my opinion, where it's like, I don't care what they say. This is what the Africans say. And I think that's bad scholarship. And you know it and I know it. That's just bad scholarship.
Okay, I understand but when we're talking about Africa, when you're talking about Africa, who are you going to listen to? Like, are you going to listen to the African professor who has studied all this stuff, or are you going to listen to Newton? I don't know, I don't even know what you're trying to say. You're saying that there is no economy in Africa. If you look at the definition of economy, clearly, I can just Google the definition of economy and see if it doesn't fit Africa. It's not that. But I don't know about the Newtonian or Adam Smith.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. So
an economy. Okay, let me just I've just Googled it. An economy is an area of the production, distribution, and trade, as well as the consumption of goods and services.
Tezzy, don't be disingenuous. I didn't ask you for the definition of what Google says an economy is. I'm asking you, I'm telling you, if we look at the history of what we call an economy, the origins, the people who came up with that discourse of the word economy come from Europe. We can find it with Adam Smith, right? The Wealth of Nations, political economy. No Maasai, no Kikuyu, no Oromo, no Yoruba, no Igbo was talking about the wealth of nations. None of them were talking about that.
They are talking about wealth, though. Wealth was recognized as a thing. It was a thing.
Wait, you see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. And that's why I gave the example. You see, what you've just done is the same thing that Ajayi Crowther did. He said, oh, the Yoruba, he couldn't find devil, the exact Christian term of devil. So what he was doing, he now says he uses the trickster god Eshu and says, well, this is the closest representation. So yes, we did have devil, and that's Eshu. And it's caused confusion ever since. So what I'm pleading with you, don't make that same mistake. I'm not telling you again that there was not commercial activity, but the idea of a wealth of a nation. Remember, no one had passports. You didn't have boundaries and nation-state boundaries that were drawn on a map, right? These things are arbitrary. We didn't have that in Africa. So I'm saying that strict definition of an economy comes from Europe. We don't have that discourse. We may have examples of things.
What is your definition of an economy?
It's not my definition. It's the people who used it. The definition of the political economy, you can go and check Adam Smith. He is the person who puts it in writing in his book, The Wealth of Nations. That is the beginning of what we call an economy. It's not a coincidence, right? Think about it, Tezzy. It's not a coincidence that the first term you hear called millionaire comes from who? John Law, a criminal, by the way. It's ironic his last name was Law, from France. And he is the first person, he wrote a book, him and David Ricardo are the ones who took Adam Smith's work and even pushed it further. They argued for a central bank. They argued about rent. You guys can, you can check this out. These are political treaties. These are all corpuses that they write. No one in Kikuyu land was writing a treatise on how to be a cattle millionaire. You get what I'm trying to say, Tezzy? So I'm not saying it's but like
they were, but you see, what you're saying existed. There were treaties between the Kikuyu and the Maasai, especially when it comes to property.
I mean treaties, like a writing. I don't mean like a peace treaty. I mean like a treatise, right? There was no writing. There was nothing that somebody wrote down on a piece of paper, on a document, right? A corpus that they said, this is a political economy of the Kikuyu. It didn't exist.
But there is writing. There is writing. Oh, you're telling me, okay, let me tell you something. Let me ask you something.
You're telling me now that you can find what the exact equivalent of what Adam Smith and what he copied from Newton, you can find that in Kikuyu land. Are you being serious right now, Tezzy?
No. I don't know. Okay, first of all, I don't know. Okay, I don't know what Newton or Adam Smith.
So
I don't know what you're talking about, but when you're talking about,
why wouldn't you check it out, Tezzy? I've been telling you this stuff.
Let me speak, please.
I've been telling you this stuff for months. You haven't even Googled it once. Isn't that arrogance?
I
No,
understand.
check it out.
Have
Check
you
it out.
googled about what I've told you? Like, okay, let me say something. Let me say, I don't know about Adam Smith and yeah.
Yeah, Tezzy, make your point, because remember we have other panelists too, so I got to get to the other
Yeah.
guys.
Okay.
So make your point, and then I'll go to the other guys. But go ahead.
Okay, I don't know about Adam Smith or Newton or all these guys you're talking about. I haven't studied their works. But when you give me a definition like treatise that people, I can tell you, oh yeah, that happened over here. When you give me a like a definition, I will tell you if this happened or didn't happen. But if you just mention names about Newton or Adam Smith, I don't know what they wrote about. So I'm not going to understand what they said is in the African context. But if you give me a definition, I can literally pinpoint to you, okay, yeah, this happened between these two tribes. They had this type of treaty. It involved this amount of cattle and this amount of land. You see, I can give you that. That's all I can say. But in the end of the day, the book is called An Economic History of Kenya. It's the author is William Robert Ocheng and Robert M. Maxon. It was published in 1992. It's a very educative book. It talks about the history of Kenya before even colonization, trade. The other books I can put, like the Southern Kikuyu, the history of the Southern Luo, and I think there are a couple of books I can. If for those who, I think I'll just put it in the comment section. But there are a couple of books you can read about the economics of East Africa or the Great Lakes region as a whole.
All right, drop those titles. Drop those titles for us in the comment section if you don't mind. Let's hear from Yana B. Let's change it up a little bit. Yana B, you saw the video. You've heard the discussions going on. What say you to all of it?
I am pretty much just learning most of this stuff, but to your question that you asked, I think right now we as Africans all over the world, practically, we're living in a subculture environment, and we live under the premises of capitalism. I, for one, I'm a capitalist, and I'm very proud. Not to say that if something else comes up where it will definitely benefit my people, I'll continue to be a capitalist, but I'm still learning pretty much all of this, so I'll pass the mic.
Thank you for that, Yana B. I think fundamentally we are kind of asking the question of do we try to get better in their game, or do we try to get out of their game and do our own thing? So that's kind of why I put this up here. Let's hear from Carl. Carl, what say you? Carl, still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry about that. Okay, so cut the volume. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think that we're going to have to change the methods and modes of production that exist currently as we live in, if we want to survive as an organized society, as human beings, because capitalism is set up for for the benefit of the 1%. The masses of people don't benefit from capitalism. In fact, the extraction of wealth through capitalism is geared toward omnicide. So I don't have as much knowledge as others about political or how things were fashioned in ancient Africa. They did have they had states, they had governments, so they had to have some method of production. So I think that we're going to have to, maybe not, we can't really go back. What's done is done. We can't go back. But I think we're going to have to take that, learn what we can from it and try to build on that history, because, I mean, as things exist now, it can't continue. I know many of you, my brothers on here, don't agree with my assessment of the ecology and, global climate change, but, capitalism does accelerate those issues. So even if you don't believe in that, we do have to, return to more sustainable methods of production. And I think looking at what was done throughout history in our mother continent is where we should start first. And I'm going to pass the mic.
Sorry, I was talking with the mic muted. My bad. Thank you for that, Carl. Let's hear from Razulism.
Political economy. I don't think you could win at their game. You could try. You will win individualistically. And I don't agree with the brother that said we can't go back. One of the symbols in West Africa, the Akan people, is Sankofa. It's to go back and retrieve. So I don't know, but in this game right now, they're too far ahead. And if I was them, I wouldn't let y'all catch up. So what do you think they're gonna let? Why would they let you catch up? So the way to catch up is to confront them economically, which is gonna lead to, you know what? They're not gonna let you control your own national resources without pushing back on you, throwing embargoes, sanction, creating economic hitmans and all of that. So I mean, I think the communal way, I think the group should be over the individual, but that's just me. I don't know.
Thank you for that, Razuli. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I mean, I think that I'm what Gas was talking about as far as like West Africa and the communalism. I think, and what the brothers were saying, I think both of them can almost be true at the same time. I do understand communal wealth in the idea that having family wealth and basically clans of collections of family, that kind of wealth, that is beneficial. That thing, that if you have a business and you are able to, adding value is not un-African. You know what I'm saying? Let's be clear. You know what I'm saying? Having value and creating something of a better quality that attracts more people and you're able to obtain a higher return on that is not un-African. I think that can be done collectively. You know what I'm saying? One person can't take care of a herd of cattle going to East Africa. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a whole bunch of people, a whole families to make sure that your various herds are good and taken care of. And adding on to making sure that I think that I'm not sure. Maybe Tizzy can answer this. And you know what I'm saying? Any people anyone who basically, people are able to breed cattle and to improve the quality of cattle. This isn't anything that you need like Mendel and that hereditary science to understand. I think people can understand dominant strains of things, you know what I'm saying, without referring to Euro. Although there are things that minds do see that other minds necessarily have not seen, perhaps, though it could be a sense that I like to think that in order to build, you know what I'm saying, we're going to talk about force equals mass times acceleration. You know what I'm saying? That if you're going to carry heavy stones, you know what I'm saying, the size of a pyramid, you got to have some basic understanding of that. And that maybe, Newton, Hotep, you know what I'm saying, was around. We just didn't know, you know what I'm saying, a lot of those scrolls that were burnt or stolen in, you know what I'm saying, in the Alexandria or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? I would like to give our people a little bit more inherent credit that we did know mathematical sciences, and that when you kind of are wind up in fights and stuff and you get scrambled, you can't study like you used to, and things are forgotten. And that, and sometimes a lot of that stuff can be kind of, we wind up intuitively building on those concepts through culture. We might not talk about gravity and actually had it formulaically, understood, but we, in our cultures, we understand things go down and the rate of that. We can kind of understand that. I think that, the whole idea of, again, the idea of money as in like a currency, with the cowrie of needing something to tangibly note a value of something, because the value may go up and down a lot more sensitively over time, as opposed to something more close to a barter system where the rates of exchange can be more stably, maybe it's 2 cows per 3 goats, but it might have to be changed where it's 5 cows to 3, 7 go, you know what I'm saying? The rates can be a little bit more softly adjusted. Whereas if you have fluctuations in prices, the prices go up overnight. And you need twice as many cowrie shells. And I mean, I'm just saying that I think that, you know, when we're talking about Newton and Adam Smith, again, the timelines of saying that Newton could have influenced the economic climate in Africa, but that couldn't have happened before his birth per se. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You can't talk about Newton before Newton, and slavery happened before Newton. I mean, they were enslaving them in the late 1400s, 1500s. You know what I'm saying? Newton was born in what was it, 1640, 1650 odd. You know what I'm saying? So like, and then you got to realize he was young, and then he has to go and study, and then professionally be established at the point in which you can say that Newtonian stuff is relating to what's going on the ground at that point in time. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's kind of retroactive to say that, but not to say that there isn't really, you know what I'm saying? It's not to say that Newton didn't influence the policymakers in Europe at that time. You know what I'm saying? Some of them might have thought that he was kind of, you know, well, he was in England. There's always people who disagree with what people are saying at any given time. People, and then over time, their studies and their sciences, you know what I'm saying, are found to be more and more refined, to be more and more accurate. I just think that, again, it's like when you're disrupted, it's hard to create the kind of like societal stability that says that, you know, we have an economy, or that we are able to objectively circumscribe the terms of which that is. I mean, we didn't necessarily have a central bank, but I'm sure someone in Africa was kind of aware of the valuation of things, as it were. I'm a yield on that.
Yeah, I think what Gas was saying is that we did things differently, and what happens is, as a response to this European encounter, we start shoehorning things that we did, or in fact, they started shoehorning things that we did into their concept, but it's really not the same thing. So I think that's what he was saying primarily. Let me hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, we'll see you.
So thank you, Carl, for putting the definition. It says the last thing that it says about an economy is the management of scarce resources. So in the video, that video was a good one, especially with the emphasis on communalism, which is unfortunately, we have learned to only think of things in terms of language instead of in terms of the concept. And that is why sometimes it is also good to look at things, you know, from outside, because we don't really see how much we are entwined into, you know, our thoughts are entwined into the language. So when we talk about, you know, the basics of the two economies, one is like how Ga said, the crux of the matter is the scarcity. When you're starting from a mentality of scarcity, you're going to have a very different, you know, frame of reference from somebody who's starting from a frame of surplus. So the basics of an economy is scarcity. Even when you look at Malthus with his, you know, there's going to be too many people for the food. It's in terms of scarcity. Everything that they look at is in terms of scarcity. So that mentality alone, before we even get to the barter trading and the currency, it shows you how different, you know, our, you know, whatever, you know, our relationship to wealth was to them. And also, we didn't, I wouldn't say we had currency. We had ways of determining value. Currency is just one way of determining value. You can determine value with different ways, and currency is not even the most accurate one. You know, putting a money value on something on a rock, it could be something that is simply sentimental value, where something that is actually practical is cheaper. So even this whole idea of money and value and all that, that's that's a ludicrous and very temperamental way to put a value to things. So already we have the idea of scarcity, then we have this idea of a monetary value. You see, even Tezi, when you're saying, oh, we had currency like cattle, you're making cattle into currency, and that was not it. For example, when dowry, you wouldn't say, oh, you're paying for the woman. The meaning of dowry would be very different from, let's say, you're not selling the woman. She's being shown her value. So if you try to make everything fit a certain category, you will. Even this whole capitalism, socialism thing, this is something that some of these Africans who went abroad studied. They found these very cool sounding ideas, and they're like, whoa, and it's like, oh yeah, we do that too. Nyerere was like, yeah, Ujamaa, we practice our socialism, and they were attracted to socialism and communism because it felt most familiar to what they were practicing. But the Tanzanians who had been practicing that for the longest time, they had not put it down and codified it and given it a name, or maybe they did, but it was more of a practice than a philosophy, a principle, a mentality, rather than let's put it in words and give it a name and kill people overly. You simply practice it. You observe something and then you define it, rather than define something then try to make it into being. You see,
10 is scarcity and limits, is there an equivalent in your opinion?
Yes, of course, because you're always trying to satisfy. It would be like a negative, more like an asymptote. You're trying to fill a void that can never be filled. You're trying to come to a point that you can never reach, and you're constantly running out of resources. So it's like a negative infinity, just looping on each other. So however much you accumulate, you're still going to have that need, almost in a logarithmic relationship with with your wants. So you'll never be able to satisfy it, because you always start from a point of scarcity. And then the other thing is this, the whole demand and supply. That's the other tenet of this one. We all know, like everybody here knows about the that whole demand and supply lines, where if something goes up, something goes down, blah blah blah. That was also trying to map human behavior on a 2D map, the same way that Descartes was trying to map space-time into two-dimensional. It's handy for a thought experiment, and it works for abstractions, but it's very very way off for humans. There's just too many unpredictabilities, and then on top of that, then you have to factor in the state and government, and then you have to factor in, so those things, it was not accurate to what the data that they were trying to put on paper. So that whole supply demand, I'm not even talking any names, we all know this stuff. So you're trying to make humans who you already say that they are irrational. That's the whole basis of economics, that human beings are irrational. But then you're putting them on a scale as if they're going to act rationally. Like, that's just a fundamental contradiction within that whole system. You're expecting irrational beings to act rationally and to say, oh, if the price goes up a certain way, now I will go have, and then you're expecting them to also have infinite knowledge of the market and so on. Most people are simply going to take what they're given and what they can afford. So economists are way off base. And sorry, I don't have my references at hand right now, but I can send you some stuff about how economists are wrong, and they are arrogant, and they don't care about the people that they claim to talk about. They want so bad to have the numbers on their side and to be respected, that they don't really care. They're like those charity workers who go into African nations, those NGOs, and purport to give you that whole, oh, we're here to help, blah blah blah, and they're all rich and going on safaris and enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing, and they're doing worse. So okay, so what I can say is the principle of the matter. It's not so much the system that you're under, is the principle. If the principle is communalism, that everybody in the society is supposed to be taken care of, if the widows and the orphans are supposed to be taken care of, then you'll build your economy around those principles. Then you'll say, we'll put some money together, like the Muslims do. They have their own charity fund where they put money together and they say every one of us is going to be taken care of. Every one of us is going to have a job. We're going to have, businesses. We're going to support each other. Same thing with so many other groups. It's not a new concept. So, that's all, the Africans were doing. They were just saying that, everybody is supposed to be taken care of. The children, there's not going to be orphans, and we're not going to build orphanages. Children are going to be taken care of within the family. We're not going to have nursing homes and prisons and all these things. This is how we're going to build not our economy. I don't know how you describe it, but that's how you're going to build your society. So once you have your principles, then you build your life around it. I'll leave it there.
I appreciate that, Tan. I really do. I like this, what Lero said in the chat. She says, not understanding the nation game will lead Africans to their demise. I've also been showing the titles of the books Tezzy mentioned earlier. I put those on screen. So if you listen to the playback, just look at the screen. You'll see the books. If you're interested, you can check it out. But not understanding the nation game will lead Africans to their demise. Let me welcome in someone who's nation-minded, last I checked. Oni, how are you this week?
Well, go on, man. I'm cool. I'm good.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Did you see the video?
No, I missed the video. I jumped in on a little bit of the discussion, but I missed the video.
Well, the video was about traditional African modes of production, and the conversation has gone a few different places. It's about the history, the truth of the history. But what are your thoughts about communalism? At least give us that before I move on to someone who saw the video.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say was, because I heard the conversation on economics. I want to say this though, because I read Adam Smith. What Adam Smith does, well, one thing that I noticed that Adam Smith said was that he said the three wealthiest nations in history were China, India, and ancient Egypt. And then a part of his study was to look into these different economies. But also, I don't think he was dismissive of let's say the urban, like rural economies, and so on and so forth. So I would not say that that he invented let's say economics, but I mean I could see where somebody would say political economics, particularly the field of political economy. I would say that at least for the Westerner, but I could also add onto that conversation that the Arabs, although we don't really read them, they did have a lot of economic literature, economics related literature, including conversations that mirrored Marx's description of not just the alienation of labor, but also what they say, I guess the revolution of labor over the bourgeoisie in a sense. So the Arabs had that, and so I can't say what the manuscripts in Timbuktu were, but one, when we say what did the East Africans have, the East Africans had a really intimate relationship with the Arabs, and then two, when Timbuktu also has in West Africa also has this deep relationship with the Arabs. And I want to say, just to add on to that Europe during the right after during the Renaissance also has this deep relationship with the Arab scholarship. So it's not really clear. What happens is that white people kind of whitewash history, and they kind of say, oh, we had the Dark Ages, then the Renaissance, and so on and so forth. But realistically, especially since I don't remember if we're saying that we write in their letters, or we write in their numbers. Yeah, we write in their numbers or something like that. But because the Arabs were at one point some sort of global superpower, but like they're kind of written out of like Wazungu's history. It seems like white people, like Europeans, just kind of invented things and nothing else was going on. And I'm not trying to give the Arabs much credit, but what I would say is that, and because I don't think that the Arabs themselves originated this knowledge. What happens is, it's well known that they took over Egypt, and that has like a tremendous factor as well. But I would say that, like economies or even like and like if we could read Arab, we probably could say political economies. And then not just that, but like even like religious documents tend to hint at some sort of economy. And yeah, so I would say like that's what I could say to that conversation. As far as communalism, yeah, see, I would have to have seen the video, but I think that in regards to communalism, like it's just another form. It's just another economic form. Like, and that's the thing I want. I want to say that anybody can do any economy. You just need to get a group of people to do it. And that's like one of the things that we tend to overlook is that realistically, you just need a group of people or a nation to go along with something, and then it can be done. As far as socialism is concerned, it's not realistic. But that's just. But I think that also adds to the other aspect to it, which is that we tend to say it's either capitalism or socialism, when realistically that's like I feel like that's a false dichotomy that Europeans made because as other people say, if you look up the etymology of capitalism per se, like it really was a word that some satirists made up to make fun of rich people. It's not really an economy. So it really doesn't make sense for anybody to say like when somebody says and I'm not really saying anything about because I only heard Yona say she was a capitalist, and that's fine. But what I'm saying is that usually it's a false dichotomy in the sense that when we look into like Adam Smith, for instance, he doesn't like the word capitalism comes much after him, and as well as laissez-faire kind of thing comes much after him, and he wasn't advocating for laissez-faire himself. So it's just like, so I mean, I don't want to say too much, but that's what I like I would say that whatever economy you want to do, I mean, the basics of economy, I think was kind of outlined by Adam Smith, but like it was pretty much just commerce, and like everybody was doing it, and he also acknowledged that everybody was doing it. It's not like nobody was doing it. He was just kind of studying different people who were doing it and saying, well, the best way to do it is to practice protectionism, which kind of like parallels, it kind of parallels socialism, but not to the extreme that socialism is a transitory economy to communism.
I appreciate that, Oni. Let's get to Buana. Buana, you heard everything everyone had to say. Now what say
Yes,
you?
sir. Oh, first let me say this. Shout out to Oni Tassetti, the only actor on the panel tonight. Oni, let me just say that, listen, bro, Tanzan speaks fluent Swahili. Get with her, she'll help you with that Swahili with a price, of course. But get with her, she'll process you, be able to help you with that Swahili, bro. But a lot of things.
There's like 10 women in Tanzania that want to teach me.
Don't even go there. Don't even go there. But let me just first say that I am a private enterprise guy. I'm a private property guy, and I know in this particular room that may I get the knives out of me, I get the arrows out of me because I'm a private enterprise guy. But I believe in private enterprise and innovation. I don't believe in the government basically coming in and reaching into my pockets and telling me what I can do and what I can't do. And even in terms of communalism, because when you come come down to the distribution of resources, even in that situation, they're going to devolve into a bunch of old men telling me what I can't and what I can do with my resources. I don't like that. I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. Now, I understand Koku initially suggested something that it really stick me like a knife in my chest. And I have to think in regards of those who are most vulnerable. Those who are most vulnerable should be provided for and taken care of. The children and the old, the elderly people and the disabled. Of course, they should be taken care of. Of course, they should be looked after. But if you are an able man, I really don't have that same kind of regards towards you because there are many things you could do. You know, use your brain, innovation, think. You know what I mean? Come up with something. Cut grass. You know what I mean? Paint houses. Do something to provide a service to someone in exchange for some kind of currency. Now, for me personally, when Koku suggested what he suggested earlier, I thought about, back in the day, a long time ago when I worked at a hotel on a family island years and years ago. And I realized that in a hotel, what they do is they serve their guests, the tourists who come, they may give the residual food to the people who have to work at the hotel, like myself or whatever. And then what they do with the rest of the food is they throw it away. And on an island that is starving or on an island that doesn't have the food that's necessary to provide, the things that they need in terms of nutrition or whatever, to throw away food, under the auspices of capitalism, I feel like that is a tragedy. You can't throw away food, man. But that's what these enterprises do. When the excesses of the foods that they have, they throw it away. And I'm saying that why wouldn't you give it to your people? So when he talks in terms of communalism and things like thinking about the community first, thinking about the society, why wouldn't you provide that food, that excess food that you're not selling to your customers, that you're not providing for your labor force? Why wouldn't you provide it for the community in terms of where your corporation exists? So I understand his argument in that. That is a legitimate argument. But I still say laissez-faire. I still say laissez-faire. Leave me alone to do my own thing. Leave me alone to practice personal responsibility for how I am able to function. You know what I mean? I don't want the government in my pockets. If I am innovative, if I am able to provide a service to people and in exchange get resources from that service I provide, give me my money. Give me my money. I don't want other people to decide my fate. No way. I don't agree with it. You know what I mean? This is my problem. But another thing, one last thing. I'm on this. I'm on this. Whatever. But what I would say is, in regards to the yeah. Don't worry about that. In regards to the economic system that the brothers was talking about, my brother is a brilliant man. He asked him up as a brilliant man. And I listened to what this man has to say. Him, and in particular him and Tan, they are intellectual par excellence. But when we had the discussion before on issue, and the brother had a discussion about that, there were, in terms of Newtonian and Adam Smith, that there were no indigenous economic systems that existed. I actually did my homework on that. And I don't know if he said exactly that, but I did my homework on that. And I found information to the contrary. Now, let me just say this. I would refer him to a paper that I read on about ASU in terms of before cowrie shells that existed in terms of Nigeria. This guy named Hans Sable, he wrote a paper on microfinance in Nigeria. I think that
No, mind for the record, Bwana never sent me this paper, and he has my direct information. So he assaults me with the paper on live.
Hear me out, gas. It's my fault. I should have sent you the paper, and it's my fault. All I did was I put the information on the website itself, on the website Better Medicine Podcast, and I thought that you would have looked at it. It's my fault. I should have sent you the paper exactly. So it's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. I blame myself, not you for it. All I'm saying is that I found alternative information and just to check it out. Just check it out. Han Sable, microfinance in Nigeria, origins, options, and opportunities. I'll send you the paper, and it ain't trying to undermine you. It ain't a slight.
No,
I send it to you directly.
If I'm not mistaken, send me the paper. I believe I may have read that article. Send it to me. I may have read it. Here's my thing.
I will send it to you, and I'm trying to slice you because I do have your number.
No, not at all. I'm just being silly. Being silly, not at all. But what I'm saying is that
absolutely.
With the ID, see, this is why for me it's we have if it's scholarship, we have to be very thorough and sound. We can't just read historical documents, right? We now have to look at the anthropology reports. Arguably one of the best books on ancient history in terms of so-called economics. You can read David Graeber, may he rest in peace. Ironically, he was one of the guys who was behind the whole Occupy Wall Street thing at the time. And he's an anthropologist that analyzed debt, right? And so what we come to find out is there's a myth that's told in economics that the anthropologist, the archaeologist, and everybody else has not seen. That's this myth of trade by barter. And the reason why it's a myth is because it assumes, or the presumption is, spot trades. And what do we mean by spot trades? Well, those who trade Forex and other currencies, spot trades mean that it's a trade that occurs on the spot. But the reality is, if you're living in a communal village, 9 out of 10 times, you're not trucking and bartering and engaging in spot trades with somebody who is most likely related to you in that small communal village, right? A lot of times it would occur where I would say, hey, Buana, I like that. He would say, sure, have it. And then next time, if he came around me, he'd say, Gas, I like this. And I would repay and say, sure, have that. Now, this idea that people were finding value and saying, oh, well, I can take 10 calories and it's equal to 15 cows. Again, this is why I argued there were no central banks to that. Now, earlier, Oni made some great points. You guys can check out a book called Muhammad and the Arabic Roots of Capitalism. Excellent book. I've said this on this platform before. So-called King Afa of Mercia, right, in England, had a coin where he was trading, and it has Arabic inscription on it, right? So we know that the Arabs played a big role in terms of introducing, quote unquote, mercantilism to the European continent. With that said, the thing is that if you haven't taken the time to read what I'm saying about Isaac Newton and Adam Smith, then it's kind of like it defeats the point. Adam Smith.
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You are absolutely right. When you come, how you define it in terms of Adam Smith principles and Newtonian principles, they may not be there as in terms of the indigenous economic system that existed within Nigeria. But another thing you said too, because I am not a scumbag, brother. I do have access to you personally, so I will send you that paper, and I would like to know what your thoughts are on that. And you are absolutely right. I should have given, but I put it out there on a bit of medicine. I thought you would have saw it, but I would send it to you directly, and you are right about that.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that I'm not arguing that Adam Smith and Isaac Newton invent this so-called economy, which technically I might be, right? Technically I might be, if you want to hold me to that. Because as a matter of fact, a lot of people don't even know that Isaac Newton was tasked with what? With making sure that the currency of England was free from counterfeiters. Right. So that was one of his jobs as a member of the so-called Royal Science Society. Right. He had access to the Queen. He had access to all these people in terms of his duties and yeah, hello. The Royal Mint, yes, he was in charge of the Royal Mint, and so that is why it's not a coincidence that the economists such as Adam Smith and Malthus talk about scarcity, right? So their premise, right? And so when you think of logic, right, because Newton creates calculus, which is based on logic, and I said 10 is way more advanced than me in these arguments, right? So these logisticians, or however you pronounce them, when they create, a system, their parameters and their structures that you cannot violate. And so one of the tenets of this Adam Smith derived system is that you have to have scarcity, and human beings are fighting for scarce resources. But there's a great article by the French anthropologist Marshall, Salins, Sahlins, right? Google that. And he talks about the abundant economy, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've read this stuff. But when you look at that, you start to see that this idea of scarcity is, again, a European phenomenon, because what do we mean by scarcity? So that's why I give you guys practical examples where they'll tell you, oh, prostitution, for example, world's oldest profession. No, that's your women's oldest profession. Your women were busting it wide open in Liverpool and Birmingham and sucking dick and throwing your babies, right? Go on Google infanticide in Victoria, England. Our people were not doing this, right? Hunger. No one was having a discourse that cattle is growing, arithmetically, and human population is growing geometrically, or whatever all these things are. Pardon the noise. Gas is cooking some chicken. Not for me. But the point is that I'm trying to say that we have to really do strong and serious scholarship. We can't just read some sort of historical text and assume that's all there is to know. If we're not juxtaposing that with the anthropology reports, if we're not sitting down there putting those things together, right, and coming to proper conclusions to piece together what was occurring on the African continent prior to our interactions with Mzungus, then we're always going to be caught, as I always say, with Nas, right? He says, you a slave to a page in my rhyme book. So we think we're doing something, and the white man is just laughing at us like, oh, this nigga don't even know he's on page 63 of a 5,000 volume series.
But yes, for me, when I hear the contention that there were no indigenous economic systems, that didn't exist prior to the introduction of things like cowrie shells and things like, I'm thinking to myself, you said that they bartered based on excess.
I never said they bartered. No, I said that again, you see, there is no indigenous economic system, because you can't separate economy from politics. That's why it's called political economy, right? Okay. Just like you can't separate philosophy from science. That's why what we call science today was called natural philosophy. You get what I'm saying? We can't separate those two things. They come out of a mindset in Europe. And that's why I say, if we study who Adam Smith was when he writes The Wealth of Nations, people don't know he basically took Newtonian concepts and applied them to his understanding of the so-called political economy. And that is now codified with people like John Law, right? So the French, very, very important people. So that's where we get the word millionaire. That's where we get the word laissez-faire, right? What does laissez-faire mean? Leave them alone. Well, who invents laissez-faire, right? So laissez-faire comes from the French merchants meeting with the people in the French state, saying, hey, how do we get revenue? Oh, well, leave us alone. We'll do our business, and you'll get the back money, the taxation on the back end. And that's pretty much the arrangement we have today. You see companies like Tesla getting government, grants and all these other things. And now Tesla has this large valuation, and they pay taxes and they employ people. So that arrangement is part of political economy. It's not separate. So when I say that African, there's no Oba of Benin, who was telling the merchants of Benin, hey, you can go and do this, and then I'm going to tax the people here. Like I said, we didn't have central banks, right? We didn't have any of the underpinnings to have what they have as an economy. Now we have commercial activity, but again, that was done with excess. So people grew food on their land, they fished, they farmed, they gathered wild rice, they moved according to the rains because you didn't just stay in one locality permanently. You might move to a new locality, you fight, you agree to like each other, you agree to dislike each other, people intermarry, they mix. Nobody was static. That was, if you want to call that an economy, kind of like what the gypsies in England are doing. That was kind of the norm. So these hierarchical societies, if you want to talk about Egypt, if you want to talk about Ouagadougou or Timbuktu and all these places, they're not the norm for how Africans typically interacted. Africans don't like central hierarchical systems. They don't really like that typically. So that's what I'm trying to back at you guys. Like, don't make the mistake of trying to fit, like they say, a round peg into a square hole. I think we're always trying to fit our African things into European systems. So as Lero is saying, we can play the nation state game. I argue, Lero, if we're going to play the nation state game, let's just entirely make something new. Let's not call it African. Let's just go along and be, these robotics in this nation state, these robots in the nation state. Sure, we need it. And engage with that. But let's not lie to ourselves and say that we're doing something African. Last thing I'll say, Bwana, perfect example of what Gas is saying. There's nothing ancient Chinese about the Communist Chinese Party that they're doing today. Nothing that they're doing is related to Confucianism, is related to Buddha, nothing. It's all Karl Marx with Chinese letters. You get what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely, absolutely. So my question becomes, what? And I'll send you the paper. I promise I will. But my question becomes, why is this economist out of Germany calling ASU an indigenous economic system? Why is he calling that? And I'll send you the paper on it. Because that becomes my question.
Yeah, but again,
hold on, let me finish. Because he would have read Newton. He would have read Adam. He's an economist. He would have read Adam Smith.
No, that's an assumption.
It is an assumption, and it's true because I don't have no facts to bear it out. But I'm thinking, as an economist and as a professor in microfinance, he would have read Adam Smith.
Why would a microfinance professor read physics?
No, Adam Smith.
Now think about what you just said, Bwana. Newton is in physics.
Adam Smith is one of the quintessential literature in terms of capitalism. So why wouldn't he read that text? So
here's the problem. No, let me tell you why. I'm going to answer you. Let me tell you. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. What he wrote before The Wealth of Nations was his interpretation of Newton. So most economists are not going to read, they're just going to stop at The Wealth of Nations. They're not going to read the work prior to The Wealth of Nations, where you see him clearly stating that Isaac Newton was a big influence on him. Now, when you look at his work on The Wealth of Nations and economists after that, now you can say, oh, so Isaac Newton in calculus has limits, and the failed mathematicians, aka economists, have scarcity. So that's all I'm trying to show you.
Like I say, I hear what you say, but I'll have to send you to the documents to let you peruse through it to see where the faultiness is in his arguments. But what I saw is him calling the ASU an indigenous economic system prior to the introduction of cowrie shells. So my issue, not my issue. He did say that.
Again, I agree. Listen, but how? You see, we got to ask ourselves the question: why would you have a system? Because ASU is the idea of borrowing money. If you don't have any money or cowries prior to that, what would they be borrowing? Cows?
Labor. His argument is let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question.
You know what? Hold on. That paper, I think you posted that as a comment under one of the Shoot the Breezes recently. So
yeah, it was on week three. It was 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. So what we should
Yes.
do, we should try to go over that paper, in a show.
It's only 8 pages. It's only 8 pages.
Yeah, that's fine. That's even better because we can have more people having the conversation with us. But what I want to do now, though, everyone who wants to give a final statement on this prompt, go ahead and give your final statement on this prompt, and then I'm going to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Whoever wants to go first.
I yield my statement to Tanzan.
I would also like to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Tezzy.
So, okay, first of all, you will notice that in this previous conversation that we've just had from my brothers here, you will notice that not one African scholar was mentioned or was quoted. And here we are talking about the economic history of Africa, right? And I feel like this is a natural bias, actually an academic bias that happens in the West, that maybe even our brothers in the diaspora might not even notice it. That they are quoting all these other guys about the economic history of Africa, yet there are plenty of African scholars, professors, and all that who have done research and have written papers and have written books about the economic history of their various countries down to their tribes. And I feel like if you can't even quote any of them, then you're not talking about the economic history of Africa. You just, I don't know, why you're talking about a Western perspective of the economic history of Africa. That is one point I have to make. Second of all, I also have to speak against the exoticization of Africa, making this trend, or a trend in which Africa is seen as exotic, and that these concepts could never occur in Africa. Like all these concepts are so Western, they can never occur in Africa. Yet, when we tell you that this has been occurring in Africa for centuries, it is like as if it's a crime. Like different cultures can't have things in common. Like that's not true. That's not realistic. Cultures have many things in common all over the world. So just economic concepts, one of the things that define human beings as trade, in terms of trade, in terms of currency, really, that it is impossible, because you want Africa to be exotic. It's impossible for that thing to happen in Africa. I think we should always move away from that type of concept. So, in the end of the day, I also wanted to address this thing that there was no scarcity in Africa. If you look, I'm going to just give one example. Another one, I know the Maasai are one of the most popular people, so I'll just speak about the Maasai. Maasai actually used to have scarcity in cattle, if people did not understand. And what they used to do, because of scarcity, even the way it defines the eating habits, they drink blood. There's a reason why they drink blood from the cattle. They drink blood from the cattle because at the end of the day, the cattle still gets to live. Because killing cattle, that was considered currency. That there is no African scholar who is going to tell you that it was not considered currency. So for those who feel like maybe that there was no currency in Africa, or there was no such thing as currency, that's not true. And you don't need a central bank to regulate currency, especially with currency like when it's in the form of cattle that reproduces on itself, so it grows with the population. There is no need to regulate it. It just grows with the. So in the end of the day, I think those are my final points in this topic, unless there is something else. But yeah,
I appreciate that, Tezzy. Yeah, we're going to move on to topic number 3 in a second. Is there any last words anyone else wants to drop?
Yes. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So the first thing when it comes to, quoting I'll try to be brief. So if I'm brusque, it's only because I'm trying to, watch for the time. But in terms of quoting the philosophers, it's not to say that, Africans did not have scholars and so on. is to say this, that if you're going to look at the system, look at, read the instructions from the people who built them. So, that's, what I'll say, go direct to the source. I'm not saying that African scholars do not do good work. I'm sure they do. All I'm saying is that if you're going to learn about the central bank of, Norway, you're going to learn from the central bank of Norway. That's all. The second part about the exoticization of Africa. I'm not exoticizing Africa at all. I'm not making it up to be something, I say that we had our own system. They were just not political and economic in nature. And I was going to say more, but in summary, yes, the Maasais had, agreements and treaties and so on with, their neighboring tribes. But do you remember that song about the, Olonana, the leader of Maasai in 1904 agreemento? Yeah, when the British came, they were making people sign, people who couldn't even read. That is political economy. They were buying land, whether you understood the buying of land and the selling of land and title deeds. We didn't have those kinds of, political economy is something that at the base of it is bureaucracy. It's somebody has to keep records. Somebody has to make sure that they know it's not just an agreement between two people like, oh, I stole your cows or you'll give me some cows in exchange and so on and we'll sit down. No, they want permanent ownership that is written on a piece of paper, and you have to go to the law courts to get your court. The Maasais had to go and appeal to the United Nations or something to try to get some of their lands and stuff. That's political economy, amongst other things. So no, we didn't have those kinds of system. Hell no. But in summary about, even the whole thing about currency, it's not just to say that we didn't have a form of exchange of value. And the other thing about scarcity, I wasn't saying that Africans did not have scarcity. I say that they built their society on the principle of surplus. But the other thing that you have to understand, Adam Smith and all these people, the political economy is built on the basis of scarcity, whether that scarcity is a reality or not. In America, people are going without food, they're homeless, but people have a lot of money. The GDP of this country is beyond, the clouds. But somehow there's both excess and scarcity in the same, because once you're operating from the principle of scarcity, you have to maintain it whether or not it's real or not. The same thing with, diamonds. Diamonds is an artificial scarcity because that's the economy that is built under this system. So that's what it means by political economy. It's not just, oh, we are trading, we are treating, and all of that stuff. I'll end there.
Oh, okay. I also have, okay. Can I say, okay, now I have to say something because you've talked about the political, yeah?
You have to keep it brief. Keep it brief.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. In fact, I'm just going to quote a book I've just posted. It's written a prehistoric people. It's living with the Kikuyus. Kikuyus actually did have a system of subdividing land and ownership of land and inheritance of land. So they did have a whole complex system in which land
title deeds as well. And
did they have?
Property?
Did they have
title deeds and a
yeah?
land
When
board.
you own land and you can inherit it, that means I don't know. I don't know title deeds. I know
of the land, not just, oh, I have the land. Everybody had inheritance laws. I'm saying a piece of paper that you can say, look here, this is, the land, and it is this boundary, it goes this way and this way, and, I own it. And
okay, so I think the difference is that when you're talking about economy, basically, from what I'm understanding, you're saying is paper, reading and writing. That's the difference between the African economy and the
Eventually it becomes paper, but paper is just one of the many aspects. There's contracts, there's legal system behind it, there's bureaucracy, there's record keeping. It's not just, oh, we are trading. No, it's not just two people agreeing, oh, let me give you my chicken, I'll give you my cow. No, it's beyond that. It's a system behind it, and it's a system that is okay. No, so sorry, let's maybe we'll continue this another time. But yeah,
Tanzan, do me a favor. You're on the Discord. In fact, I'm inviting Brother Tezzy and Gas them up. I know a lot of times we don't like to be on too many different apps and all this type of stuff. I'm inviting you all to click the link, join the Discord, and we could continue these conversations in a thread on the Discord. This is the kind of conversation I would actually like. This is why I brought the topic, because I think there's a lot to discuss here, a lot of history and historical facts and whatnot to uncover. So join the Discord. Let's continue the conversation there. So hold that thought, Tezzy. When Tad, I'm going to ask you to, if you can give a follow-up prompt for this prompt, a follow-up prompt that we could discuss next week. You, Tezzy, gas them up, and whoever else could have a little bit more to say about it. But I want to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is Wakanda a real place? Someone has to mute that mic. I think that's Tezzy with all that noise in the background. Is Wakanda a real place? I thought this was an interesting prompt. Looks like it's taking us to Insta. It's taking forever.
Sawa, pima tena. Ça va, ok, très bien. Tosha, Kia, très bien. Ça, Tosha, Kia, ok. Nipatie majini tena. Ok, sawa. Sawa, pima tena. Ça va, ok, très bien. Tosha, Kia, très bien. Ça, Tosha, Kia, ok. Nipatie majini tena. Ok, sawa.
I don't know if y'all picked that up, but that Chinaman was like, give me that rock right now, Negro. Before you get any bright ideas, hand it over, right? Lero in the chat says, free Congo. Real Black German says, how was that discovered? Yeah, I'm curious if it's, I hope it's not some bullshit, what do you call it again? Fake out type, deep fake type stuff. But the prompt says it's Wakanda, real place. Carl, if you were to learn that what we just saw was happening in the Congo right now, Uganda, what would you say? Is Carl there?
I'm here. Okay. So yeah, that was interesting. I thought that was interesting to see. So sidebar, in case anybody doesn't know, I'm a huge comic book fan. I've been reading comics since I was 8 years old. So Black Panther was always one of my favorites growing up. So I don't know what the proper use of that material could be, but I think we're going to see what happens with these African nations who don't have control over their resources. That resource will be exploited, and Africans won't be paid their proper fair value on the market. And, they'll be forced to mine this material, but not for their own benefit. So one thing about Wakanda that made it so powerful was not just the existence of vibranium, but their ability to protect the vibranium and to develop it along their own social line in the comic books. Now, this comic was created by two, white Jewish men in the 1960s. So, I mean, they had a very limited view of, what they thought the material was. But I mean, there are other Black writers who expanded upon it. But, the whole idea of that Wakanda controlled their resource. They control vibranium. They were the ones who determined the fair market price for it. they distributed the wealth of the vibranium amongst the people in Wakanda, which made them technically the most technologically advanced nation on Earth in Marvel Comics. So I don't believe that Wakanda is real, but it's interesting to see this material. But I think that unless they have control over their resources, it's going to be exploited again. And unfortunately, I see that, there's an Asian person, the Chinese person who's, he's chomping at the bit to get a hold of this stuff. So we have to really gain control over our resources. If we don't, they're going to continue to exploit us. And I'll pass from there.
No, Carl, I appreciate what you said just now too. That idea of Wakanda in the comics, it's true. Not only was it wealthy because it had these resources, it was wealthy because it could protect those resources, right? The Congo and whatnot is wealthy, but they are like a pimper's paradise. They're just wide open, spread eagle, and that's why when I hear, and this is no subliminal, no IDs on this, but when I hear black folks too, championing capitalism heavy, I wonder if those black folks ever consider that a lot of that capitalist shit was built off of our backs.
Well, I don't believe there's any such thing as a black capitalist. I mean, we don't have control over the means of production. And a capitalist, or to be a capitalist, you have to have control over the means of production. So I don't really think that a black capitalist exists so much because we don't have control over the means of production. We don't own those things. We have wealthy black people. Just because you're wealthy don't make you a capitalist. You just have a higher income. And one thing I want to say about Wakanda is that they kept their culture. Wakanda is not a Christian nation. They still worship their traditional god. They still worship the Panther god. So One thing about Wakanda is that they kept their culture intact and they did not succumb to Christianity. They were considered to be heathens. In the first issue, they were actually being invaded by the Pope in one story, by the Catholic Church, because they were so-called godless heathens, because they worshiped Bast, the Panther god, in Wakanda. And the Black Panther being the avatar of the Panther goddess, that wasn't originally in the comics, but they kind of built on that. So it kind of marked them for, invasion. So that's another aspect that people tend to overlook. The Wakandans were not Christians. They kept their religion and their culture intact.
Thank you for that. Again, Carl, I know Real Black Gentleman stepped away. Tezzy, what say you? You're on the continent. How do you feel about this type of stuff going on?
Well, I think I'll have to agree with my brother who just spoke here that, yeah, all it does is just put Congo into further exploitation. And I don't know, I feel like I wish that we had control over our means of production, because then we will be like, I'll be very excited, But now, because we don't have control now, this is now dreadful, right? It becomes even like we are waiting for some sort of exploitation from the West or something. So yeah, I agree with him that in us Africans, I think we need to take control of our any means of production, so that at least it becomes valuable to some African countries, Because when I saw this, I was like, oh man, I wish my country was making batteries or some sort of. Then it would be valuable to us. Then we could deal with the Congo and ask them to help. But now we don't, So it's only valuable to the West, right? The Elon Musks and the rest of the gang. So yeah, really, that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that, Tezzy. Let me hear from Bwana Hagaziki this time.
Thank you, Coco. I appreciate it. Anyways, I do know that there are black capitalists that do exist. I have brethren who live in Liberia who own diamond mines. They actually own diamond mines. They own the property on diamond mines and they hire labor to mine them mines. Now, whether them mines are productive or whether they turn a profit, that's another thing. You know what I mean? And there are Ethiopians who own and grow coffee. So they own the and control the land that produces the coffee itself, and they sell that coffee all over the world. So there are black capitalists that exist. I know Bahamians who own chicken farms. You know what I mean? And when they grow the chickens, they sell it in grocery stores in the Bahamas. You know, Zhivago Line was one of them, by the way. You know who did that? So there are black capitalists that do exist in this world. You know, as far as the Black American experience, let me just say that if that every year, you know, it is touted that they spend $1 trillion as consumers. If they were to spend that money that they use in consumption on investing in industries or natural resources that is on the continent itself, they would be black capitalists as well. So in buying in investing and buying different if you know land or mines or whatever mineral resources or wealth that exists on a continent, and then packaging that shit and selling it to American consumers, maybe black capitalists would exist on that front. But to suggest that there are no black capitalists, I know several that do exist, several, you know. But I don't think Wakanda is a real place. I don't think that Wakanda is a real place because Wakanda was not only minerally rich, but the people themselves was rich themselves. They're extremely educated and advanced in their thinking in terms of technology, science, etc., etc., etc. So I think that you would have to include all these things, not only the land itself, but the people. But the people, you would have to cultivate the people to a degree that they would understand that the land that they are standing on has some value, and they have the ability to convert that land that they are under and use it in a way that is productive for their own people. Now, for what we are seeing, you see a bunch of gangsters in power in a lot of these so-called black countries that are minerally rich. They are morons. They don't understand the value that exists in the land, even though they are intellectual or professional people. The only African continent who I have seen who has been able to parlay what is under their feet is Botswana. That's really the only African country that I've seen so far. You know, and if many people were to use that model, maybe you would see a whole lot more black capitalists exist on the continent and even in the Caribbean itself. You know, but I think that with us, we are very myopic. We are very short-sighted in our thinking in terms of leadership. And if we was talking about getting rid of some people like these black devils, I would get rid of a lot of these black devilish leadership that exists in these places and replace them with people who have the foresight to use what's under their feet in a productive way. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Buana. That will bring us to, is Real Black Gentleman back? Let's hear from Gas Them Up.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
So, I think the issue is, I think Lero in the comment section said all that needs to be said when she said, Africans having so-called resources. And I've been screaming this for a long time. Africa does not have resources. Africa has what Europeans call resources. And I think until we realize that, we're just wasting our time. And then we have to understand, if that is the case, where do we stand in their political economy? In reference to the black capitalist position, keep in mind the slave genocide, the underpinnings of that is so-called capitalism, right? That's why Bob Marley said, those old pirates sold I to the merchant ship, right? And so, when you look at people like Francis Drake, it's not a coincidence, right, that they were getting to the booty, and they've, I don't want to be inappropriate, but the point is this. I have a thought experiment. What would happen one day if Africans just have the ability to defend themselves and say, you know what? We're not mining. We don't want nothing to do with it. We can protect ourselves so that, some French mercenaries can't come in and force our children into child labor. Like, you guys remember a while back, they were talking about Joseph Kony. Notice the Europeans aren't talking about him anymore. Americans aren't talking about Joseph Kony. They had a whole video about him, if you remember. And the guy who was behind the video, he went crazy. And he stripped himself naked, and he had a whole meltdown. The white boy. So they're not talking about Joseph Kony. But what about if Africa is strong enough to the point where it's like, you know what? No, I'm good. We're not going to do this. I don't care how much you pay me, Frenchmen, American men. I don't want your blonde woman. I don't want a Kardashian. I don't want any of that. I'm good with what I have. We're not going to mine. We're not going to do any of that. And if we are to do it, we want the exact same thing you pay your workers in Sweden. All healthcare, life insurance, everything. You know what that means? That means an iPad is no longer $800 at Costco for 256 gig. That iPad is now $8,000. The minute you do that, again, thinking of political economy, and as I said this too on Dynasty's platform, I think sometimes we're just too naive. We don't know who we're dealing with here. That is an act of war. China has not done anything to the United States per se, but China's economic success is seen as an act of war, right? You can't get too successful in their system. If you get too productive or too successful, it is an act of war. Jaja of Opobo, he was an Igbo who was made, because the Ijar people are matrilineal. They, just like the Jewish people, you can convert to Judaism. So they have a whole process where they can make you Ijar. He was one of the, top slave genociders. When he wanted to start getting his own boats to ship human cargo across to compete with the Europeans, all of a sudden that became a problem. And if I'm not mistaken, they tricked him and sent him all the way to St. Vincent. Or one of the, he might have been in the Virgin Islands, I think, or one of the islands over there. He argued and fought, and they sent him, he petitioned. And on his way back to Nigeria, he mysteriously died. Which I don't have any sympathy, because you were a slave genocider, gassed them up, told you, yo, dude, don't do business with them. What do you know? They'd argue with me, just like some Americans would say, yo, man, you got to get money, man. You got to play the game, yo. You got to play the game. Well, keep playing the game. So I'm just saying that I'm hoping one day people can just wake up and learn the word no. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to play in your F your world stage, F your global stage. I just want to be able to protect myself from you. Mine your own resources in your own country. Build your economy based on the shit you have, Europe, on what you have, America. Leave me alone. It's enough. I don't want nothing to do with you. We'll figure it out. When are Africans gonna get there? But they're not, because too many Africans want to play the game. They want to be on the world stage. They want to be gas them up. You have to be rational in the world economy. And you look at the externalities, and then they start using big words on me. And when grown men start using big words on me, I get scared. I tighten my belt, and I run for the hills, because either my wallet is going to be missing, or they're going to try to reach out and touch me, like the priest want to reach out and touch me in the Catholic Church, and I don't want another man to touch me that way. So I don't know. I hope one day my people can wake up, as Fela said, in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And we're using the European eye to look at things. I'm hoping one day we can take out the European eye and look at things as Africans, because what this video is showing, we don't need to mine anything. And we're not doing any of that. Let's just get some guns. Let's be able to protect ourselves. And we'll protect ourselves or die trying. We're not mining shit. You want to go in there and send your own workers in there, but if you come in our land, you got to pay us top dollar. Americans ain't gonna go for that. Europe's not gonna go for that because in their political economy, that's an act of war. So that's all. That's all I have to say.
No, well said stuff, guys. I agree with everything. You, including that part where you don't want no fellas touching you. I agree with all of it. Yeah, I've been trying to get that across to people too. People, a lot of our folks ignore it. I think. I think it's kind of obvious, but a lot of our folks ignore that. Yeah, if we got full throated and said it with our chest and said, listen, you're not coming in here and mine nothing in here. You're right. The iPad goes from whatever the cost is now to about 10 times the cost. How are you going to keep your people who you're trying to infantilize and all that shit? How are you going to keep them, paying attention to the trinkets and shit? If it's 8,000, 10,000 a pop, they will fight you for that shit, and you have to be prepared. So that what you said and this follow-up question from Lara, I think, is important, and I think that's why these conversations have to be had. She says, if protecting our interests is an act of war, how will Africans defend themselves from that war without playing the game? And this is why we got to talk. And we might not talk at all. Like my grandfather used to say, you talk some and you leave some. We might not talk at all in these types of forums, but we're supposed to know within ourselves that we having these conversations, these exact conversations in private, and we touching on all the different points that need to be touched on. This is why we have to have these conversations. This is why, because a lot of our people are out here, I believe, pretending to be dumb. Like you don't know what it means for what Africa means to the world, right? It's kind of seen in that image where the guy uses a rock as a battery. Africa is like the battery of this thing, and I'm not saying that with no huge pride because we're not controlling the shit right now. We start to control that, we shut down all this other shit out here. All of it. Is Real Black Gentleman back? All right, Real Black. I'll let you come back on when you get back here, but I'm remove you from the panel for now because it throws me off. So I think I didn't hear. I think I heard from Tanzan, right? Did I hear from Tanzan?
No, but I'll be brief.
Okay, go ahead, Tan. Tan then Buana. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, for us, I remember we used to have a joke that, anywhere they find oil or something, something bad is going to happen to them. Basically, for me, if I was an African country and I had something, the best bet would just to keep it under wraps for as long as you can. And, I don't know how they can manage to do that. I don't know. But usually the more attention people, the more people know that you have something, the more they'll come to get it. And if you can't protect it, well, the only thing you can do is hide it. So I would think that would be the most, the most practical or, the most practical and maybe the only thing that they have in terms of options. So I'm hoping that it's not going to be a big find that for now, because unless it's something that can help the local people, what is the use of all these things anyway? How is the diamond mining or these things where the children have to go inside the deep mines and risk their lives, and the people, how is that helping the local people? It's not. So it's one of those things that you find it and then you think it's a treasure, and it comes with, so much, bad things that you wish you hadn't found it. And so, unless it's something that the local people can use to help themselves, I think that they should just leave it alone. Yeah.
Buana, go ahead.
No. Listen. I hear what the brothers and sisters say, and I think that my brothers and sisters, I consider them to be purists. they are we would consider in the Bahamas as environmentalists. They wanted the land to be untouched. They wanted to be pristine, never touched, never converted into anything. They wanted to be left alone. And I hear that argument, and I understand it. I understand it. I understand it. And maybe I'm coming off as the bad guy in this whole thing. But let me ask the question. I don't believe in child labor. I don't believe the children should be mining for diamonds and mining for resources. I think the grown men should do it, and I think that they should do it in exchange for providing that service for a livable wage. I believe that. You know what I mean? But for the so-called capitalists coming in and saying that, hey, you do this and I'll give you this. How is these people gonna survive and eat? They're not surviving and eating without that because they wouldn't have gone for the jobs if they was existing, but for these people coming in and doing these kinds of things. And if left alone, the people were to use the land in terms of cultivating the land itself, and developing the land and feeding themselves or whatever, I don't have no issues with it. But the people, it seems, the people themselves have decided because they have a mind of their own too, and they've decided that they want to partake and involve themselves in these kinds of industries uh, through their own suffering, through their own lack of and all these other kinds of things. They want to partake in these industries. I say treat them fairly. I say provide a livable wage for these people. I say don't involve yourself in child labor. But to say or suggest that we shouldn't have trade or industry, you know, me and the brothers on the panel just disagree on this particular issue. We just disagree. I just disagree with that.
All right, thanks, Buana. No, again, I think the issue is we don't attach the full story when we talk about stuff, right? So when we talk about, having this trade where folks can come in and mine this stuff and sell it and, on a fair basis with the Africans. The thing I think a lot of folks don't think of too is the environmental cost to a lot of this stuff too. How is it affecting the health and well-being of Africans today, right? It's not like you go into a room under the ground and get coltan. The amount of work to get coltan, right, to get lithium, and what goes into that extraction, right? The pipelines and these things that they have to create, right? Like the cost on the environment and the people at that time is like when they had coal mines back in the days. How many people, they don't talk about it now, but in very vague terms. You know how many people died from that coal and shit? That folks was going down in these mines and bringing back up the soot and all that stuff. How many secondary people died? A coal miner's wife died from some lung infection because of this dude. So the costs are higher than you think. You might be able to farm nowhere close to where that shit is going on. You might not even be able to drink the water.
Come on, Coco. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. They're in pipelines and digging for oil right now. When these guys, in deep into the sea digging for mining for oil right now, right? You drive your car every day. Every day you go to work and drive your car. Don't you know people die on them platforms when they digging for oil in the sea? I mean, come on, bro. Come on, man. You know what I mean? But
you're talking, the one or two employees that died getting oil up out of the ground. I'm talking about the people who live on the land there, who personally wouldn't be down there digging in the ground. So what I'm saying is there is the argument for that. There's that, because we often don't consider that part of it. There is the argument that, there's some people that who wish you wouldn't come here and fuck with the stuff under the ground here. Because what you have to do it is poisoning the plants, poisoning the soil. Our kids all of a sudden have all types of respiratory issues. So that's the other part we don't consider, because the way they sell the idea to us is that, oh, people just go and mine this shit clean, easy peasy, right? They just mine it, and then they'll bring it over here and refine it and sell it, blah, blah, blah. No, there's cost to that stuff. There's cost to that stuff.
So when you and I don't mean to bring this up. So when you buy the wife the wedding ring, that gold that is mined somewhere in the Congo, whatever, by some child or whatever, you don't buy the diamond. You don't get it the ring. You don't get it.
No,
you don't get it.
To keep it real with you. To keep it real with you, I don't fuck with stuff like diamonds and all this old shit, because I know where that shit comes from. I try to limit my involvement, my end user usage of oppression. I try to limit that shit as much as I can. There's some things I just can't avoid. If I buy a tin of oatmeal and it's because some Guadalupan was 6 years old, and I mean, okay, I can't stop everything, but I'm gonna try my damnedest not to support that shit. Does anyone else want to add their final thoughts to the prompt? All right.
I just hope all the purists in the room, when they eating that chocolate, that nice chocolate they eat when they buy from the grocery store at Walmart, and when they buy their woman a nice gold diamond ring, I hope that or when they even wear the leather belt that they wear with a silver buckle or whatever material buckle that they use, I hope they consider these things when they purchase these things from all of these easy places to purchase these things. I hope all these things are considered in their purchases when they purchase these things every day, because there are going to be people who are going to be exploited directly or indirectly. You know what I mean? The children of Africa or India or wherever else. I hope all these things go into their purchases as they purchase these things. I just would want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's cool, but I feel you on that. That's cool. But the last thing I'll say in that whole thing is, man, we can't make the dollar God, man. We can't make it this thing that to get it you'll do just about damn near anything to get it. Like, I'm all for people being innovative and maybe earning more than a biscuit. Fine, I'm all for that. But this notion that your granny, her mother's mother, like they could all be cannon fodder for $1 today. I me personally, I just don't. I just can't look at the world in that way, Should be topic number 4 tonight is, do we know or are we ready to understand the amount of monstrosity that lies within the heart of those people? If they did this to their own, imagine what they did to our people. So that's a mouthful of a prompt, but you guys get the idea. This comes with a video. Let's check it out.
When someone thinks of the crimes of the Nazism, by default, others think of the gruesome death camps like Auschwitz, Majdanek, Buchenwald, the mass shootings and executions of tens and hundreds of thousands of innocent people. But few realize that the worst Nazi regime was in fact not German, but Croatian. After Yugoslavia collapsed under the blows of Hitler's and Italian forces, the independent state of Croatia, NDH, was established on the territory of Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. The head of the newly created state was Ante Pavelić. It may seem strange, but even the most bloodthirsty Nazis fainted at the horrors of the Ustashas, who were radical Croatian Nazis. The grim results of the NDH. During the existence of the independent state of Croatia, over 2 million Serbs alone were exterminated. Serbs, as well as Jews and Roma in the NDH, were initially declared outlaws. Dozens of concentration camps were established on the territory of the state, the worst of which were Jasenovac, Zadovno, Starija Gradiška, and Slano. In the latter, more than 10,000 Serbs were exterminated. In Starija Gradiška, 60,000 women and 20,000 children under 12 years old, and in Zadovno, 75,000 people. But the Jasenovac concentration camp stands apart, since more than 700,000 people were exterminated here. 500,000 of them were ethnic Serbs, and the rest were Jews and Gypsies. But if anyone thinks that the mass extermination of people took place according to the experience of the German Nazis, this person will be surprised to get to know the truth. Nowhere else were there concentration camps where the youngest prisoner of all, if being more precise, the prisoner thrown into the camp, was not even 2 months old. As well as nowhere else were they forced to drink the blood of murdered prisoners and then kill those who drank that blood. In just this camp alone, 1,300 children were gassed alive in one single day. Souvenirs for oneself and others. The most horrible was, of course, the Jasenovac concentration camp, but the experience from there extended to other camps of the independent state of Croatia. What you will hear now is extremely mind-boggling. The Ustashas loved to poke out the eyes of the prisoners who were still alive. They did not just poke them out, but carefully put them in baskets. There is a documented conversation between Ante Pavelic and an Italian interviewer, to whom the leader of the NDH showed a basket filled with something that resembled shellless oysters.
Are these the oysters?
Interviewer's question.
No.
Pavelic replied.
These are eyes of Serbs, 20 kilograms, a gift from my faithful Ustashas.
The eyes became the material for the beads worn by Ustashas. And not just eyes, some wore belts of human skin, to which they attached severe tongues. Apart from gruesome so-called souvenirs for themselves, the Ustashas sent these gifts along the Drina River and to others. Thousands, literally thousands of dismembered male, female, and children's heads with notes to Belgrade, to King Peter, and meat to Belgrade markets were thrown into the water. Serbo-cutters and Serbo-sex. The Jasenovac concentration camp was the place where truly many methods of killing people were tried. The most horrific invention was the so-called Serbo-cutters, a specially devised instrument that allowed the throats of as many prisoners as possible to be cut. At the same time, the Serbo-cutter was designed so that the executioner would not be tired for a long time. This killing device looked like a leather gauntlet with sickle-shaped blades fixed to it. And there were even competitions among the executioners, the so-called Serbo-sex, who would slit more throats. There was specifically one man, Petar Bizica, who was the unbeatable champion in this kind of activity. During only one night, August 29, 1942, he slit the throats of 1,360 prisoners. The so-called champion received from his superiors a gold watch, a little piglet, a lot of wine, and silver dishes. Death as salvation. But death by Serbo-cutter can still be considered relatively humane compared to other methods, and not all unfortunate prisoners were lucky enough to lose their lives so quickly. The Ustashas liked to cut off heads, at first with axes and sabers, but later they switched to sawing off heads with two-handed saws to torture the victim for as long as possible. Other favorite methods included cutting the skin and putting salt or mud in the wounds so that the prisoner would die long and slowly from infection. The Ustashas burned their genitals with fire or simply tore them out, as they also tore out the fingernails of prisoners. In addition to their eyes, prisoners had their fingers and toes, ears, noses, and tongues cut off. Sons were forced to rape their sisters and mothers, and then the rapists had their genitals cut off and given to their mothers and sisters to eat. Those who were relatively lucky got an awful needle through the heart, and those who weren't lucky were suspended by the ribs from a hook, and afterwards a long and painful death awaited them. One of the most favorable types of execution was to put a rat on the stomach and cover it with a metal lid. Then the lid was gradually heated until the animal, seeking shelter, chewed through the prisoner's stomach. Prisoners were drowned en masse in the Sava River and in the sewers that flowed into the lake, which was the only heater of water for the prisoners, causing many to die of corpse poisoning and outbreaks of various epidemics. The camp had a so-called death poplar, to which prisoners were stapled with nails. But that's not all. It is a documented fact that one time 160 prisoners were herded into a barracks and locked up for weeks without food or drink. When the barracks was reopened, only a few people remained there, eating their dead fellows. In addition to the serbo cutters, serbo hammers were invented to smash the heads of the prisoners. And the brick kilns were converted into crematoriums, in which the dead and the living were burned. In winter, prisoners were stripped naked, doused with water, and locked in a barracks, where everyone gradually died of frostbite. During the construction of the Zagreb-Belgrade Railroad by prisoners, more than 10,000 people died. When prisoners were exhausted and fell, they were rolled up alive in the railroad embankment, which is still called the Embankment of Death today. Son of Satan. This nickname was given to Miroslav Filipovich, a crazy, there is no other way to describe him, priest, who demanded that his words kill everyone, especially the children. He loved to find relatives among the new arrivals and make them beat each other to death. The executioner's second hobby was to take son away from his mother and toss him up 3 times, and the 4th time the unfortunate baby landed knife. The third favorite pastime, the Yasenovich devil, this was Filipovich's second nickname, was giving the whacks, putting a sharpened peg in the prisoner's mouth and hitting it hard with the butcher's butt. By the way, when the NDH reported that 68,000 Jews had been sent to Germany and then cancelled the shipment since all had been exterminated on the spot, the Germans did not believe it. They even sent a special commission to the Yasenovich concentration camp to make sure all the Jews of those 68,000 were executed. The son of Satan decided to demonstrate to the guests the principle of the serbo-cutting machine as well. Note that the commission consisted of SS officers, not institute ladies. But during the demonstration on the 12 prisoners, one of the SS executioners fainted from what he saw. At the same time, the commission was shown the breathing graves. This method of killing was not used anywhere else. Prisoners were placed densely in a growth pit and then buried alive. For several days, the earth in the grave would breathe. It was exactly the son of Satan in Stara Gradishka who supervised the mass exterminations. The son of Satan associates. There were many of them, but the most famous among them are a few. The first was Zvonimir Brikalo. He loved to cut the throats of children, invented and was the first test pilot of the serbo hammer. On the first day, when Brikalo was demonstrating the new weapon, a total of about 3,000 people were killed by the serbo hammer. More than 500 of them were children. The second is another madman, Dionysius Yurichevich, to whom these words belong.
Today it is not a sin to kill anyone if he disturbs our Ustasha regime. I will take in my hand and shoot everyone who will oppose the state and the Ustasha authorities.
Do your thing. The history of this camp also knows a unique case in which old Vukashin refused to praise the leader of the NDH. His ears were consecutively cut off, his nose was cut off, his eyes were gouged out, and at the end he said only one phrase to his executioner, Nedozetsu. Boy, do your thing. The enraged Ustasha man cut out the old man's heart and threw him into a pit, but he himself later wrote in his diary, I couldn't kill anymore. Petr Brzitsa won the bat by slaughtering 1,360 prisoners, and I silently paid him the forfeit. Since then I have had no peace. At night there is no sleep. As soon as oblivion sets in, I see the old man's clear gaze again, and hear that unbearable, boy do your thing. I am turned into a lump of terror and pain. I am powerless against this nightmare. Day and night, I am haunted by the calm face of Vukashin of KWAZ. Subscribe to this channel for more videos and leave a like.
All right. Do we know, or are we ready to understand the amount of monstrosity that lies within the heart of those people? If they did this to their own, imagine what they did to our people. So the idea there is, look at that video, not to sympathize with these other folks here, but to look at that and to say, hey, if you could do that to someone who looks like you, imagine what you would do to someone who doesn't. So let's comment on it from that aspect, I guess. We'll start off with Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we really don't realize how horrible the world is out there, and yeah, I mean, people don't really care much about sometimes it's not just about their own people. They can do that to their own women. They had women hung up. They used to have public executions. In fact, a lot of the things that we saw them practice in the South, they had already practiced in Europe and in other places, because that was just a precursor. So yeah, we really sometimes don't see the enormity of really what's out there. And yeah, and even these people who are coming in, you don't know what kind of places they're coming from, what kind of experiences.
And yeah, and even these people who are coming.
Is that me?
No, that was Uzuli. Continue, Tan. Finish it.
Okay. Yeah. So that's it. I'm just saying that we don't know what kind of things they've been through, and yeah, sometimes we do tend to underestimate it. So yeah, it's not always the hatred is not always directed at us. They have done this to themselves as well. Yeah, that's all.
Real Black Gentleman, you're back. What say you to this?
I only called it halfway. I guess it's some Nazi you know what I'm saying, some behind the scenes about some of the officers and whatnot, what they did.
Yeah, some different murder tactics they use on people who look like themselves, essentially.
Yeah, the whole Nazi thing, yeah, that's the extreme of what happens, you know what I'm saying, when you people are really uncritical about, you know what I'm saying, what's going on, they're lazy, and that I could say that could happen anywhere, but I mean with Germany, they were, you know what I'm saying, they had already lost, you know what I'm saying, in World War I, and they had to pay, you know what I'm saying, they had to pay back, you know what I'm saying, all the rest of Europe. That's wild. I mean, it's almost like as black people, like for black people, you almost wouldn't really care, except he did kill black people too. Hitler, you know what I'm saying, that regime killed black people. They, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, the fucking brunette Hitler wanted blonde hair, blue eyed, you know what I'm saying, people. That was the master race. You know what I'm saying? That that irony is not lost on people. The whole Hitler was a whole brown headed dude. And like his whole idea of a perfect world didn't look like him. You know what I'm saying? Like, them Nazis was wild. It's like you could almost like say that, like, as far as like you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, a black American, it's like, you know what I'm saying, like you could almost be like, well, it didn't matter, but you don't want it to be like this war machine that kind of just like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you kind of have to go after them. If I had to pick between fighting the Japanese or fighting, you know what I'm saying, Germany, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and fight some Krauts. I mean, it seems like, you know what I'm saying, I mean, now we're gonna talk about these Jews, right? You know what I'm saying? that again, you know what I'm saying, that as far as black people, and once again, I mean, you can talk about the differences of Judaism, but it's kind of like, well, damn, do we really gotta help you out? Do we really gotta go over there and polish up all this for you? Because I mean, it's like, when you think about it, it's like black people haven't gotten anything out of the whole, like, you know, fighting. Even though I just said, you know, if I have to make a choice, it's like, you know, what do we get out of it? We have to, like, you know, black people wind up having to, like, agree with, like, funding back Europe again after they fight over there. Black people still don't get any kind of benefits. And one of the biggest victims, you know what I'm saying, and through, you know what I'm saying, through the voice of Israel, doesn't really, you know, recognize black people. You know what I'm saying? Israel is the most ungrateful, you know what I'm saying, state in terms of black people and what they're trying to do. And, you know, black people in America, concerning the, you know, a lot of black people fought hard, you know what I'm saying, had to go in there and run through Europe and just to, you know, liberate territory and whatnot. I mean, this is goofy. It's like I'm because I'm human, I see what it is. That's one of those things where you can't say, let's say, for example, if you're going to talk about, like, a lot of people killing each other, you know what I'm saying, in a short period of time, you can't really compare what happened in Germany to, you know what I'm saying, the Hutus, you know what I'm saying, or like the Biafrans. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's like the coldness of the way Germany did it, and the way that the Jews just kind of like didn't think that Germany was on that type of time, is different than when, you know, the Biafrans were basically starved out in war, or how the Hutus, and the Tutsis, they just like were instigated by France, more or less, and kind of just like it got crazy all of a sudden. And you know what I'm saying? That Germany did not have to do that. That's not like the normal course of events, because it's just like they really just, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to take up too much time. I've said plenty. I'm gonna pass the mic.
All right, thank you for that, real black gentleman. Brother Tazzy, what say you to this?
Hello. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to, like, first of all, let me just quote another African scholar or an academic. Her name is Professor Wandia Njoya. She's a professor of literature in the Daystar University, which is located in Nairobi. But I have to quote these guys because, man, I love them. I love African intellectuals. So in what she says, she talked about the Nazis, actually. And she said that the only reason Nazis are considered evil is because they did what Europeans were doing to Africans, but they did it to white people. That's why Nazis are evil. But these things they did, they were doing it even way before. They were experimenting in Africans, like in Namibia. The Germans were doing that. Everybody knows what the Congo in the Belgium did, even the British in Kenya. So all these guys, what they did to other white people, they were doing it to Africans before they did it to white people. And that's why Nazis are considered evil, because they did, you know, what was considered to be done for the people of color, you know, but now they did it against the Jews. And so it was just a very interesting quote that she put. So to me, yeah, I have an idea, and I think Africans have an idea of how evil the Mzungu is, basically. But yeah, I think I'll leave it to somebody else to say. That's all I have to say.
All right. Let's welcome in the Sister Lero this week. Lero, how are you this week?
I'm good. How are you and everybody else as well?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there.
Hey, Lara, how come you don't come in on the conversation on economy? You come in on this conversation with the murder and the blood and the guts.
I was, it's funny because I actually wanted to. I wasn't able to at the time, but I did want to chime in on that conversation. I was typing.
See how they treat dark-skinned people, Coco? See how they treat dark-skinned people?
I hear you. So what say you, Lara, to this prompt?
But no, I think really when it comes to like white on white crime, Europeans, committing crime against other Europeans. I think it really goes back to like kind of like their culture of intolerance. And, some would even say that like their development of like weaponry was due to the fact that they had so many conflicts, from ancient times to modern. And so that's how they improved, their weaponry development, how they got guns before everybody else. And we're thinking kind of on, just kind of had that line of thinking due to just their interactions of violence with one another before they even implemented the act of violence on the rest of the world. But as far as like imagine what they did to our people, I mean, we know already. Like, you know what I mean? That's one thing too that I find like we always talk about like, the trauma of it all and less about like the purpose and the principle and like what was being built like behind that trauma. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like, focusing too much on like, oh, they fed our babies to alligators and things like that, like, absolutely horrible. But we're facing extinction right now all the time, and so it's just kind of crazy to me, but it's nothing to put past them. Like I said, what Belgium did in Congo and things like that were far worse than what the Europeans did to each other. Everybody's done things to each other. You even today, you can go catch a good Telegram thread and see what these Mexicans and Brazilians is all doing to each other, in the drug game. And even unfortunately sometimes in the continent, you see, a lot of these jihadists and things doing some horrible, sickening things to one another. We, of course, in the hood all the time, do things to one another. I think, violence is more than just about like, that whole white on white crime and black on black crime. It doesn't exist because, I'm not going out and killing nobody because they're black. It may have been a dumb reason, doesn't justify the reason, but we're not killing each other because we're black. But whites have had committed atrocities against other races, due to their race, and the whole construct in itself. So I don't know. That's kind of really all I got to say on that subject.
I appreciate you, Lara. I appreciate you coming through tonight as well. In the chat, Marcus Gavi is the way is out there. She says, if we can imagine the worst thing, times it by 10, because we were being tame in our imaginations. With that, let me throw it to gas them up. Gas them up. What say you?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know too much about. I knew about some of it with, I think, talking about the Serbians and all that. I'm not surprised. The guy was saying about the throat cutting machine. It sounded like, an infomercial, the Robo Cutter, for 1995, it cut your grass, handheld. So, this is how, dangerous these people are. They take these military technologies and then they find use for them for everyday life. The internet is military technology, right?
Yep.
So, but for me, I look at it from the occult. A lot of these murders were done as a form of sacrifice to the gods of industry, so that people could develop. When you look at the United States, so-called Washington, D.C., New York, built on the African burial ground, so African dead bodies there. London has the catacombs. Paris is built on dead bodies. And so a lot of these places of high finance have a lot of occultism that's occurring. My position, and shout out to Jose, he gave me that information. Jose, him being in Europe, he has, and his ability to speak their language, he has a lot of insight. One of the things he when he pointed out to me that the word Holocaust means sacrifice. And I was like, wait a minute. And then I went and checked it. I said, oh, okay. So my interpretation was that because when you look at the so-called German machine, right, they never saw anything like Hitler and that Nazi regime, National Socialist regime. They developed economically so fast. They built their military so fast and so quick, and they just took over. And no one had ever seen it, Um, there's talk that Winston Churchill, you guys can Google this stuff. Winston Churchill was using witches to protect England. There were 3 witches that he was in tune with. You guys can just Google Winston Churchill and witches and see that, right? It's documented. You guys can also Google the Nazi regime and the occult, right? The Third Reich was, or Reich, however you pronounce it, was heavily involved in the occult. So for me, I see this as forms of sacrifice. The USSR did the same thing, starting with Lenin. Millions of peasants died under him, and Stalin, of course, in World War II. So these people have no problem managing humans to be sacrificed for their gods of industry. These gods of industry demand blood. It's not a coincidence that all these technologies, you look at your USB, it looks like a face. You look at your car, the back of your car lights, they look like a face, right? It's not a coincidence that Siri and Alexa, and so-called AI, they want to feel human interaction. I showed that on a Tanzan show with Zordon and Power Rangers, and so Alpha was getting us prepared for Siri and Alexa, right? And Zordon was the sentient being that had access to this technology. Azuli showed that with the Thundercats, right? And Rita Repulsa, who was the ancient, goddess, we were told to be repulsed by her, and she was bad, and she was using the moon. And so for me, that's how I look at it. These are all deep, dark occultists, and they hide their occultism behind technology. But, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, you guys should be tuning in to the Black Pentagrammers. Just look up the same Gas 'em Up channel here. That's the channel for the Black Pentagrammers with Jose and Tanzan. Always a good time tuning into their shows. So you guys make sure to subscribe over there.
Oh, don't forget Yona B and Azuli as well.
Oh, yes. Yona B and Azuli are the honorary pentagrammers, I do believe. So, yeah, make sure to check them out. Let's go to Bwana Hagaziki. Bwana, what say you to everything you've heard and seen?
Yes, thank you, Kofu. Yeah, so I'm watching this video and I'm not really surprised at anything these people do. Anyone who have just a rudimentary understanding of history would understand that what these people did is child's play to what they did in Africa. It is child's play. You know, I think Tezzy talked about the Herero people in Namibia. That was a prelude to the concentration camps in Germany. That was a prelude to it. You know what I mean? That's how they got an understanding of what to do in Germany. So I mean that for me that is a bigger issue. That is a bigger issue. What happened to them because they were exterminated completely as a people, completely. I don't think there exist right now that don't exist any Herero people. So I mean, yes, you could say, as a human being, quote unquote, that you feel, sympathetic to what happened to the loss, the life, the fact that lives was lost in Europe, sure. But what about the fact that the Herero people were completely exterminated as a people? As a people. And then when you want to go further, and doing an in-depth study of what these guys did in Africa in terms of child's play, look at what Leopold did in the Congo. A good book on that is Leopold's Ghost. Adam, I think it's Horschild. I think that's his name. He the things what Leopold was doing in the Congo was we was I think Yas mentioned throat cutting these people. Leopold was cutting off hands of children, man. I mean, I can't feel too sympathetic for some Jewish person who may have got, I question the numbers, but who may have gotten murdered in these European countries as opposed to what happened in Africa. I mean, and the thing is with Jews, boy, they such victims. They come to America, they create an industry, they go into industries like Hollywood and the music industry. And then they create this image of the black man of him being the worst gangster ever. worst gangster ever, gangster or gangster. They disrobe him of all humanity because he is just the thug and the gangster, you know, out for nothing but murder and mayhem. They create this image. And Hitler used to say, well, I think it's Hitler, to kill a man, you must disrobe him or take him away from his humanity, call him a name outside of human being. So they call a Negro a thug or whatever have you. So this is why black men could murder other black men on the street, because they don't see each other as human beings no more. They see them as something other. This is a prelude to genocide. And I'm supposed to feel sorry that a bunch of them get murdered in Germany. Come on, well, let me don't say that for YouTube. Well, we really appreciate the loss of life, and we don't want to see the loss of life, etc., etc., etc. But these people are not my friends. These people are not my friends. You know what I mean? So what they do to each other has no, for me, it has no meaning or no value for me. It has no meaning or no value. You know what I mean? But I understand the fact that we should understand that what these people was doing in their own respective countries was horrible. But I also understand what they did to people's different societies is much worse. It's much worse. It's times 10. You know, in particular, people who look just like me, and not only the people who are being who are in position to murder people, but the people who they were murdering themselves, the Jews. So I don't. It's very difficult. Let me put it like that. It's very difficult for me to find some kind of sympathy in regards to what happened to them, because I understand what happened to us is much greater. But I'll stop there to be brief.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but yeah, I think it. I don't think it was posted for the sympathies for them. I think it was just posted to show how crazy these folks are amongst each other, much less us. Did I get everyone except Uzuli? Uzuli, what say you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is not first of all, this is not, those are not Nazis. Those are people from the Serbian, I think the Yugoslavians or whatever. I posted this to show this. These people are doing this to their own people. Are you ready to do that? Number two, these people are doing this, and a lot of people are only here are talking about, you see, that behavior is pervasive in their education, their religion, their economy, their whole way of life. So a lot of us want to take a certain part of their lifestyle and be like, yeah, we should do that. But are you willing to do that? Are you willing to push a group of people in the desert and let them starve to death? Mothers, children, and kids. Most of you are not even ready for that life. So a lot of us want to talk about this and that and the third. This is on the army level. And this is on the army level. These people do that to the education, cut through to business, cut through to religion, and whatever the other shit is, love, the so-called love that they created. Let's not look at this and be like, oh, that was back in the days. Oh, and they're doing this to their own. Yes, we know they did that 10 times to us, but at the same time, we only compartmented that. Oh, this was just war. No, in the crack era. What's the difference between that and some other stuff? What are those people? What do they call that little cartoon? Like it's like it's the Tasmanian devil. Don't they have like the Tasmanian people? Where they at? The so-called Native American. A lot of them got genocided. Are y'all ready for this? Are we ready? This type of savagery where somebody has a son rape the mother and then cut, like, this is crazy. This was in 1940s. 1930s. This wasn't like 200 or 300 years ago. Like, this is crazy. And I'm not saying a loss of life is a love of life, but how could, looking at this, how could you do that to your own people? And these people weren't starving. The people who was doing this crime, they weren't starving. They weren't fighting for food like people claim, or they were caught behind the ice age.
Well, Ozuli, I just want to add quickly. For me, and I know you guys don't agree, but my position, when people say they did this to their own people, I believe that these are people who had the Moorish bloodline. See, they don't want to tell us the truth that there was a lot more dark penetration into Europe than they're letting on. Right? When you look at Zwarte Piet, everyone, I talked about, Rome not being a white civilization, Greece not being a white civilization. This was bloodletting. You don't kill your own people, right? How did they know who, the southern Italians called the northern Italians Germans, right? So they say Garibaldi didn't unite Italy, he divided Africa. So to me, this was a way of purging out bloodlines. It's not a coincidence that the Russian family, the with Anastasia and Rasputin and all these people were murdered. Rasputin, these guys were all into a lot of occultism, mysticism, right? That you can trace back to this old world, Moorish, Byzantium, Oriental, that had infusions of blackness or color, whatever have you, and this was killed. Lenin, millions of serfs killed as a sacrifice. So, you know what I'm saying, Arzuli? Like, you into the spirit world, they're giving blood to these gods. It's like, why are they not looking at that?
But okay, let's say they give him blood to that thing, whatever. So how so we should be doing the same thing then?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just showing you, or I'm just showing people that, because people, how did they do this to their own so-called people? These were not their people, and that's why I don't.
You can't say that though. Guys, they look alike.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. Again, the science of phenotypes, we know, is a very poor science. Right? In Nigeria alone, I can show you, and it's not just one-off examples or small singularities. There are enough people who have straight noses. Gas them up's nose is not, and I'm not saying like, oh, it's a bad thing. I don't have a broad nose and thick so-called Negroid lips. And I'm from West Africa.
But guys,
you get what I'm saying? No, so I'm just saying like that this, to me, these people are not their people. They're not killing them just willy-nilly. They're doing it purposely.
So you think those soldiers you think these soldiers are doing that knowingly, know what they're doing? They're not the
under the instruction. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The people that higher up are, and this is just my occult way of looking at the world, they're under instruction, but the people at the very top know why they're doing this. Especially at that time, there was this attempt, and that's why I say you can look at the Russian royal family. Why were they murdered in cold blood? How did Lenin get to power? Right? The first Soviet republic wasn't in Russia, it was in Germany. Communism, socialism is a German ideology, a Jewish German ideology. What the F does that got to do with Russian peasants or peasants? Nothing. You get what I'm saying? And those Russian peasants have Moorish blood in them. But millions of them just killed, murdered in cold blood. And no one's paying attention to that.
Well, I mean, I could.
Yeah, there is a lot of talk. If we're keeping it real, there was a lot of chatter. You could look back on in certain readings and stuff, because I came across them as well, where these German dudes was going crazy, like, yo, they They're fooling us. They're telling us that these are white folks like us, but these are Negroes. Like there's people in that time who really believed that there was that a hustle was being set up. That the enemy within was these people who, on a quick glance look like them, but I guess as Gas is saying, if you look closer, these folks have features that are not, what you would expect of them, so to speak. So there is a history there where people have been talking about, but I think Zuli made another excellent point that shouldn't be lost too. The thought that these people's essence, how they are, who they are, is in every portion of everything that they create. So if you're talking about capitalism and you're saying you're a black, again, no ID, and you're saying you're a black capitalist, well, are you ready to admit that you have this warmonger in you, this bloodthirsty warmonger? Are you willing to admit that? Are you so then are you complicit when these coups and stuff are taking place where governments are overthrown, people die, and all this kind of stuff, all to protect this system? We can't separate the man from his work too. That's something we have to be mindful of. And are you ready? Last thing I'll say, in combating this issue, are you ready to get down and dirty as much as they do? Because it's going to require some of that to beat this shit up. You know what I mean? It's going to require some of that.
And guys, based on what you said, you saw, if you watched that, you saw there was a priest in there too.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying? This stuff gets deep.
Yeah,
this stuff gets deep. But here's the funny part: that priest is around, but then the popes have always been playing to a black Madonna and a black Christ.
Yep.
I mean, this stuff gets deep. To me, it's deeper than just what they're telling us. I mean, I suspect a lot of these people.
The fingers. Look at the fingers.
Look at their fingers, the peace sign, right? Now, here's the funny part, right? And who adopted that? Nixon. And he was all in the Bohemian Grove. But here's the funny part. I suspect, if you look at, for example, Andrew and Christian Tate, they have black blood in them. I suspect a lot of those Europeans were like Andrew and Christian Tate. They were octoroons and they could pass. And the real Iceman cometh people knew the difference.
Okay. I could dig that. I understand what you're saying. My thing, I understand but what I really wanted to say is that, that type of behavior is in all aspect of their dealings. All aspect. So when, just like Goku just said, a lot of people, I was on Tenzen's show the other day, some guy talk about, he wants to go and conquer this and do this all the time. And other people are like, yeah, come be into your own people. Because people are not just going to lay down and let you come do what you want to do. So all the people that talk about, we're against this, we're against, no, you're not. You're a liar. Because that type of behavior that they do to here, that you see that's destroying lives right now, it permeates through economy, like Gas just said, political economy. They do all of that.
Yeah, it's cutthroat.
So that's what I was saying with that. So
let me, because my good friend Jolie is referring to me. That's okay, and because I agree with domination like that. But let me say this: I believe, and the reason why I believe in that is, I believe that there are many leaders in many African countries that need to be removed, and they're not gonna go willingly. They're not gonna go willingly because they benefit off of the domination and the ignorance and the subjugation of their own people. And when I say they need to be removed, I understand that they're not going to be removed willingly. So they have to be removed forcefully. And when you remove them forcefully, you not only have to remove that individual, you have to remove the people who support that individual for the African state to function effectively. See, when Mobutu was in power, I believe in his forceful removal. Forceful removal. Because he was a kleptocrat. And people who think like him, I believe in their removal. Why? Because they stagnate the rest of the people. And there are many African leaders that exist like him today, not only in Africa, in the Caribbean as well. In the Caribbean as well. When Maurice Bishop say, I forget the name of the prime minister at the time, say this man have to go, and he have to go forcefully. You know what I mean? He wasn't discussing and having big long term meetings with them. He removed him by the gun.
Gary,
By the
right?
gun. Now he didn't kill him. He didn't kill him, but he had to be removed forcefully. And I believe that episode needs to occur for the people to not stagnate, but to develop and to grow.
So
Now
then why?
that's my methodology. That's not everyone else's.
So let's say I
That's my
agree with you.
methodology.
Let's say I agree with you. Then two questions. One, do we apply that same rhetoric to the United States? And if we do, right, let's say I agree with you, why are Americans or why was the world so outraged at allegedly January 6th?
Oh, let me say this. I'm going to say this. I was an outrage at January 6th because I understand that America is a revolutionary country. It is a revolutionary country, whether you would like to admit their past or not. This is the reason why some of the people back in the day say no taxation without representation to England. Say we don't want a king. And they was willing to fight and die for it. That's why they fight the British. That's why they fight the British. And they was willing to die for that particular belief.
Not 100% true, but I understand.
No, but you understand the context.
No, yeah, I understand. But you just they lied though because they weren't paying taxes like the
you
American
understand the context.
No, yeah, but I just wanted to put it out there for everyone. The American colonists were only paying. So let's say Bwana was a British citizen. Bwana was paying, like the full taxes. I was only paying like 30% of the taxes. It didn't make sense. So when you read the British, because we're American bias, when we hear the American side of the story, we think, oh man, those terrible British didn't give them a say in the parliament. But it's like, you cheap motherfuckers were only paying like 20% of the taxes. How the hell are we gonna give you representation in the parliament?
But
you get what I'm saying? It's propaganda. It's like, and that's why after George Washington, and that's why, again, it's occultism, right? Who sponsored it? It was the French, right? With the French Masons sponsored people like George Washington. It was all a Masonic experiment, right? And so when the real rebellion of America, Shays Rebellion, they crushed that because they didn't have any assistance. But it's just ironic that Americans were crying or they believe this mantra of no taxation without representation. But it's like, hey, wait a minute. You guys know that you weren't paying the full tax. You're only paying like 20%, while the average British citizen was paying the full tax. So of course they had representation. It's like, you cheap bastards should have paid the full amount. Then you would have got representation. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. So the rank and file American citizen didn't feel that way because he wasn't exposed to that kind of information. He just believed that it was unfair, that England was charging them taxes where they wasn't seeing their service, well, whatever they needed to have, throughout the society represented as their society. So they didn't see that. And what I'm saying is that there are countries and nations that exist where they pay the full weight, not 20%, but a full weight of what goes on to that in their societies, and they see no beneficial result from it. So what should happen to the leaders of these nations? They should be removed. And they're not going to be removed because you have a civil conversation with them or a better conversation with them. You have to sometimes remove these people forcefully. You have to remove them forcefully and replace them with people who have the mindset, to do good for them people. And unfortunately, we live in a world in reality where the opposite exists. You know what I mean? Because Thomas Sankara, even though he had good ideas for his people or to serve his people, he get a bullet to his brain. You know what I mean? Because we live in a society where we're gonna replace these guys. Might makes right. We're gonna replace these guys with their puppets. You know what I mean? Their puppets gonna exist for our interests, for rich old men's interests, not the people's interests. So these
I agree with you, Barner, but then how do
I
we
think his name is Compari Blasio.
Yeah, Blaise Compaoré. But what I was
Blaise
going to ask
Compaoré.
you is, how do we manage the slippery slope of running into, was it Robespierre, the French Revolution, the terror, right, that happened after the French Revolution? How do you prevent that from happening? You get what I'm saying?
That's it. Yeah, and that's a good example because even with the French, you know what they did with their leadership, and in terms of what happened afterwards, because there was liberties that was taken place after I think they cut off the king's head, what's the lady's name who say eat cake, let them eat cake.
Marie Antoinette. She said let them eat bread.
He let
She
them
said
eat bread.
Yeah.
I thought it was cake.
Well, no,
But,
they lied, but yeah, she said eat bread.
Yeah. So there are liberties and there are checks and balances on even the people themselves because sometimes they get ahead of themselves in terms of so-called this idea of justice. So there should be a limit to what the people decide to do. There should be a limit. I agree with that. But
So who sets that limit? Because now we're sounding like Isaac Newton, right? Who sets the limit?
And that's the thing. Do we have one individual saying that this is the limit, this is as far as you should go, you can't go beyond this? Or do we have a group of old men, usually it's old men, there's not women included in that, but do we have a group of old men who is saying, well, this you should stop here, you can't go beyond this point, and we have the force and backing to ensure that the people don't go beyond this point? I don't know the answer to that question. I do not know. I do not know when in terms of governance for whether you consider to be thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, or millions of people. I don't know what is the proper way. All I would suggest is I think there is a proper way. I think there is, but my correction to the problem is first and foremost, some people need to be removed from power, and that is standard. I believe that should be so. Now people can consider, well, you shouldn't be so ruthless, you shouldn't be so mean, you shouldn't take out these characters. I believe that these people should be removed. I do. I'm sorry.
But we're not talking be removed by people who said they're gonna give them 15%, and we're gonna say 65%, and then you're gonna give 20% to the only a righteous yes, people who are like that should be removed. But what I was referring to is that conversation that we had on 10's show. Yeah, people was talking about, come that person that was talking about colonizing Africa and coming to the Caribbean was a piece of shit.
That's another conversation, yeah.
Because you agreed with him. You said, "Yeah, come conquer me." We're not doing that.
Well,
so that person that you're talking about that was gonna go to the Congo, take their minerals, give the people 15%, take 65%, and claim he was gonna give the superpower 20%. That's a piece of shit. That's an unrighteous brother. And you agreed and said, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
And I surprised you don't agree. I surprised you don't agree.
Why would I agree?
You know why?
Why would I replace?
You know why?
Why would I? Why would I replace
that.
a piece of shit? That's like, you know what you're doing? So why are you mad at the black officers for beating that brother up?
So we jumping now.
No. Everything connects.
Okay, so let me start here. You are the person who is the big believer in who? Killmonger in what do you call it? The Wakanda series. Killmonger is a colonist. He's a colonizer. He's an African colonizer.
He's not.
Oh, he wanted to take the weapons of Wakanda and use that to dominate the rest of the world. He was an African colonizer. So I'm surprised you don't agree with me.
No, I'm surprised.
Koku, do you see how these conversations of Black Power, which are great conversations, but you see how they quickly delve into the French Revolution style, years of terror? You see this, right, Koku?
I'm seeing it. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Nah, I want there's really the rock. I want to go. Go ahead.
No, you're not moving right because you cannot say that's the same thing. One brother said to free the people. That other brother came to do exactly the process did. He was going to do it to his own people, and the claim of technology and the claim of industrializing people. Industrializing people, a lot of people died due to that. A lot of people lost their family, their lands, destroyed. Industrialism made a lot of animal extinct because of greed. Killmonger, what Killmonger did and what that guy said he wanted to do is not the same thing.
What do you think? See, when you say a lot of people die, right? That sound in the ears of someone that sounds bad. That sounds very bad. But there are people who live online and exploit people. For you to liberate that land, do you think that he gonna just allow you to have that land free and clear to let the people come in to possess that land? For instance, but let me finish. I let you rock. Let me finish. For instance, in Zimbabwe, who owned the land? It's the white boys who own a lot of private land in Zimbabwe. For the people to get that land, don't you think that because they're not going to leave willingly? Don't you think that them white folks gonna have to die for that? They gonna have to die for because they're not gonna just go. So you gotta take them off forcefully. Them, their wife, and their children sometimes.
No, what you do
for someone on the outside looking at it, so why are these people gonna die for their own? I mean, why are you gonna murder these? Well, let me say murder. Why are you gonna remove these people forcefully off of that line? Because on the outside, but that's justice. That's justice.
No, bro. What you're saying has nothing to do. What you're saying right now, the brother said he was gonna go to the Congo, take their natural resources, give the people 15%. He's not from the Congo. He's from Kenya. He's going to take 65% and then give the Euros 20%. And then he said he's going to go throughout Africa, take natural resources and conquer the world and come to the Caribbean. And you agreed. You said yes.
I absolutely agree with that. Now here's why. Here's why.
What you agree? That kind of
thing. Let me say what I have to say, and I'll let you walk. So, I mean,
you're just as bad.
You make an accusation. You make an accusation. Let me defend myself. You make an accusation.
Okay, Leopold the second, the third. Go ahead.
Okay, you make an accusation. Let me defend myself. So what I am saying is, he said in regards to if his nation is a well-developed nation, that is a productive nation that is moving forward in the world, right? And from my standpoint, from my particular purview, I feel like these nations, these African nations, are stagnant. They're not moving anywhere. And when you say that the idea of 15%, what percentage of them are they getting right now? They're getting 0%. They're getting exploited. They're getting exploited. So to have even at least a percentage of the board, let's start there. Let's start there. Yeah, and then move from there to develop into something else. But as it stands right now, it is stagnating. These nations in the Caribbean right now, these are old plantations, modernized. They look pretty. They put up a nice window. They put up a nice house or whatever. But these old plantations, there's no real human development that's going on here right here. This man trying, if there is suggested that an African nation want to take us into the 21st century in terms of human development, I am with that. Because as it exists right now, we still in the 19th century going off of these old antiquated English systems that don't benefit the people themselves. It looked pretty, it looked like development, but it's just a fixed up plantation. And if someone come along to change that paradigm, I'm with that shit. I'm with that. I'm sorry. I mean, it seems evil, but if it's African colonialism, let's go. That's where I am with it.
It's not African colonialism because his mental is coming from a European colonization. mask under African cloak into African. He's not coming from an African colonial point. What are you talking about? He's not. So I'm just saying that. What's the difference between that brother was not coming from that point? And like I said, he could stay there and there. But if he comes to where there's gonna be fighting. Not every country want that industrial shit.
But Erzuli, there's already fighting in Haiti. There's
That's
already
not the point.
fighting there.
That's not the point. I could be fighting. I could be fighting my brother. I could be fighting my sister. Who the fuck is you to come talk about to get into the fight and beat me up?
No. You're not fighting your brothers and your sisters. You're fighting the UN who impregnating little Haitian girls and getting them pregnant.
Bro, stop it. That guy you talking about, you want to follow? That guy has a European mentality.
I don't know the man. I don't know the man.
Yeah, but come.
No, he talking. He is from what I hear. This man is talking about African colonialism. I agree with that. I do.
What did he say
I'm
about
sorry
African
if I'm wrong.
Did you
That's where I
not
stand.
hear he was making fun of Haitian people? Did you not hear
he was talking tongue in cheek. He didn't mean that. He was talking tongue in cheek.
Of course he
For
didn't.
everyone in the audience who might be perplexed and not sure what's being discussed here. So there was a conversation recently on Tanzan's show. This guy Kaizo, who's in a lot of these, from what I understand, he was in a lot of these kind of Pan-Africanist type spaces. Kenyan guy, but he's from a particular group that I want to say is kind of mixed Arab or something like that. I want to say that. I could be wrong. Anyway, he has some interesting thoughts. If you guys remember when the Matron used to have those late night shows, he was on there that night when a few of us, Erzuli, myself, Kevin Carre 42, a few of us were there. That became the 12-hour long show. And that's when he said colonialism was a good thing for Africans because it gave them technology. Right? So that's kind of how I've understood him. So when I listen to him talk, I kind of understand he's on some fuckery. But that's the conversation that they had on Tanzan's show recently. I would suggest you guys listen to that episode. Real good episode. If it wasn't the last one, it was the second to last one. So this same guy who said colonization was good for the Kenyans, he said that he's trying to create a group that will colonize all of Africa and eventually all of the Black world. And so in that conversation, Bwana agreed with Kaiser to come and colonize even my own hometown. No, thank you. But that's what him and Bwana was talking about. And then
Cool. Is it Kaiser or Kaiser?
Kaiser, I think.
No, I'm playing on the words. Kaiser.
Oh, yeah. Kaiser. Yeah, okay. Kaiser or Kaiser. Either one. And so Zuli was like, nah, don't come to Haiti, etc., etc. So I'm just trying to give you guys a gist of the conversation. But you guys should definitely go check out Tanzan's show to hear it for yourself. Are there any last thoughts on this prompt, though?
Real quick. I'm just saying that when this brother wanted to colonize and use European mentality, that's what you're going to be doing to the people. These type of things. So we can't claim this. This is. We look at this. Oh, this is an atrocity. Oh, this is terrible. But meanwhile, you want to use that economic blueprint to conquer the world, to conquer Africa, and talk about let me bring it to the Caribbean. What are we doing? That's all.
Wasn't that what Killmonger was doing?
You don't even get what Killmonger was doing. That's sad.
Killmonger was he was a United States military man. All he knows about the United States politics. So what was he gonna do in Africa? But go and do the same blueprint all over the world as hit the people who instructed him. And that's your hero.
That's what to show me that you don't understand. You don't understand what you're talking about. Because Killmonger, his father told him everything. That's why he had the connection to. That's why he was able to go back to Africa. What are you talking about? Did Killmonger say he was going to colonize and the whole Africa? Did he say that? The character said, "I'm going to give you weapons to free yourself from colonization." What are you talking about?
All right, that could be a whole other conversation. We did have a discussion about Killmonger and Black Panther and Wakanda, etc. So you guys could go check out that episode. If you guys want to do it again, we can do that again. But I want to move on to the next prompt. I think I got everyone on this one, right? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. We're going to end at 2 a.m. as we usually do, so we won't get through all the topics tonight that we had planned to, but we'll just bring them back next week. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is abortion an African thing. This came with a link. Let's see what the link is talking about. Is a short.
Culturally, most of the African communities actually believe, by tradition, by their cultural standards, that abortion is a direct attack on human life. So I'm sorry. So for anybody to be able to convince any woman in Africa that abortion is actually a good thing and can be a good thing, you first of all have to tell her that what her parents and her grandparents and her ancestors thought her what is actually wrong. You're going to have to tell her that they have always been wrong in their thinking. And that, madam, is colonization.
Amen to this.
Culturally, most of the African communities actually believe, by tradition, by their cultural standards, that abortion is a direct attack on human life. So I'm sorry. So for anybody to be able to convince any woman in Africa that abortion is actually a good thing and can be a good thing, you first of all have to tell her that what her parents and her grandparents and her ancestors thought her what is actually wrong. You're going to have to tell her that they have always been wrong in their thinking. And that, madam, is colonization.
All right, I like to play those videos, especially shorts. I like to play those twice, make sure everyone gets the idea. Lero, what says you is abortion an African thing after watching that video?
No, abortion.
Lero, you cut out there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, no, abortion is not African. It's never been African, like the lady mentioned, culturally, traditionally, Africans had a very deep connection with marriage and procreation being one and the same. Now that's something in Western society that we see the complete opposite of, You don't see marriage, you just procreation, kind of recklessly at that. And then that gives rises to just having all these abortions and whatnot. Now, I will say this first off, abortion is healthcare. If a woman has a miscarriage, right, when she goes to the hospital, the procedure they perform is the same as they would do on a live fetus that they were trying to terminate and whatnot. So I think, so I'm not, while me personally, I do not support abortion. I'm not for it at all. I do understand the healthcare needs for the procedure. I'll say that. But no, traditionally, Africans had a tight connection with procreation and marriage, the value of children and of life, and how they saw, their offspring as kind of reincarnations of their ancestors. And, just the value of children was placed differently. That and it's kind of unfortunate because I think some of that value needs to be re-instilled in us, in how important our children were, and the duty and the diligence that we all had towards our children. So no, African women should not. I would hope not, and that maybe that feminist line of thinking would kind of lead folks into falling into that trap. But no, we don't need abortion. You need to just be responsible with your womb. You shouldn't need to go and traumatize your body, because that's what it is, traumatizing your body at the clinic, due to your just sexual irresponsibility. People talk about, oh, well, what if a woman's raped and things like that. But yeah, those are like decimal percentile of the cases that are seen for abortion. Now, a lot of them are health related, but even that is kind of a it's not as black and white as people like to make it seem, as what is a health related abortion and what is not. No, like my full stance is that no, abortion is not African. We need to value our lives. We need to value our wombs, and be thinking carefully of those who we procreate with. You know, I know you don't want to be a single mom. I know they tell you, oh, you know, poor people shouldn't have children. I don't follow that line of thinking. I think it's eugenics, like full stop. So I just, yeah, no to the abortion for me.
All right, thank you for that, Lero. Let's hear from Real Black Gentleman. What say you?
Yeah, I don't think abortion. I mean, of course, it's not an African thing. It's like the whole idea that you know what I'm saying. This whole what is the. I mean, all the chemicals, the procedures. Now, I will say this: I've heard, and again, I'm not trying to give credence to any of this shit. I'm aware that and again, I don't know how. It's like this is the thing. Like, I don't know if in Black Africa, whether or not we're talking about medical care and medical, that there were not any kind of contraceptives, or even I won't say contraceptives, but any kind of birth control measures that were indigenous. I'm not saying that African people cut out babies, but I'm saying that you can come up with you can come up with things that are natural, that do things. And the idea that African peoples didn't develop some kind of how would I say it, miscarriage inducing things. I don't know how historically accurate that would be. I've heard of cases. I don't know how I don't think this was like I don't know how recent this is. I mean, I don't know how late it was. There's probably something in this century where, and if that's the case, that can be influenced by ideas about, you know, the idea of it passing through other people's, about, you know, whether or not. I wish I had the source on this. I saw this on, you know, I don't want to major in any minors saying that I don't think that it's good. I'm actually very, 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 very anti-abortion. I just want to make sure that I see things in the proper light. And I don't think that anything like that would be widespread, or how would I say it, or common. I don't think that because I'll go against Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, you know, for days. I can definitely do that. I'm not a woman. Seeing the world that we're in, Lord knows, like, you know what I'm saying. Like, I cannot encourage in any way a woman ending her pregnancy. That's like at that point, like, a lot of gates have already failed. Like, you should have already understood how reproduction works, how you yourself was the product of your father and your mother, and those hot minutes. You know what I'm saying? It's like we cannot in any way encourage abortion and say it in a public way. Abortion, if again, the rare instances, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, incest, rape. I mean, what is it? You know what I'm saying? Like a tubal birth, where the baby starts to implant into the fallopian tube, and it's just that the pregnancy itself won't. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that these things should naturally, if in ideal situations, these things are discovered early enough. However, again, the idea that what we call abortion not contraceptives, but actual like terminating of the fetus happens 3, 4, 5 months into the pregnancy, where the woman I ostensibly would know or should be aware that there's a change in that, there's conception of life inside of her, then goes to then kill the baby. I mean, the only way to stop abortion is to ensure the beginnings of that whole setup, which is making sure that a man and a woman have a sense of indefinite bounty and prosperity, that at least that they feel that way, to that at least that when they do conjugate and the woman conceives, that there's going to be no question that everything's going to be there. You know what I'm saying? This is the natural part of life. Everyone will be there along her way to make sure that she's healthy and that this baby is delivered healthy. That's the whole idea. But as soon as you start to imply abortion just being a natural part of, that whole, disrupted cycle, it's all bad. I mean, oh God. I mean, she's right where, the lady saying that when you encourage abortion, you're saying that everything that your parents and grandparents did that they thought was wrong, and then that's colonialization. Abortion's an awful thing. I mean, it really truly is. It's murder. I mean, I don't like the idea that a woman could, because fertility is not an easy thing. It's not as easy. It's not just like, bust one and then 9 months later, a baby comes out the oven. I mean, there's fertility, there's cycles, there's all kinds of things. A baby, once you conceive a baby, unless it's really like, like, look, if you got rape, but again, we really want to make sure that this, if this is just, you wasn't, look, sex means a finality of conception. You know what I'm saying? Like, once you're born, you're born. Like, once you're conceived, and like anything that would take away from that is like, is you were once in that. Every one of us was once a germ in our mother's womb, and the saying goes, mother's womb is one of the most dangerous places for a black person because of the in America, because of the prevalence of abortion. Abortion is of the devil. I'm gonna yield the mic.
All right, let's hear from Carl next. Carl, what say you?
Well, I'm a little confused by the question. Is abortion an African thing? I mean, abortion is a medical procedure. Would appendicitis be an African thing? Would extraction of your gallbladder be an African thing? I mean, it's a medical procedure, so I don't think there's any particular Africanness to it. I will say that we have to be careful because, the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, was a eugenicist. She was a white supremacist, and she was concerned about the population of Black people exceeding that of Europeans in America. So that's one thing about that. But for me, for the most part, I agree with abortion. I believe it's a woman has a right to choose, and I think that should be up to her. I don't feel that up to a certain point, once you've had a certain trimester, then once it's developed into a fetus, then we have an issue. But I'm not religious. I'm not a Catholic or nothing like that. I don't believe in life begins at conception. I think that's not scientifically proven. So I think that if a woman makes that decision, that should be her decision to make, and it should be done healthy. Because here's the reality: if a woman don't want to have a baby, she's going to have an abortion, legal or not. So people have been having abortions forever. It hasn't been done medically. It hasn't been done safely. So many women die. So the question is not whether or not a woman is going to have an abortion. Is she going to have an abortion safely, or is she going to have an abortion unsafely? This should be the question. But no, I don't think it's an African thing. But I think that women do have the right to choose whether or not they want to bring a child to term or not. And there's a lot of, situations behind that. It could be she doesn't have support from the father. It's not a safe environment. She could just not be ready for a child. I'm not saying people should be reckless with their wombs, which is why there's so many forms of birth control. there's so many options to use before you get to that point. But if that's the choice she wants to make, that's between her and her doctor. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Appreciate it, Carl. I see D Webs out in the chat. He says, only on topic 5, burn the late night oil, I see. Now we're going to shut it down at 2 a.m. like we usually do. But yeah, we had some real interesting conversations tonight. We have to bring some of those back. Webb says they're also putting a warning on the live now about offensive material. YouTube is ridiculous. So yeah, you guys will notice that I got a notification on my phone during the first prompt about they was going to do whatever, put a warning up, this, that, and the other. That's because a lot of that's happening now. Like every day now, I'm getting these emails from YouTube about which video is not monetized, demonetized, which has a certain label put on it, like every day. That's because I qualify for their program, but I haven't done the paperwork because I'm kind of skeptical of it on one hand. I was curious to see if they would allow this page to get monetized, but surprisingly, they did, and they sent me the stuff to join the ad program, but I just haven't yet. So yeah, like Buana said in the private chat, it could be a good thing. Might pique people's interest, etc. But yeah, you guys who came in late, go back to the beginning and check out those first 2 prompts, man. We had a real good conversation during those first 2 prompts. I think all the conversations were good anyway. So we just heard from Real Black Gentleman. We heard from Lero. Before that, we heard from Carl just now. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the lady. I don't think that we had a tradition of or even the practice. I think they may have been reproductive health and so on, but no, I don't think that. I have never heard of it, of any practice of killing babies or anything. So yeah, I agree with her. Tezi might say it's something different, but yeah, I think the simple answer is a no.
All right, since you mentioned Tezi, let's go to Tezi next. Tezi, what say you?
Yeah, okay. To be honest, yeah, Tanzan was right that I will say that abortion is an African thing. I agree with that person. It is an African thing. Actually, to put it here, it started with the which tribe is this? The Chaga of Tanzania.
What's the machine you have on in the background?
Oh, is there vibration?
Yeah, vibration. What's the machine you got going on in the background?
Oh, okay. I can't help it by now, but I hope it can still be heard. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah. Continue.
Okay. So the Chaga of Tanzania, their women were not expected to give birth after their daughters were married. So every child that they had was aborted after their daughter was married. That was the Chaga tribe in Tanzania. We also have the Baganda princesses in Uganda. They were not expected to marry, as this would cause tension between the patrilineal and matrilineal succession line, leading to widespread abortion. Also, the Ashanti women of Ghana, they used to abort if they had premarital sex or adulterous affairs. So definitely, you can even look at the Maasai women who used to abort if the father was sick or was old, the child was they used to abort the children. So this was a practice that was well known in African culture. So it is an African thing. Abortion was happening way before the Mzungu came to Africa. So yeah, to answer the question, it was an African thing.
That's good information, Tezzy. I appreciate that for real. I appreciate that. Let's have him gas them up. What say you, Gas?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just keep it brief. I agree with the sister. Um, Unfortunately, I don't know. I think that tsunami is going to come crashing down of people who want to copy the West. So, yeah.
All right, Gas did keep it brief. I mean, we got till 2, so you guys could expand if you want. Buana, what say you to this?
Yeah, so let me say that since I'll be the bad guy tonight. So if you start your premise on the sanctity of life, this whole idea, this notion of sanctity of life, of course abortion is gonna look like an evil thing. And maybe the Africans didn't have as a cultural practice abortion. Maybe not. I'm sure that they had the uh preventing having children, in terms of, precautions, so a woman would be able to have a child. And anyone who would want to look into that, it's easy read Ivan van Sertima, Africans in Science, you know. So I'm sure, and you'll find the information there, but I'm sure that they have had preventative measures in terms of childbirth. And in terms of women having just having children, there are some complexities involved. There are some complexities involved that should be considered as well. Because I don't believe where there was a choice between the mother or the child, every man who was in a position of authority decided to bear the child and let the woman die. Because there are questions that come in terms of, well, if this child is born, this woman is gonna die. I don't believe that every African man decided to just give birth to the child in turn, or rather than just let the woman. I don't believe that happened. I believe that happened. Not uh, unanimously. I don't believe that happened. And also too, you know, when we said it's not an African thing, maybe it's conditionally. Maybe on a continent, no. But if they was in a particular position after the child was born, we have many cases of women throwing their children on slave ships in the ocean. Not only they kill them, the children, they kill themselves as well. So they may not have aborted the child from being born, but they certainly allowed the child to die in the ocean because they was under a condition of oppression, major oppression, and they decided it was better to die rather than having a child live that existence. And also, let me also say this is an important thing too, because we coming from the standpoint of death being a bad thing. Death is not in a mindset of, well, in my mindset, death is not always a bad thing. If I am supposed to live among my ancestors, you know what I mean. I don't consider death as always a bad thing. You know what I mean? So I don't think that all African people consider death as a bad thing. I think that to start from that premise is a fault, is really faulty. And also, let me include into this mix that there are cases and instances where you have people engaging in a nefarious activity in terms of, because you can't say rape that never existed in Africa, because I'm sure it did, and the woman didn't decide to bear that child. So what happens to that child? And also incest existed. I'm sure that they did on the continent as well. Let's play like that don't exist. I feel like sometimes we romanticize what happened in terms of humanity, and that's just not the case. And when a woman decides, I don't want to bear this child. This child is an abomination. You know what I mean? So I think that would have occurred as well. The when we look at this scenario, we look in terms of a healthy woman in a healthy situation with her partner, mate, wife, husband, or whatever, and her deciding not to have the child. But there are other complexities that come in the picture. So this blanket prompt statement that it becomes blurry because there are factors that should be considered in terms of is this a so-called African thing? Because I'm sure many women decided not to give birth to a child when you put these complexities in the mix, and they were African women. So I don't know. I think that to say that there was a whole case of bunch of African women deciding to use this as a culture thing, maybe not. But it's in terms of, did African women decide in various different cases that existed throughout the continent, because there's millions of different stories. So did African women decide not to bear a child that, because of her situation that she was in, it would have been better not to give birth to that child? Sure, I'm sure it existed. I am sure, because that's how humanity is set. And even after the birth of that child, were there situations where a woman decided to, what is it called, matricide? I forget the name of it, but where a woman decides to take that baby out of this existence? Sure, I'm sure it existed. I am certain it existed because we have cases that are on slave ships. But I just want to to look at a different view and a different perspective, because based on the conditions, because African women have been in serious different situations throughout the diaspora and in terms of even history that exists, that would cause them to want to commit these particular acts. And I wouldn't want to demonize someone because I wasn't in that position as well. And if I was in that position, hell, maybe I would have done the same thing. Now I'm not a woman, but I'm just saying, what I mean? I don't want to consider it to be evil. And death is perceived differently in African culture as opposed to the European culture. But I wanted just to throw that in the mix. I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. Did I get Tanzan on this one? I think I did, right? I got Lero. All right, so that leaves us with Razuliism. Razuli, what say you?
I want to start by saying that anybody who says the woman's choice to kill the baby or not, that's ridiculous. That makes no sense because the woman doesn't get herself pregnant. The woman is the carrier of the life. She's not the creator of the life. So, but hey, the brother said, I believe that African people you could go take some herbs and to keep the egg from mixing with the sperm. Of course, they probably had birth control, but so abortion is not birth control in the sense of keeping from pregnancy from happening. Abortion, the eggs already made contact with the sperm. And for the brother that said that it's not scientifically proven, it is scientifically proven that it's a live thing. Whether you want to say the heart beats us in like 6 weeks or 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, I forget what it is. But anyway, if this lady is speaking at the United Nations or wherever she's speaking, I'm guessing that she knows what she's talking about more than y'all on here that's talking about abortion was Africans was doing everywhere and everywhere. It's like over 40 million abortions that happen in America. If a couple of times some people had an abortion here and there, that doesn't mean that it was a thing in Africa. I'm not saying that in Africa or in the Caribbean or whatever, some part maybe they did when they had sex and then they went, let me go drink this tea real quick, like the 72-hour pill or whatever. I'm not saying they didn't have that, but for people to talk about abortion was in Africa, this and that, so like that makes no sense. So to say even what that lady is talking about is the same thing what we're talking about in the previous video. This is genocide. This is a covert genocide. Talking about abortion is it's the woman's what? So if abortion is woman could do it, so can I opt out of paying child support? Can I opt out of being the father? If the woman could do whatever she wants with the baby, then I should be able to do whatever I want. I don't want to be his father. His father, because that makes no sense. So I don't understand how people will be like, if Gas said something that's important. He said pre-colonialism, pre all of this, the whole thing that we talk about, that prostitution is the old profession. Guys said this shit didn't happen. We're there. So if a girl got pregnant, somebody got pregnant, what are y'all talking about? Oh, the baby couldn't survive. They had food there. So we talk about all of this. We're against this. We're against this. But we so love the technology of our oppressor. That's what I have to say about that.
I like what D Webb says here in the chat. He says in Colorado, you can have an abortion into the 9th month. You gotta admit that's some sick shit. I agree with that. He says 6 states have 0-term restrictions where you can abort up until the baby comes out the womb. Wow, that's wild. Someone's mic is open. Who's that? That Tezzy? Go
Yeah,
ahead,
it's
Tezzy.
me. I'm sorry. Yeah, but okay. I think we need to accept that about Africans also. Africa. I've just given you the list of all the African tribes that used to perform abortions for all various reasons. In fact, the African tribes used to do way worse things than abortion. But I'm not going to go into that. But when it talks about abortion, I think people need to understand that it's a very complex issue. It's not just the way, because it's happening. It's still happening, whether it's legal or illegal. It's still happening, and they were even in countries like, people don't understand. In Africa, we had this stream actually 7 months ago. We had this type of we talked about this in Swahili Nation, and it was like we talked for a whole 8 hours. We talked about just abortion in Africa, and people don't understand how much teenage pregnancy happen in Africa. Africa probably has one of the highest rates of teenage pregnancies in the world. Before, like, there are some populations in Africa, I don't know if it's in the Congo, or where like 20% of teenage women, girls, have pregnancies, and so a huge chunk of those people, they actually do have these abortions, but they have these what is it, street abortions, or these unsanitary abortions. And so there is a case for legalizing it, that so that these ladies that are having, that have to do it, because even in Tanzania, there used to be a law. I don't know if it has been repealed, but there used to be a law that if you got pregnant as a teenager, you can't go to school. That now your educational life is over. So when you put women or young girls in such a position where they have to choose their whole life or keeping the kid, a lot of those women are going to opt for an illegal abortion. So there are so many cases in which girls do go for abortion, and they are legitimate. We need to understand. So it's not just a black and white issue; it's a very complex issue. So there are the women who are pushing for abortion, because she doesn't. This girl in the video,
Not a
she doesn't
complex issue.
represent all women.
Not a complex issue. You don't understand what does it mean when you kill a baby. You don't understand what you do. You don't understand.
I know, I know it's bad.
It's
I'm not pro-abortion. I'm anti-abortion, but I also have to appreciate the situations that lead women to have abortion.
appreciate. What is? Do you know what the word appreciate means?
Yeah. I know the word appreciate me. I know what it
No,
means.
I gotta give it to Tezzy. I gotta give it to Tezzy. He used an interesting word, appreciate. But so something Tezzy mentioned before that is true. I could remember there was a lot of, like, in my high school years, the years I was finishing up high school, we were like, what, 13, 14, 15, 14, 15, 16, right? When you graduate from high school. And I remember a lot of them gals was getting pregnant, or as we say, big up, right? Was getting big up back in the day. And those back alley abortions that Tezzy mentioned, like, that shit was happening. Like, folks was going and getting some aunt or someone with a clothes hanger, right? And making a hook out of a clothes hanger and pulling fetuses out of people. Like, that was happening. People boiling castor oil leaf and all that kind of stuff to abort babies as teenage pregnancies. So that's a problem that we got to be honest about it. We got to address that too. I don't know if killing babies is the way to address it, but it was a thing. And I can see where people will say, well, thank God there was abortions, because I would have been 14, right, having a baby with a dude who was 15 or 13 or some shit, and ain't know nothing about nothing. So I can see why people would think that, but I think it's because we don't look at what it really is. We kind of sugarcoat it as just deleting a fetus, but it's actually killing a child. It's killing a.
But Coco, remember Tan was talking about building the society or building a so-called system on scarcity and building a system on surplus. So, many African societies, as the woman was saying, why would you get an abortion when, you don't, in the 1500s in Africa, 1300s, if you're on the western coast of, if you're on the coastal region of Guinea or Mali, when you have your baby, is there a daycare center you got to pay for? Do you got to go to Children's Place and get a matching booty, shoes, and because Letitia got her baby in the fancy baby daycare, you got to put your baby in the fancy baby daycare in the village, and your baby got to have the newest, Air Machungus, because those are the shoes that all the babies in the village wear. So we've created a society where, I'll give an example, right? Like, I've seen people with children that they spend all this money with toys and stuff, and I'll play with their child, I kid you not, with an old the Bounty, the napkin thing. I'll get that some markers and some glue, and me and that child will have way more fun than any of those stupid, $400 fancy specialty toys. And so that's the system. So culturally speaking, you lived in a society where you wouldn't be hard pressed. Your 16-year-old girl saw her puberty and she's ready to be married to the 25-year-old guy who has his phone. Yeah, go ahead and start your life, because, and children walked around naked in Africa, as they still do, right? So I just think we're not looking at that. We're just and you said something earlier about trying your best to avoid certain things. We can, other than like extreme abject poverty. And what's funny, even those people in those situations, particularly in Africa, they're not even looking to abort their children. But if you cut out the Netflix and you go shopping at Costco and you save your money, children can be more affordable. If you cut the nonsense and just focus on the things that you need, food, clothing, shelter, and you guys deal with each other. But it's hard to tell us that.
And again, like Gans just said, all the thing telling a girl, oh, you have to go to school and don't get pregnant. When did that come? To go learn the European way of life?
I think that all of us, everyone on this panel, and I understand the argument, because the brothers, I'm starting with the sanctity of life argument, but all of us know people who is really just a human scumbag. You know what I mean? For real, they really shouldn't exist. They would be better, as dust growing fruit. And this might sound evil and bad, whatever, but I don't give a shit. But I just think that all of us know individuals out there in our neighborhoods or wherever you're from, who are just no good to humanity, and they shouldn't friggin' exist. And it would have been better if their mother would have aborted them, bust them, and just wipe them on a towel and flush them down the toilet. Yeah, this is the reality, man. And I ain't trying to color code bullshit, man. I understand the sanctity of life argument, but I just ain't buying it. I'm sorry.
Why not mother swallow the baby instead of aborting them? You hear what I'm saying? Like that's a much better way for so-called abortion, But I don't know. I think this gets very slippery, right? And this is where Minority Report becomes, there's an old African saying, I don't know if they say in the Caribbean, who knows tomorrow? You get what I'm saying? Nobody knows tomorrow, you know, and so a person under these conditions might be a degenerate, but under different conditions might thrive. You know,
Hey, gas. The probability is high. I go for
That is
probability
not
is
true. That is not true what you're saying, because there's a bunch of kids who are born in abject poverty in the Caribbean who never turn out to be mass murderers. It seems a lot of the time those serial killers that we see, they are people who got money, people who are not this. So is that the baby is not a mass murderer by itself, or the child. The child is mass murderer because what the environment acts upon it.
and then where do you draw the line? Because I mean, you know, Obama got to go then for what he pulled in Libya, right? You know, all these other people.
He would be
You
the
know, where
first.
do you draw the line?
Him, George Bush. What's the name? Donald Trump. All of them gotta go. All of them gotta go. Bust. She should have again bust down the leg and flush down the freaking toilet.
Then you turn into the movie Minority Report. You ever saw that movie
What's the actor name again?
with Tom Cruise, Minority Report?
Yeah, a long time. That's an old movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an old movie, but that's where we end up. We end up in a world like that. It's a very scary world to live in.
I'm just
go ahead, Israeli. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that with all of this we're talking, the African American population is at 12 or 13.2% from 1970. They say black women, whether by themselves or with the accomplice of the men, killed over 40 million babies. So at the end of the day, even if the Africans were doing it, even if it doesn't mean it's right. And all the doing it for the reason, oh, I had to go to school or I had to do this. So that means you impeded a woman from being a mother. Whatever pressure that society put that on your young lady, or you belong to this type of women, you shouldn't have baby. What the F is that?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, Juan.
Really, you see these mothers out. You see these mothers out here, man. You do. Hey, bro. You had Really, you probably had a great mom, and I ain't taking that away. You probably had a good mom. But some of these so-called quote unquote mothers around here, they should not be mothers.
But these women,
these mothers was not created
by themselves. These mothers were not created by themselves. They were created in a sick society. You want to throw the blame only on the women. It's not only on the women, the society.
Think about it, Juan. Imagine if out of those 40 million, right? Let's just say 50 of them would have made lasting impacts for black people in the world. So you can imagine the ancestors are like, all right, cool. You're going to come back, and you're going to do this. And you know, you're going to come through this guy's testicles and run into her vagina, and you all ready to go, and you get in there. And then, you know, some Mzungu technology aborts you and use your fetal cells to power their technology. Now the ancestors got to sit down there and go back to the drawing board and send somebody else again. You know, so this abortion thing on an occult level really is holding us back, in my opinion.
You know how many doctors, engineers, magicians, writers, warriors. You know how many that are lost, and 40 million, and that's only in America.
Well, they're not.
Say mass murderers too. Say mass murderers too.
Why do you keep saying mass murder, yo, bro?
Because when you say these things, and I understand because you taking my position, you're an optimist. You saying that these people are going to be great writers and thinkers, and that's well and good. But how many of them are also going to be dirtbag, scumbag, degenerates?
But
do you Malcolm X? Wait, hold on. Do you include? Wait, but does he include Malcolm X into that? Do we abort Malcolm X, Buana?
Here we go. The Malcolm X argument.
No, I'm asking.
Of course, Malcolm X went through the scumbaggery, and he.
No. But we can't have
an exception. You trying to make the exception?
You know how many of my friends that was doing wrong and turned out to be better human beings than most of these doctors, these so-called politicians? What are you talking about? A baby's not born evil. The system turned them into murderers, or whatever happens to them.
I'm saying
What are
that
you talking
I'm
about?
sorry.
we could
I'm
say
sorry.
we
Hold
could
on.
say the system, all you want, but there are parents or so-called parents with a quote unquote who also influence the child. And what we have seen so far is the inability of the parents to produce
But
productive children in
that's a
society.
failure of you. You're part of that failure because in African societies, parents don't exist. There is no nuclear family. Parents exist within the confines of the community. And so, if the black community has derelicts, you're also to blame, Bwana.
Well, I can take the blame. I have no problem with that. Even though I'm not a dad, I can take the blame of that. What I can do for people in my community and society. There's a guy I just talked to the other day. He's supposed to spend two years in jail, and I try to be encouraging as much as I can because I understand he coming from a situation that's not necessarily conducive. Not this man walks around the street and he's a vagrant. What is his purpose in life? I wish he had better. I try to give him money and do for him, give him jobs or whatever. But what do you do to people? Man, I think that the conversation is a little bit complicated, and I understand what your brothers are saying. There is a degree of sanctity in life and certain terms, whatever. But I also believe that there's some scumbaggery that goes on, and there are some people that should not exist. I don't
So what
start with that religious premise. I
I
don't
agree
start
with
there.
you.
I
So
don't.
I agree with you. So then, with that said, then I'm fine with Leopold and what he did in the Congo because some of them people had to go. They was down.
Come on, gas man. Come on, bro. I know
Why?
it's 2 o'clock in
Why
the
is
morning,
come
but
on,
come
bro
on,
now?
bro.
Why is it come on, bro
Come
now?
on, bro.
Why is it
Come
come
on. Why
he
you
has
on,
a
bro
starting
now?
point
there,
though.
bro? Come on,
He
man.
has a point
Come
though,
on.
Bwana.
Why is it
Come
come
on,
on, bro
man.
now? You know how many what's his name? The guy you were talking about that you said should have been killed. But what is it? What's his name? The one that killed Patrice Lumumba.
Mobutu.
You know how many
No,
Mobutu
no,
could have been in there?
no. But the reason why Leopold murdered these people wasn't because he didn't think that their life had value. It's because they didn't bring in enough gold to support his empire. That's a little bit different when we talk about. Nah,
What do
come
you
on,
mean?
man.
It's the same
Come
thing.
on, man.
If you kill somebody because they didn't bring you materialistic stuff, that means they don't have value. What are we talking about?
Can I
By the
just
way, I just want
interject
to say,
real
I hope,
quick?
Lara, 1 sec. I hope I didn't miss Carl on this prompt. Carl, if I did,
No,
it wasn't intentional.
Carl spoke. I think he's
Oh,
the
okay,
only.
good. All right, Lero, go ahead.
No, I just want to say that like it's like the whole abortion convo. It really like approaches eugenics at some point because it's like you can't determine what anybody's outcome is going to be in life because of their parental setup, their family situation. It's the same thing as telling people, oh, poor people shouldn't have children, because their kids are just going to go up and live miserably. There's people who are doing fine. You know what I mean? I know people in foster care. They're doing very well for themselves now. There's people who grow up in great situations, and they turn out to be rapists and murderers and killers, you know what I mean? And they had all the family and love in the world, So I don't think you can ever determine that. And life is life. And people, and a life should have the right to see to whatever outcome that may be, whether it be right or wrong. Some people shouldn't be here, but they need to prove why they shouldn't be here first before we can even come to that conclusion. I think too, you also have to think about abortions in American society. One, they're so rampant. Like 1 in 4 women, like under the age of 45 have had an abortion. Like, that's nuts. At least one, you know what I mean? At least one abortion. And you got to think too, there's no pressure of, I can't go to school and have a kid at the same time. No, the state will literally take care of you. You know what I mean? The state literally wants you to come, you have your kids. You don't got to worry about your father being in the picture. You can get welfare. You know what I mean? You have all these options to have your children. And also, too, abortions are no longer being considered they don't consider factors of like, you know, oh yeah, people get raped and women have health issues or maybe issues with like the fetus. You know, the fetus could have like a low quality of life due to some birth defects, mutations or whatever. No, like it's literally women saying, I don't want to have this baby, I'm going to kill it. You know, and that's what it is. You know, the vast majority of abortions are performed for that reason. And if that's not perverted, if that's not sick, if that's not just straight genocidal, then I mean, I really don't know what is. I don't think there should be any excuses. Abortion is indeed murder. Now, you can have justifiable, quote unquote, reasons for that murder, but abortion is full out murder.
You're
And
just a communist, Lero.
it's taking away the the opportunity of life from that fetus, which we all were. But that's all I got.
You're just a liberal communist. And you're bad for the black community.
They grow up to be what, just if they grow up in these situations, they grow up to be just wonderful people. But what about El Chapo and his and the people who join his cartel? I mean, they're not going to be contributive members of the society. Should we get rid of them?
Yeah. Actually, I like to also disagree with my sister here who just spoke that majority of abortions are not actually women just choosing to abort. There's this study that actually did investigate this, and they came up with the conclusion that majority of abortions would be avoided if women in their lives felt safe to have the baby. Meaning that if there was no if the society was okay with her having that baby and her close family and the father of the baby, all those are the three main determinants whether a woman will abort or not: society, her close family, and the father of the baby. Those are the three.
So it's
But
not an
that's not
African
safe
thing.
for our health, you know.
So then it's not African because the father, the safety, all those things were provided for in African societies.
Okay. No. In Africans, especially conservative societies, where it depends on what type of. If you have a baby,
Tezzy,
if you have
I'm
a
not
baby,
talking modern. I'm not talking the modern day mental retard Africans on the continent today. No disrespect to you, because I can't stand. You know, I'm amongst them, right? But I'm talking about the pre-colonial African societies where a woman, like I always say, the European tells us prostitution, and you guys should research infanticide in industrial Europe, right? These people are sick people. They were throwing their babies. You know, Brenda has a baby should really be Gertrude has a baby. This is what they did. This is their game. They've been throwing babies in trash cans since the industrial time. But what I'm saying, Tezzy, is that the conditions you described of a society that kept the women safe, there was abundance. No woman would be out to pasture starving, where she had to suck a penis for a grape or something like that. There would be no need for a woman to have an abortion in a pre-colonial African society. Can you agree to that?
Yeah. But you see, in pre-colonial African society, there were other conditions. There were the society. There were other society conditions for abortion. I actually even read them right now. Like if in the Ashanti tribe, where if the woman had a baby and she is not yet married, that baby will be aborted. And it's also seen in the Maasai, where if the woman had a baby and the father of the baby is too old or sick, the woman will go and have an abortion. Even in the Baganda kingdom, if you have a baby and the baby is not
Okay,
of
but did that add up to 40 million babies being murdered?
okay, I don't know the numbers. Okay, probably not. Probably
So all
not.
right then. So stop using that to say that Africans was doing it. If you lost 1,000, even if let's say it was 2,000 or 100, 1 million babies that got killed pre-colonialism, is that equal to 40 million? And I'm only talking about the American side. I don't know how many abortion people are having now in the continent or in the Caribbean.
Yeah. But you see, in the modern day, it's the society, it's the family, and it's the father of the baby. Those are the three things. It was actually been determined that if you sort those three things out, there will probably be much less
But
abortion.
this lady's not talking about right now. This lady is warning us about what's happening, which probably is already there. The way you guys are talking, she's saying that the lady's talking about her ancestors, her great grandmother and her grandmother were not about abortion.
You know, Tezzy, what he likes to do is he's very, very loose with his definitions. So, you know, in order to play on the global stage, Tezzy's always going to find a way to stretch it. You know, that round peg must fit in that square hole for Tezzy in the world of European definitions. So he's going to find one off example of perhaps a cultural phenomenon of, you know, maybe the woman, they had certain things in their culture where you know, she might not want to have a baby by a man who has sick genetics, and that is the one way to stretch to say, see, we had that too. And I don't know, I've dealt with these Africans my whole life, and I don't know, I got to still live with them, but it to me, it's hard to deal with them on the continent. And so, you know, and I'm not dissing you, Tezzy. I'm not dissing you, but I'm just saying, I hope you understand that. I guess because my thinking is very diasporic. When I'm on the continent dealing with my Nigerians who think like you, it's like we're in the belly of the beast, trying to at least keep some sort of sanctity to what our ancestors had, and you know, you guys back home are just like, that, who cares about that, man? We want to, and it's like, you know, so we're just at different purposes, you know, we're across purposes. We're trying to, you know, do our best to maintain our sanity within the system, but still keep what our ancestors had. And you guys there are like, screw what the ancestors had, let's be world players. And you know, so I don't know, but I'm glad everyone can see the dynamic. So, you know, this is just what it is that's at play.
I know you guys are not even understanding
I'm
what I'm trying to
curious.
say.
I'm curious. Hold on, Tezzy. Hold on, Tezzy. I'm curious because you know I listen to the Purist talk, I'm wondering how many African men, continental African men, go out to date single mothers in Africa because they believe that you should bear a child and not have abortion. And we know African women will still have sex regardless.
A lot.
So
I know a guy who
are
just
they
got
as a
married
culture?
now.
Let me ask Tezzy. Are they as a culture? Do they date single mothers? Because from the African men I've met, they wanted to mess or marry the girl without children, without children. So if she's an older woman, if she is an older woman and she don't have children, is you have a green light. But if she does have a child, I'm wondering if the parents are them going to be so accepting of this woman with a child who is not that man's child, or and if they engage in that kind of practice where they date mothers with children. I'm wondering if that happens in Africa.
I know a guy who just got married to a woman. He's a photographer. I don't want to say his name, but he's Igbo, and he just got married to a woman. She had a child before him, and he loves her. He's posting her on his WhatsApp status all the time. I'm like, ugh, this guy, man, with the sucker stuff. But you know, she had a child before him, and I hope they have more beautiful children. I have an uncle of mine, you know, blood uncle. You know, he's married. He got 3 wives now, but his second wife had a baby before him. So people in the modern sense are marrying women with children. I mean, it's not the go first move you want go to, but it happens. It's there. You know, I don't know about Kenya and East Africa, but I know in Nigeria in particular, it's there. It's happening.
Yeah, in Kenya it happens too. The women with the children can get remarried. Usually, I don't know. It might be changing, but
Somebody gotta please mute them their mic.
yeah, okay. Usually, a woman with a child is usually put as maybe second or third wife to some guy, but usually, yeah, they also get married as first wife sometimes. A lot of the times, so probably. But you guys are not getting my point. I'm personally, I am not pro-abortion. I'm anti-abortion, but I also realize and I also appreciate the reasons why women will do an abortion. And usually, people, you paint women in this picture that, like, they just like doing abortions, and it's not really something they wish to do. In fact, if you put if the society was okay with it, and if the family is okay with it, and there's no pressure, it has been proven that they'll keep the baby. They want to keep the baby, but all this pressure makes them go to an abortion. So it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. That I know you're blaming the women, but sometimes This is a deeper societal issue than just the women themselves. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I disagree with that. I don't know. In America, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but in America, women aren't having these mindset of all these pressures. Like I said, they have ways to alleviate that pressures, either through government assistance, whatever type of, so many programs for single women and mothers of children. Like there's so many programs. Whether you're out on the street, you can find a bed for you and your babies that night, and it's really like in any city, damn near. Maybe if you're out in bumfuck, excuse my language, but if you out in the rural areas, then maybe you can't find those resources, but they got resources for single mothers. They got them. I feel like they got the most, damn near. These women, and you see it, like you hear it in music, you hear it in culture, F them kids, we finna abort this baby, boy, girl, you better get rid of that baby. I hear it from women of my, especially younger, women, in just in the culture, the degenerate culture around, motherhood. And one, motherhood is seen as like a form of oppression, and pregnancy is like, a parasite in our bodies and things like that. That feminist kind of line of thinking, they definitely see it as, if I don't want this kid, I don't have to have this kid, and I don't have to be proactive. If we was messing around and I got pregnant and I decide I want to get an abortion, guess what? I'm gonna go get an abortion, and it is what it is. Whether I was taking contraceptives or not, whether I was being proactive with my womb or not, and like it really is just straight up F them kids. I'm gonna abort this baby. It may not be all the cases. I granted there's cases where women have, a lot of pressure from family, and whatever situations, but at the same time, you do have a large amount and growing amount of women who are simply just, I'm going to have the abortion because it's my right. My body, my choice is the main reason for abortion. And women will tell you this themselves in America. My body, my choice. I don't owe you an explanation. If I want to go get an abortion, I can go get that abortion. And so, yeah, like I said, I disagree with that notion in America, at least.
All right. If there's no other last thoughts here, we'll just close it out. I want to thank everyone who's on the panel tonight. Brother Bakari was here earlier. Who else was here earlier and left? Quite a few people I can't remember now. But I want to thank everyone who was here earlier. Thank everyone who's here now. Gas, what do you want to shout out this week?
Man, just shout out to the Black Pentagrammers and the whole KWAZ family, all of you guys. Tan and Yona, man, they're doing a great job. Tan got the series going with this mirror stuff, so it's real esoteric. Lero, I hope you can stop by and check out. We're on there on Friday, so I think you'll like it. But yeah, shout out to everybody.
Appreciate it. Real Black Gentleman, what do you want to shout out this week?
What do I want to shout out? I don't know. I just want to shout out, everyone, for, who spoke, and we didn't even get through the whole show, Everyone had a lot to say. This was very, very, heated. People were out here, being authentic, and I appreciate that. I always think that when we being, this medium, for what it's worth, I mean, we are all over the place, but I think it's so important that we constantly are, at least, and I mean, people can say it's just talk, but since we naturally aren't in the same place and we're around the world, it's always good to talk about how we see the world. I mean, I just want to say big up. I'm big up to that. And I'll give a shout down to whoever blocked the stream or did whatever. That's some hoe shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think that shit's authentic. I just think that's some op shit. I'm gonna yield on that.
I feel you on that. Lero, thanks for coming through. What do you want to shout out this week?
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's been a minute, since I've been able to join the panel and stuff. But Harsh Reality Podcast, we back tomorrow, after a long hiatus, we back. So
Right, right.
excited for that. And also to like anybody looking for like an organizational home, I really got, and tuned in with some good Africans making some good endeavors. So if you want more information, I'll slide you my email, whatnot. I'm not on really social media like that. IG if you got Instagram, but yeah. Yeah, that's all I really got.
Appreciate it. Erzuliism. What you got to shout out this week?
I want to say thanks to everybody. I'm learning from everybody, even though I get passionate about it, but the different thoughts are helping. I want to thank you for having this shoot the breeze every Saturday. So I thank Gaz, Tan, Yona, everybody, Boana, and all of that. I appreciate that. But one thing I want to say, please don't keep watching that video that they keep circulating of Tyree. I know it hurt. You saw it already. Don't keep watching it, especially because that attacks you without. I feel there's an energy in that we shouldn't let inside of ourselves. It was a terrible thing that happened. You watched it. Move on. Do not keep watching it. Do not keep showing this to your babies and stuff like that. I think there's a programming with that. I can put my hands on it. But yo, let it. Don't keep watching that. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that. Brother Tezzy, do you have anything you'd like to shout out this week?
Yeah, actually, today I have there's a show we're having in Swahili Nation. It's about decolonization around 9 p.m. East African time. I don't know what time it is. It will be in the United States. Uh, it's about 11 hours from now. So, but yeah, I hope you guys come and watch. You're talking about decolonization of the African mind. A lot of the stuff we've talked about here, maybe we may touch on it over there too, a little bit. Apart from the part about African scholars and all that, and the difference in perspective from maybe the African diaspora and the Africans. We'll touch on that too. So it'll be an interesting show for you guys to come. So that's the shout out.
All right. Thank you for that. Thanks for coming through.
Harsh. What time is the show tomorrow? 8?
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. East African time. I don't know what time. It's around 11 hours from now. So
Okay, what's the name of your show?
Swahili Nation. Just go to Swahili Nation.
All right, Swahili Nation. Harsh reality. Your thing is at 8, right? PM.
Yeah, 8 p.m.
Yeah, we're at 8 p.m.
All right, cool.
Or 8:15 p.m. Tanzan, what would you like to shout out this week?
Yes, so yeah, thank you, Coco, and to my fellow pentagrammers. That's on Friday. We had a program yesterday that was good. I hope you can join us on the next one. Tuesday, Tuesdays I usually have a not last week, but I had one the one before that one. So yes, and yes, I know it's corny to shout out Shoot the Breeze, which I'm on it. So whatever, Bonahaguziki, but yes, shout out to Shoot the Breeze as well, and thank you for having the platform. So yeah, and Tezi, I hope we can join you. Yeah, shout out to everyone, and yeah, good night.
All right, I appreciate it. Lastly, but not leastly, Bwana Gaziki, what do you have to shout out?
Yes. So I have a few things to say. A shout out to everyone who was on the panel tonight with a vigorous conversation. Tan, I couldn't hear your voice tonight. You seemed like you was tired. I don't know why you so quiet. But I think that everyone gave a vigorous discussion tonight, and they brought it to the panel tonight, and I really appreciated the discussion. Erzuli, let me say that. Oh, email me because you say you would email me, and also there is a guy right now. His name is Barbecue. He is making a whole lot of noise in Haiti right now. but there's a lot of translation issues. I wish, well, I hope that, could you please, let me put it like that, could you please do some research on this guy called Barbecue in Haiti right now? He's supposed to be this big so-called revolutionary leader. I want you to see if you could solicit some information on him for me, because a lot of his stuff is in Creole, and hopefully that you probably will be able to get more
He's a
information
fake.
than I could.
He's a fake. But if you got any of those videos, send it to me and I could translate it for you. If you got any.
Okay. Yes. But I really wanted some help with that. Lastly, gas. I apologize, brother. I should have referenced you that information personally because I do have access to you, so you could have perused through it before I even mentioned the discussion, and I will do that. I will do that, and even in going forward, any information that I receive, I'll forward that to you so you could peruse through the information before I even bring up the topic. So I apologize for even bringing it up tonight before you would have had a look at it. So, but I appreciate everyone who would have come on the panel tonight. It was a very, like I say, it was a very vigorous discussion, and I hope that your brothers continue to support the channel. Big up Harsh Reality Podcast. I was waiting for him to come back. Lorenz State, big him up. He does an excellent job. If y'all have time tomorrow, check out his channel. But I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. And until next week, for everyone, shout out.
Yes, indeed. That's the show tonight. Thanks to everyone who was on the panel. Thanks to everyone who's in the chat. Nama X, Harsh Reality Podcast, Sister Raw, Bakari, Forecast was out there. The Matron was out there. Thanks to all of you guys who tuned in. Bobby, right? I'm sure you were around somewhere. KW Dawn 7. So thank you guys for tuning in. I should be back next week, Saturday. And who knows? Maybe I might drop in during the week. We'll see. All right. But until then, you guys be good. I'll see y'all next time. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.